there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hey, what's up, everybody? And AJ Talon, Owen Finch here, saying, "May the Fourth be with you."
Hey, may the fourth be with you, everybody. We will hopefully be uploading this by May 4th. Again, knock on wood. Assuming a meteor doesn't crash on our houses or something. This is Owen and AJ Talks, and we are here to talk about one of my favorite movies of all time, Star Wars: A New Hope. And I guess we'll hop into it. Owen, when did this movie release?
All right, so Disney Plus gave it away. I know it's 1977. I didn't even try to cheat. It said on Disney Plus it was 1977.
1977 BC, of course.
Yeah.
After all, this movie takes place a long time ago.
It does. So I remember when we did the guessing game, you mentioned this was not the guessing game. I think when we did Toy Story, you mentioned like Star Wars was the first time ever where they had like a big summer blockbuster release, and that became like a thing in like movie franchises. Like Star Wars started that like trend and everything like that. I hope it is Star Wars, and I'm not just misremembering. And it's not. It's like a completely different franchise.
Star Wars never like popularized like block.
So I am going to say, if it's the summer, usually the summer blockbuster releases happen like roughly June-ish. So I am going to guess June 27th, 1977. I almost said 1997, but I caught myself.
You are pretty close. We are actually coming up on the anniversary. It is May 25th, 1977.
Damn. I almost wondering if I should wait till May 25th to upload this then, because it's the...
That.
Yeah. But,
unless the editing takes like a week, and then at that point, just delay it.
Yeah, but, pretty cool, that it's, coming up on the anniversary. Yeah.
Yep. And then, Owen, do you want to guess the budget for this movie?
So you told me this movie had a very small budget. I gotta think about this one. Because I also have to do, 1977, because obviously, if, not the population, but things are different. Inflation, is different, nowadays and everything like that. So, like, what's not as much money today is probably different than not as much money back then. So, and again, I have to remember the fact that what I watched was, like, not the original. So, like, all the stuff I saw in this movie, I have to kind of just ignore and everything like that. So, I am going to guess that it had... You said it was a very small budget. For 1977, I am going to guess that it had... $3 million. I'll just say, like, $3 million, because that seems pretty small.
Okay. I know I said low, but not that low. Funny enough, this movie actually went over budget. The original budget was $8.5 million, and they went $3 million over, so for a total of $11 million.
Damn.
Keep in mind, $11 million for like a big sci-fi movie. That's pretty. And remember, considering how successful this movie became, for a sci-fi movie. You'll spend $11 million just on like the marketing,
Yeah, that's true. That goes into the movies and everything like that. So
yeah, so very again, considering the time and like even for the time, that's a fairly reasonable budget. Because as I'm gonna explain, Owen, nobody thought this movie would fucking happen. A lot of the crew were expecting this was just, a stupid, silly space movie. Nobody would like it. It was going to crash and burn. A lot of the actors at the time were kind of, not well known. They were pretty small time actors. Probably the biggest one was probably Alec Guinness. He was, but he was more of like a theater actor.
And who's the Alec Guinness? Because you,
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And then, I know we watched the special editions which have more like computer generated stuff, but at the time it was mainly practical effects. Like the lightsabers were edited in, and for a lot of like the aliens and like things like that were costumes. They used a lot of miniatures, so like the ships were like basically toys. They just like made it look bigger.
Yep.
Yeah. So nobody really thought this movie was going to be a big hit, and then it ended up making in its initial run $410 million.
And what would that be in today's inflation? Because usually Wiki says that, so I wasn't sure if you saw that.
But they also re-released the movie a bunch of times, so nowadays it's made $775.4 million. But I didn't check what it looks like for inflation. But adjusted for inflation, it is the second highest grossing movie in North America and the fourth highest grossing movie of all time. That's
insane.
So that's why I say adjusted for inflation, because just looking at like the numbers, it's actually not the best-selling Star Wars movie. The first Disney movie they made in 2015, on paper, made more than this. But again, adjusted for inflation, this is the highest-selling Star Wars movie.
Yeah, there's a number actually too we should probably also talk about, because obviously, like you said, Disney bought Star Wars. Obviously, because Disney Plus, is their streaming service and everything like that. I think that's a number we could look at. Obviously, we don't have this information. Is how much like Disney Plus subscribers? How many got? Did Star Wars
content? Yeah. Well, I mean, a big pull for Disney is their Star Wars stuff. Yeah.
So,
Star Wars is probably the biggest like money makers on Disney Plus.
Yeah, Star Wars or Marvel probably. Yeah. So, I mean, it has its own section on Disney Plus. So,
which is crazy. So, fourth highest. This movie sold, again, for inflation, sold better than Avengers Endgame. Which is nuts.
Yeah, that's insane. So,
because I remember back in high school when Avengers Endgame came out, everybody was talking about it for like a week. Everybody was talking about it. So I can only imagine back then, people were lining up to go see Star Wars, in the movie theater.
Yeah, and
again, because a lot of people thought this movie would be a bust, and they, the May 25th release date, that was for like limited theaters to see how well it would do. And when those did really well, then they released it to like more theaters.
Yeah, that's insane. So, kind of insane that the two movies we reviewed recently, Toy Story and this, they're both owned by the same company. Well, not anymore, but they were. And then, well, I guess I was going to say not anymore, but no, they still are, actually, because Disney owns both. So, but it's also cool. Huh?
I said, what doesn't Disney own?
Nickelodeon. So.
All right, well, fucking never say never, Owen. Never say never.
Yep. But also, too, it's kind of cool to think that, like, both of these movies, almost didn't happen, for kind of behind the scenes stuff and everything like that. Yeah.
And also funny because George Lucas had a hand in both. So Star Wars was produced by George Lucas's company, Lucasfilm. And of course, Pixar, which made Toy Story, was originally the computer division of Lucasfilm. However, it got bought by Steve Jobs and then turned into Pixar.
There you go.
So even though Lucas wasn't involved with Toy Story specifically, he kind of got Pixar going with being like a computer animation company.
Yeah, so it's insane, like how basically Star Wars created Pixar and everything like that.
Yeah. And I wrote a little fact down here that, as I said, it's the fourth highest movie of all time with inflation. And when it released, it was the highest grossing film of all time until 1982 when E.T. came out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'm pretty sure Star Wars has sold more than E.T. now because Star Wars has had like more runs in theaters since then.
Yeah, I don't recall E.T. getting like a re-release or anything like that.
But as I said, this movie was written and directed by George Lucas and produced by Gary Kurtz. And I didn't like write down every single person involved, but I wanted to mention John Williams, the music, because he is one of probably the best known composers for movies, and Star Wars is considered by many to be like the thing that put him on the map. Now, I mean, he did the Jaws theme, the Superman theme, and of course, as I said, Star Wars is like huge. Like, you know, people who don't even like Star Wars music. You know?
Yeah, it's very good music. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it for the behind the scenes stuff. Sorry to ramble, you know, but I fucking love it. And we shall get into it. So, title crawl. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Owen, even if you haven't seen Star Wars, you probably know those terms.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So the title crawl is an interesting one because George Lucas was a big fan as a kid of Flash Gordon and like adventure serial cartoons not cartoons, TV shows. You know, kind of like the you go on an adventure for 20 minutes. You know, you get a little title crawl, kind of explaining the situation, and it ends. Very episodic. You don't really need much context, and that's kind of what Star Wars was inspired by. He wanted to do a space fantasy, kind of. You're thrown right into the conflict. You're given a little thing at the beginning, kind of giving you a general idea of the conflict, and then you jump right in.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen media definitely take this to the extreme after Star Wars happened, because a lot of times nowadays, sometimes movies will kick in with the plot and they'll kind of mention it and everything like that, or so it's pretty cool that Star Wars started that and everything like that.
Some people don't like it. Some people think it's kind of lazy to just like kind of drop like the exposition, like at the beginning. But I like it. Kind of sets the tone of this being, like, as I said, kind of like an adventure episode, And again, I feel like it, I like kind of just being thrown into the middle of this conflict. We're kind of just told like there's an evil empire that are controlling the galaxy. There's a rebel alliance fighting against them. Like it would waste a ton of time and basically be a different movie if we were just setting up, like this conflict between them. I feel like throwing us in the middle of it feels more natural.
Yeah, and I feel like it really helps the movie because, a lot of the stuff we're thrown right into the middle of conflict, and we're seeing like the day-to-day lives while they're in that conflict. And I feel like too we get like a little bit, of them painting the picture of what the conflict is before we actually see it happen and everything like that.
And that's the thing with the movie is like we don't even really meet the Rebel Alliance till like the very end. For the most part, this it's kind of a backdrop for and Leia.
Well, you cut it in and out real bad.
I said, like, we don't even meet the Rebel Alliance till, like, the last half hour, Like, for most of this movie, it is Luke Han and Leia's adventure,
Yep.
So it's kind of like, it's a big galactic war, but we're kind of, like, zooming in on, like, these couple of people.
Yeah, which I really like. So, and I feel like, too, because as we'll get to, the main character gets, like, is in a macroscopic view. It'd be kind of weird, I feel like it helps that the main character doesn't know the full context of the war and everything like that.
Yeah, like farm boy on a backwater planet, so, he's, of course, not very involved. But I also like it because, like, Star Wars has really ran with this idea where, like, they have books, comic books, movies about, like, so many, like, of the background characters, and it just makes it feel like a big world, where, like, everybody's kind of the main character of their own story.
Yeah, I like that.
And movie, even if it wasn't intentional, kind of did a good job of showing that, like, where this is one story in a big galaxy. But yeah, as I said, the title crawl was explaining there's an evil galactic empire. They have control of the galaxy, and there's a rebel alliance fighting against them. In a recent battle, the rebel alliance has stolen these plans from the empire, and they're escaping the empire. But the empire is like tracked to the location of the plans to a ship called the Tantive 4, and Princess Leia is on board. And we again begin the movie after the title crawl with a Star Destroyer chasing the Tantive 4. They end up catching up to the ship, boarding it, and that's you, Owen.
I know you were cutting in and out again, so I wasn't sure if you were trying to say other things because we
come across clearly in what I was saying.
Yeah, it's just I doesn't, you were cutting out like a little bit before, so when you were trying to cue me, I thought there was more stuff on your way because you were breaking in and out. So
I was kind of he kept like staring at me, and I'm like, "Am I coming through? Does he not know that he's next?"
Yeah. So when you said "and," I thought there was more. So, but yeah. So we see the middle of this chase and everything like that. And this is kind of cool because obviously I like that the first big thing in Star Wars. It's a big fight kind of happening and everything like that. Because the big sell of Star Wars for people is obviously the big sci-fi type of things and everything like that. And obviously I like the fact that we are kind of in the middle of this fight and everything like that. And, we see these two robots. We don't get their names yet, so, obviously I won't spoil it and mention their names until we actually hear them in the movie. But one of them, is very robotic, and he doesn't really speak that much, and he doesn't have any legs. He just rides around on wheels and everything like that.
Yeah, it looks like a trash can, which is funny.
Yeah, and the other one is actually like the typical robot that we see every day, and actually speaks in British and everything like that. And this is kind of cool because obviously this shows how I like that these are the first two characters that we see pretty much in the Star Wars universe, and in Star Wars in general, because it just kind of gets over the fact, it's the spaceships and stuff, and that's outer-worldly, but this shows how outer-worldly this is, especially in 1977, where we're just seeing robots just running around and everything like that.
Sorry to interrupt, but little fun thing I forgot to mention. George Lucas, I said he likes Flash Gordon, like space adventures. He also was a big fan of samurai movies, and especially for this director called Akira Kurosawa. He's really well known. I haven't seen any of his movies, but I would like to.
I've heard that name, yeah.
And so obviously like Vader is pretty heavily inspired by like samurai, and the Jedi in general are like knights and samurais. And I guess in his movies, it's a common trope to like start the movie with like a less important character and like we follow them for a bit and then until they meet like the actual main character. So that's kind of what George Lucas wanted to do to here, where we start off with the droids for a little bit. We see the movie through their eyes until they introduce the actual main character, Luke.
Which is exactly what happens. Kind of good you talked about it then because it would fit what we, the theme. So.
And then I was like, I should probably mention.
But yeah, so obviously the robots, are freaking out, and obviously we find out that the ship has been damaged a little bit and everything like that. And doing all this, we see all these troops making a rush for one of the doors and gets ready to shoot at whoever is attacking the ship and everything like that. And yeah, we get our first big fight, these troops. We see, these other troops who have who are dressed like robots also and everything like that. And the dress very... Yeah, I was saving to when we actually got the name reveal later.
Okay, sorry, I actually knew what they were called, so...
Yeah, I was just saying, but yeah, Stormtroopers. I was saving it for when they name dropped it later and everything like that. But yeah, some stormtroopers show up, and these troops get a good shot on one of them, like right away. They were all coming in like a line, and then eventually, the numbers overtake them and they get shot. This is kind of cool. This was the first fight. I really liked that it was kind of with characters we didn't really know anything about. It was just kind of random background characters, so that way you could kind of really pay attention to the special effects and everything like that. I know technically no character would be well known at this point, but you could definitely tell these are background characters just based off.
Yeah. Don't really give a shit about them yet.
So, afterwards, Darth Vader comes in. He's the first big character that we see. Do I really need to explain what Darth Vader looks like? I feel like I don't need to. Like,
I know.
But
I like how he just they don't really introduce him. Like, he kind of speaks for himself. He walks in, just looking like a badass, looks around, and the camera focuses on him. Like as soon as he walks in, this guy's a big deal.
Yeah. I was just saying, I don't know. I've been explaining what everyone else looks like. I'm like, I don't think I need to explain what Darth Vader looks like.
Of course, it's Darth fucking Vader. Everybody knows who he is. But just imagine being in that theater back then. As soon even not knowing who he is, as soon as he walks in, this guy is like the villain, of the movie.
Yeah, and Darth Vader, is looking for these plans, because obviously these plans are going to bring down his ship and everything like that. Is it the Death Ship? I know I'm going to get that one, but. Death Star. Hey, at least I was close. I thought I was way off. So,
yeah, you got that part.
Yeah, and he tells everyone to search the ship and everything like that, and find all the crew and everything like that. So, doing all of this, C-3PO and R2-D2. I'm just gonna say their names as it's easier to do it that way. And running around trying to find any place to go into hiding and everything like that, and. Doing all of this, other troop men are running by them, and they're getting shot and everything like that. And then doing this, C-3PO and R2-D2 get separated, and we see this woman. And we had heard mention, about a princess at this point before this and everything like that, because they think the princess is on the ship. That's why Darth Vader and everyone are attacking the ship, and we see that she's put a card inside R2-D2, and it's some type of what I thought these were the plans, which we found out they were the plans, but it was a little bit more than just the plans that were in there and everything like that. And I really like this, this happened off screen. I kind of like that you only saw it from C-3PO's point of view, and then you kind of saw this going on. You didn't really get the full context of this and everything like that.
And what also makes sense that 3PO has no clue what's going on based on how he acts later, whereas R2-D2 is dead set on helping the princess.
Yeah, and doing all of this, some troops have surrendered and everything like that. When I watched this movie the first time, I thought they all got wiped out, which I thought would have been fine. But I like that some just surrendered and everything like that. And it seems like we never see these guys, but I'm going to guess either some of them got brought in for execution, they were just prisoners and everything like that. We're not really sure what happens to them. And Darth Vader, takes one of these guys and he grabs him by the throat and he asks where the hell the plans are. And the guy says this is not a rebel ship. This is just a commander ship and everything like that. Obviously, I think he's bullshitting a little bit, but Darth Vader doesn't believe him. But before the guy can give him any information, Darth Vader chokes this guy to death, and he doesn't just choke this guy to death. He throws him against the walls of the ship.
Oh, and when you say choke to death, I like how he doesn't even make him lose air. You hear his fucking neck snap.
Yeah. That might be I know there's other brutal deaths in this show, but that might, or not the show, but the movie, but that might be one of the most brutal deaths of the whole movie is what Darth Vader does here.
Oh, yeah, and it's also so funny because a lot of people are like, oh, Star Wars is a silly, goofy space movie. And it is. But it can be pretty fucking brutal for, a movie aimed at younger audiences.
Yeah. So then, doing all of this, there's pretty much no chance that C-3PO and R2-D2 aren't going to get caught. So, you know, eventually, you know, R2D2 like uses, I guess what would be his arm and puts it into like. It puts in code so that way the door would open. We find out that it's a escape pod, and you know, eventually C3PO doesn't want to go in the escape pod because obviously it's, you know, cramped and everything like that. But obviously, it's either this, so he gets you know, shot to death and taken by you know, Darth Vader and everybody there. So he kind of decides like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna get into this pod. So they go into the escape pod. You know, the escape pod shoots out of the ship, and I didn't catch this on a, you know, because I forgot this happened, but like 2 people could have shot the ship down. You know, because some people like working with Darth Vader and stuff like saw this and like, should we take this down? And then they're like, well, they said there's no live inhabitants on there. And honestly, that could be a what if video. Like, what if these 2 people just shot the ship? That would have prevented this movie.
But off camera, we talked about coincidences and like, you know, what are the odds? Yeah, this is a pretty big one where it's like, why the fuck didn't these guys just shoot the ship?
Yeah.
Escape pod.
Awesome opening scene here. You know, I really liked, you know, it really catches the audience's attention, you know, that this is a space movie. You get to see all the special effects right away and everything like that. And I really liked, you know, this was Darth Vader's first appearance, and he comes off like a really menacing villain. I like the fact that, you know, it shows how evil he is with by just grabbing that guy by the neck and throwing him down, and how desperate he is to find these plans and everything like that. And again, I think we talked about this when I saw this. I thought this was just Darth Vader working on his own. You don't really realize that there's more to it than that. But I really liked this and everything like that. But what do you think of this opening scene here? It's really weird. I mean, even though you talked about the opening, I thought it would have been the reverse. I talked about the first ever Star Wars scene that happened, and I don't think we planned on that. So.
Yeah. Well, I thought it'd be cool. I wanted to get your opinions on the first action scene. Did you mention like what Leia says about her being a member of the Imperial Senate and all that?
I thought that was later, so I was gonna save it. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that because I mentioned that. So I forgot there was a shootout with them. That's right. So Princess Leia, while this was all going on, I believe it's like right before R2D2 and C3PO. You know, go into the escape pod. Obviously, the other stormtroopers go in there, and I guess it's good that I'm talking about this because obviously, when I saw this movie, I'm like, okay, Princess Leia. Typically, you know, in movies when you see like a princess and stuff, they're typically very, especially around this time, they're typically very delicate. I thought she was going to be like Princess Peach, you know, in Mario. You know, the big goal is you have to save Mario, or you know, Zelda and The Legend of Zelda. Obviously, there's other movies like, you know, Belle and Beauty and the Beast.
Games, you know, like Disney movies, you know, even like mythology, you know, like, you know, the knight saving the princess, you know.
But even though this ends up being that, they tell you very quickly that Princess Leia, it is Leia, right? Am I saying that right? Leia? Okay. But Princess Leia gets a good shot on one of the stormtroopers and knocks him. Like this gun that she was using, it was like a small gun, but like this gun didn't just kill him; it sent him back like 3 feet. Like he got some distance off that and everything like that. And Princess Leia tried to escape because obviously she's going to be outnumbered and everything like that. And one of the stormtroopers uses like a stun gun. To basically knock her out and everything like that. And I think this is after they get off the escape pod and everything like that. Or it might be doing this, I forget exactly. But, you know, the guards hold Princess Leia, and Vader's, like, asking, like, where the plans are. And Princess Leia is kind of bullshitting, basically saying that you're not really attacking, like, you know, you're not attacking the resistance ship. You know, there's no plans on the ship that you're looking for or anything like that. And Vader doesn't really buy any of this, so he basically has her go into lockup and everything like that. And they're gonna try to get information out of her and everything like that.
It's kind of like these two kind of already know each other.
Yeah.
And you know, the way Vader's talking, it seems like they kind of knew Leia was a rebel for a long time, but like this is the first time they have like hard evidence against her because she's trying to be like, hey, I'm a member of the Imperial Senate, you know, and he's like, no, we know you're a rebel sympathizer. We finally got, we tracked the plans coming to this ship, so like we got you this time.
Yeah, so I like that. It's gonna be weird because we'll talk about this now. Obviously, I know some Star Wars things. Every relationship that's implied, I'm gonna be like, is that gonna be brought up in when the prequels happen and everything like that? I was like, is that gonna be a thing? So, I mean, I didn't really think of it anything watching this scene. There's gonna be like later scenes that really make me think that and everything like that. So,
well, I just kind of like it because it's like, it's not like it feels like there was a world before this,
Yeah.
It would make Leia's a princess for a planet under the Empire, and Vader's like the Empire's top enforcer. It makes sense they would at least kind of know each other.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's the biggest thing I liked about this movie. It felt like there was a whole world before this and everything like that. So even though we were seeing this in a movie, it felt like we were just seeing a continuation of their lives versus the beginning of except one character, I guess.
Yeah. Luke really does kind of just, obviously because he's, not doing much before this. Whereas, is the point. He's the fish out of water. But yeah, of course, as you said, Vader kills everybody aboard, but takes Leia hostage to, he wants to interrogate her, and find out where, the plans are. But, back with the droids, C-3PO and R2-D2, the escape pod lands on a desert planet. We later find out it's Tatooine, which is like a remote planet in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, they land and they have no clue where they are. They have no clue what's around here, and they're kind of just arguing, trying to figure out like where the nearest like settlement could be, so they can like find help or somebody to take them in. R2-D2 seems pretty hard set on going a certain direction, but C-3PO is complaining that like that direction's too rocky and it's tough for him to like walk on there, which I like. That seems free. Because R2-D2 has wheels to like get him around.
Yeah.
And C-3 kind of like wobbles. So like obviously he's like just kind of bitching, but like that is kind of a reasonable complaint.
I will say this, the voice acting, I don't think, because I said this off camera, I haven't said it on camera yet. The voice acting for C-3PO was very good. Like, he was really...
He's very much like the kind of comic relief, he's kind of like a bumbling idiot a bit, but he comes off like he's like smart.
Yeah.
So yeah, C-3PO is arguing with R2-D2 and doesn't want to go with him, so he splits off going in the other direction. They do have a small moment where they kind of look at each other in the distance before continuing walking. Which I kind of like that, even though they're droids, it seems like they do kind of have feelings.
Yeah.
But they don't stay separated for long, because as C-3PO is walking through the desert, he spots something in the distance, and he tries saying hello to it, and then he needs help. But he gets captured. Well, he gets captured off camera. But, we know he gets captured because he meets up with R2-D2.
Yep.
And R2-D2's going through this rocky wasteland. And he is also attacked. He gets kind of like electrocuted and taken by these small, like dark figures in robes called Jawas. And they're basically aliens, and they kind of make their living like stealing shit and selling it.
Yeah.
They're basically scavengers and scrappers.
Yeah, when I saw these aliens, I thought it was going to be leading to another character we were going to see later on in this show, but it was not the case.
No. And I like it. Because we haven't even seen any humans yet, so it kind of makes you think like, oh shit, like what's up with this planet? And then we see later like humans do live here, so it's like, oh cool, they kind of have like a bunch of different aliens like living on this planet.
Yeah, these scavengers were really good. I really liked, we saw like one of them off in like the distance, hiding behind rocks and stuff like that, and then. I like the sound effects they were making, and I just love that this came across. It was night at this time, too, which obviously ties in because Luke mentions that, they work in numbers more so at night than in the morning and everything like that. So,
also like these little guys. They're just cute, you know. I like they don't speak English, you know, kind of showing like not every alien speaks like the same language. Like they kind of just go like beep bop, you know, like they go however. Like I can't do the fucking voice, but you know what I mean. They're kind of just like they make like jumble noise.
Yeah, which makes me wonder because obviously we'll talk about this later. If they actually said words and then they added the jumbled into it and everything like that, so
I am curious about that. But yeah, they capture R2D2. They put a restraining bolt on him, so like he's kind of restricted in his movements. Like if he tries to walk off, they can like stop him.
Yeah.
And you know, they take him aboard their sand cruiser or sand walker, which this is cool. Like it's a big metal fortress with like tank tracks.
I feel like this is what inspired Halo's like vehicles and everything like that.
In 70, yeah. I'm not even a big like vehicle person. Like some people fucking love like Star Wars vehicles. They get like the action figure and shit. I was never super into them, but like I appreciate like how much like effort went into like making these like look cool.
Yeah, this looked pretty cool. Yeah,
and I love the inside of it, like how there's a bunch of like wires everywhere, and there's like it's not just R2D2 and C3PO aboard. There's a bunch of other like droids on the vehicle.
Yeah, one that I think we've seen reused in other shows and stuff was one looked like a recycle bin and everything like that with legs. I'm pretty sure we've seen that reused.
So yeah, C3PO and R2D2 are aboard their ship for the night, and you know, and then we kind of find out what the Jawas wanted with them. That they basically go around and they make their money by selling off whatever they take. So they come across a small farm in the middle of fucking nowhere. This is the biggest coincidence in the entire movie. Because, you know, what are the odds that they ended up near Luke Skywalker, son of Anakin Skywalker, a.k.a. Darth motherfucking Vader?
Is it this or the fact that those guys didn't blow up the ship, the escape pod that R2D2?
More of a coincidence. Because, I mean, you could argue that guy was just being an idiot.
That's true.
You know, when he did the escape pod. This is like, out of the entire planet, what are the odds they ended up here?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, granted, we find out that Leia was sending R2D2 to Kenobi, and Kenobi was purposefully living near Luke. So, like, sure, I could argue they are in the general area of Luke on this planet. But
I feel like if
they get Jawas, what are the fucking odds that Jawas go up to Luke's home specifically to sell them?
Yeah, that's what I was say. Yeah, because it'd be one thing if they got there on their own or something like that. But then it could be like, okay, that's not quite a coincidence. But the fact that they got captured, like you said, kind of is like, and they, you know,
yeah. And again, you know, it's because specifically Luke, you know, has a connection to Kenobi, obviously, because you know, Kenobi trained Vader. So it's like, what are the odds they end up with the one person on the fucking planet with like a big connection to Kenobi?
Yeah, the biggest one, and the biggest connection to Darth Vader too. So
yeah, exactly. So that is big coincidence.
Yeah. But yeah, so
now, I guess that's more of like future movie. Not even, because we find out about Obi-Wan being friends with Luke's dad and training Vader in this movie. You know.
Yeah. So.
So, it's a pretty big fucking coincidence.
But
now, normally I'm fine with like a couple coincidences if they're like reasonable. This one's a big.
It's a huge. Hey, we're not complaining though. But it's a big coincidence. You got to mention them. You know, we like to mention coincidences. So
yeah, I can see past it. It's really the biggest one in the movie. So like, you know, it's whatever. It doesn't ruin it. It just it is like, wow, what are the fucking odds?
Very much so. But yeah, so is this the biggest coincidences in anything we've ever reviewed?
The biggest? I don't think I'd say that.
There's probably one in, honestly, there might be one in Kiss Sis that is probably a bigger one. So
Yeah. Yeah.
So
But and we also get a scene where the stormtroopers are looking through the desert, and one of them finds a like a droid piece, presumably like C-3PO or R2-D2 like lost a piece in the crash.
yeah.
So we find out. Yeah. So the troopers continued looking for the plans by going down to the plan.
Oh,
And on C-3PO and R2-D2 trip. What?
say that again. You froze for like a second.
Oh, I said so. We find out like they're not in the clear. The Empire is hot on their trail, basically. Like they're following. Now they're looking for the droids.
Yeah, I do like this too because like. C-3PO was mentioning that if he walks for too long, his pieces will fall off. So this wasn't just random that this happened. Obviously, the biggest thing we can mention from this scene is, obviously, like you've said, this movie was re-released a few times. And they've obviously added in some extra stuff, like some extra CGI and everything like that. And obviously, the biggest one...
Special edition, you can see, like, troopers, like, riding these, like, alien, like, animals.
Yeah.
And they look pretty bad. Which again is funny because this movie released in 1977, and the special releases were like the 20th anniversary in 1997. So like, how the fuck do you make effects that are shittier than the stuff that was released 20 years earlier?
I think I remember when I talked about this off camera. That was that was probably the most effects I like was complaining, not really complaining about, but like I was trying to forgive them and everything like that for it and everything like that, and because they looked worse. Hey, I will say this: it looked better than the Yellow Jackets special effect with their animals.
A very high bar to clear. But yeah, like a lot of people hate the special editions. I'm fine with them. I feel like a lot of them are like nitpicks. Like they don't fucking ruin them.
Yeah, it didn't for me. So, but yeah, so let's continue. So again, we see Luke Skywalker for the first time. We see like his little farm. Obviously, it's not much. It's just like a sand glue, and he has like a little bit of land and everything like that. And he comes out, and we hear his aunt. What's his aunt's name? I forget his aunt's name.
Baru.
Baru?
B-E-R-U. Baru.
Baru.
Oh, and you better remember her name. She's very important, all right? She is the key to everything. Oh, and I hate to spoil it, but, she ends up killing Darth Vader later. She comes in with her own lightsaber, cuts his head off, and she's like, that's right, Luke, I was the Star Wars thief.
I don't believe that because obviously we'll get to that later, but there's a big scene that happens that makes me not believe that, unless like we find out in like the Star Wars universe skeletons can get up and start walking, then I'll believe you. So so Baru, there's actually a deleted scene with her that I saw where it showed her like making blue milk. I'm like, and why was that? They felt. I mean, I see why it was deleted, but like they re-released it. I'm like, is that important? Is that important, or is that a thing? Is that something I'm supposed to, But we'll see.
Blue milk is the key to everything, Owen. Later on, the blue milk cuts off Darth Vader's head and says, "That's right, Luke. The blue milk, was the Star Wars."
Let's see. But yeah, so Baru wants to make sure that one of the droids speaks a certain language. Wants Luke Skywalker to remind his uncle Owen about that. Don't do that joke, AJ. Don't you dare. Don't. I talked over you so you couldn't. Hey, this is the beauty of one of the beauties because I was talking over you. The joke never got through, so it worked. Yeah. So Luke Skywalker and his uncle, obviously buying these machines because the big job that they do is they take machines and clean them up and everything like that. Originally, it was only C-3PO that got picked and one of the other R2-D2s that was on the ship. And, C-3PO got picked because he he couldn't speak that language, but he had another job like similar to it that helped him be able to speak the language and everything like that. So, you know, it looks like that C3PO and R2-D2 are going to get separated, and you know, the R2-D2 that we've been seeing since the beginning of the movie tries to go with them, but he gets stopped by one of the Sand People, and R2-D2 does something, I think, to like make it the other R2-D2's like motor not work. And
R2 doesn't do anything. It's just the other one was just like a shitty droid, and
okay.
like it like basically blew up.
I thought he did something to sabotage it, because obviously the way they were acting afterwards, it seemed like they sabotaged it and everything like that. So
I don't think so. At least I didn't.
Well, because that. You know, because afterwards, immediately, like C3PO was just like, "Oh, look, why don't you just pick him and everything like that?" So I thought the intention was.
I think it really well, because the Jawas just like steal like random droids, so I think it was just kind of stole like a shitbox droid essentially.
Right.
And like Luke's like, "Oh, damn it, this one has a bad motivator."
Also, too, because the R2-D2 we've been seeing the whole movie up until this point, like gave like that R2-D2 like a look, so I wasn't sure like if that was implied that he said he was doing something to sabotage it. So
I think so, because I don't know how R2-D2 would be able to do that.
Hey, I thought you would explain it to me, but I guess that's not the case. I overthought it. I guess. But
Maybe I'm underthinking it, but I don't think that's the case.
It'd be funny if it was my thing, though. That'd be kind of funny. So.
Yeah, you know, I'll have to look it up later, and then I'll text you if I'm a dumbass.
Well, I could be, you know, I could be the dumbass. So, yeah. Eventually, that's the only thing about my videos. No matter what time we do a video, someone always texts me, as you can hear. So, but yeah. So, you know, because this R2-D2 was really badly damaged and like really wasn't running well, C3PO sticks his neck out for the other R2-D2, the one we've been seeing the whole movie. Damn, I guarantee you this is going to get really complicated once we see like a ton of R2-D2s later on. I have to like be very specific about which one it is and everything like that. So.
Well, you know, I like how even Luke's like, "Hey, what about the blue one?" You know.
That's true. I could have just said that, but I've been, you know, but whatever.
Well, small thing. I like how like people kind of treat droids like they would like, you know, like a fridge or a microwave. You know, like they're not really treated like people.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up because there's a later scene where they especially don't get treated like people and everything like that. So I do like that. Yeah, that they're treated like objects and everything like that. Which is how we treat our droids, so we're no better than them. So, you know, but yeah, Uncle Owen and Luke Skywalker decide to take both of those droids, and you know, C3PO does a funny scene, because also that's the thing too. He's very vague. Like he doesn't really mention to Luke or Owen that like, you know, he knows them ahead of time or anything like that. So so that way they'll take him and everything like that. He just mentions he knows that it runs good and everything like that. Yeah, they just walk off, and you know, at this point I'm like, okay, the plot's really gonna kick. I mean, it was already kicking in, but like the plot's really gonna kick in now. But I like the start of this. You know, we got to kind of get, you know, like an area of like what the Star Wars universe is like. That we get to see these sand people. We get to see the robots. We don't really see. I mean, other than Princess Leia and I guess Darth Vader, we don't see people until this scene really and everything like that. So it's.
Yeah. So I liked it. You know, again, as you said, kind of just seeing kind of like life on Tatooine. Jawas steal shit, sell it, you know, and you got like farmers like Owen's, Baru and Luke making a living in the desert.
Did I ever tell you until they said it? I didn't even realize, you know, because I wasn't thinking this was a farm, you know, obviously, because when I think of a farm, I'm thinking like what a farm would actually be like. We had like cleaning up droids and everything like that. It's part of farm life in the Star Wars universe.
I think they, that's another way they make money. Well, and they mentioned like a harvest season coming up. They mentioned they're moisture farmers, so I'm pretty sure they like harvest like water like buried under the ground.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Also,
so I do like yeah, it's it makes sense if you're living on a desert planet. Farming any water that's like found, like natural water, like that'd be a good way to make money.
Very good way to make money. But I want to mention this too, because you mentioned it with Darth Vader. They did kind of like, make it known, like the first time you saw Luke Skywalker and everything like that, like this was going to be like a big character, because, big, really dramatic music played. Nothing crazy like with Darth Vader or anything like that, but you definitely got the vibe like this was going to be a big character and everything like that.
Yeah.
What I like for Luke, it was nothing crazy, actually. I feel like that kind of would have given away he was a big character, so I like that it wasn't anything...
I like how mundane it is, because it's also showing, like, this has been Luke's life. Even he's, like, kind of sick of it. He's, living in the middle of nowhere. He wants to get out of here and, like, explore, see the universe. So, like showing this is kind of, like, what he does every day. He's kind of bored of it.
Yeah.
Is a good way to establish that.
Oh, it's still me. I thought it was going to be you again. As you can tell, I didn't read this very well, who was talking about what, so I'm just...
Well, I just figured, like, the talk with Obi-Wan in the Binary Sunset are pretty big scenes, so I figured, you would talk about the... and this kind of is a continuation of, like, Luke finding the point.
Yeah. But again, you can tell I didn't read the notes very well, so...
Owen, how dare you?
But yeah, so then, they kind of, Uncle Owen tells Luke that he wants the machines, like, cleaned up and everything like that by dinner time. And obviously Luke's very upset with this because, he wants to go out and, like, he made, like, plans with his friends and everything like that. And, like, but he says, like, you have chores to do and everything like that. I guess I'll mention it now. There's a deleted scene where, like, doing like the first battle we saw and everything like that, and doing like the war with the Death Star and everything like that. We saw like we got to see a few scenes. Obviously the deleted scenes, but it was like a few scenes with like Luke and what he kind of does every day. With him talking with one of his friends later on that we see in this movie, and we find out that Luke like was originally gonna sign up to be in like the army and everything like that, because like he wasn't gonna see his friend like ever again. Like the time his friend was there was the last time he was gonna be there, because he mentioned like, no, like I'm not coming back. He's gonna basically go with the resistance and everything like that. And obviously Luke's upset about this. I'm just guessing. I'm wondering if that's what made Luke even more want to sign up. The fact that he was never gonna see his friend ever again and everything like that.
Yeah, well, and Beru even mentions a little bit later that like all of his friends are leaving.
Yeah.
So like his buddies like joining the rebels, and presumably like his other friends are leaving soon. So yeah, Luke. And Luke's 19, by the way. So and they mentioned like he wanted to like leave earlier, but he kind of like has been like his uncle's been kind of telling him like, I know, stay one more time. Like I need your help with the harvest. So it seems like he's already been kind of wanting to leave for a while.
And I'll talk about that scene like once we actually get to that scene. I have a theory. I mean, it really isn't much of a theory, but it's pretty much because of what we know about who Luke's father is. I can kind of see probably why his uncle wants him to not go fight in wars and everything like that. But yeah, continuation. Back inside. I'm glad those scenes were cut, by the way, just because I feel like even though it's kind of weird because we see his friend later, as if we were always supposed to know like who he was, but like those scenes were cut, so like I don't know who this guy is, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a weird one because he's a pretty minor character, so it's not a big deal, but yeah, it is a strange thing to do because they introduce him like we know him. What was I gonna say? And like, I kind of get it. It's like they're not super important scenes, but I do like them because it's kind of showing again more of Luke's life on Tatooine, like what he does in his free time before all the crazy shit starts happening.
Right. Yeah, I didn't hate that they were cut. I see why they were cut. But then again, like I said, it's just kind of weird because then we meet that guy later on, so it's like kind of weird that they cut the scene because then we meet him.
Him, Owen. His name is Biggs, and there's another pilot called Wedge, and Final Fantasy games. Every game they have two characters called Biggs and Wedge as like a Star Wars reference.
Oh, nice. So
I don't know. It's a very minor thing, but I thought it was cool.
I thought you were about to tell me like he got his own like spin-off and everything like that too. So
I think Wedge did get a spin-off, but Biggs didn't.
And Biggs is his friend?
Biggs is Luke's friend, yeah.
Okay. But
it's like another.
So then, presumably some time passes. Didn't catch this originally, but we see, Luke obviously really isn't into this, and we see him, he has like a toy ship, and he's kind of playing around with it. And interesting, that was because obviously that's going to tie in later on in the movie, so it's because it's the same ship, he ends up kind of flying later on, so that was kind of I didn't catch it like originally when I saw it, because obviously it's just nothing, and then like it's like wow, that ended up being a big thing later on, kind of. So, well, not a huge. It was like a huge thing, but
Luke is interested in that type of ship, and he ends up flying it later. Yeah.
Yeah, but
and will Luke also means that like he's a pretty good pilot. Like he has like his own little ship that he drives around in his free time.
Yeah, and. Doing all of this, we get kind of an introduction of C-3PO, and we meet Luke. We get kind of an introduction to his life and everything like that. Nothing big, it was kind of just very vague. We don't really get anything like big about his background until that talk with his aunt and uncle that I'm going to talk about. But they would just kind of introduce themselves to each other, and they're kind of talking about like what C-3PO does and what R2-D2 does, and they mentioned Luke notices that like they've been pretty not badly damaged, but they kind of mention that the ship was attacked and everything like that, and Luke's kind of surprised like how good intact they are, considering of what they've been through and everything like that. And during all of this, Luke is kind of cleaning up R2-D2, and he notices like one of the areas is like, he's having trouble like cleaning it out and everything like that. And a holographic video plays, and this holographic video ends up getting reused a few times in movies and shows and things like that. Where we see Princess Leia, not Leia, and
Leia.
Huh?
I said slay, princess.
Yeah.
Like a slay queen.
But Princess Leia is asking for someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi, saying like, "Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope." It's kind of
which that became big. Like a lot of people know that quote.
Yeah, and I knew that quote instantly. So. And that quote's been reused a few times in other media where it's not necessarily Obi-Wan, but they'll say, help me, and then it'll be like somebody else's name, you're my only hope, or whatever. So, was this a pretty good holographic feature here for 1970s and everything like that? Yeah. Or was this an add-on and I'm talking out of my ass? So.
Yeah, this was in the original.
But I thought this looked really cool, for 1970s, and again, this is the first time people are seeing this stuff. Definitely a good way to grab people's attention and everything like that. And Prince Luke Skywalker, obviously, this video keeps playing on loop like over and over again, and Luke Skywalker obviously is wondering like what this is about, and R2-D2 won't give him any information. I really like this because obviously,
it's also the full message.
Yeah, not playing the full message either.
Looping like the same part over and over again, and Luke's trying to get R2-D2 to play the whole thing.
And I really like this because it shows that robots really do have characters. Because R2-D2 is trying to keep this a secret. And obviously C-3PO is getting pissed that R2-D2 won't play the full video and everything like that. So I kind of like the banter that R2-D2 and C-3PO have back and forth and everything like that. And obviously, Luke, Luke doesn't really know who this woman is. He just knows that it's just a random woman asking for Obi-Wan Kenobi's help. And he's trying to piece together that name, and he mentions that there's an old hermit that doesn't live that far from here. He kind of keeps to himself, but his name is Ben Kenobi, and he's wondering if there's any relation there or anything like that. So I do like that he even though he knows that's not Obi-Wan Kenobi, like Luke, he says that, but it doesn't make him come off like looking stupid that you should have obviously put two to two together that it was the same guy and everything like that. So, I mean, I pieced it together pretty quickly, but again, like in the universe, and again, if you're seeing this movie for the first time, you probably wouldn't and like don't know any of the characters at all or anything like that. You probably wouldn't piece that together at all or anything like that.
Yeah. To be fair to Luke, as Owen said, as you said, that they know Ben is just kind of like a crazy old man who like kind of keeps to himself. So yeah, I can see why Luke wouldn't know he's Obi-Wan. Yeah. And also just like there's no clue who Obi-Wan is. So like, if I met another guy, if I met a guy named Larry Finch, I wouldn't be like, oh, his name is Finch. I wonder if he's related to Owen.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking to my character?
No, it's still me. And obviously, Luke takes a pretty fascination towards Princess Leia, like thinks she's pretty and everything like that. It seems like this movie they never really finished this part of the story, but it seemed like they were kind of trying to set up like a romance between them. I hope it doesn't happen. I would complain if it did, but well, based off this movie, I hope it doesn't happen because they didn't really interact with each other like as much to like.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So like, it would be kind of too weird if they got together already Luke doesn't even know who she is really, and like the princess doesn't know who he is really. So.
Last like 45 minutes, and obviously they're really focused on like escaping. Yeah.
So it'd be kind of weird, and then. Yeah, so, when R2-D2 refuses to play the message, eventually Luke gets called to dinner, and when he leaves, they do kind of a funny bit where C-3PO mentions to like R2-D2 like he doesn't really seem to care much for you, and I'm really not myself either. Originally, what he thought he said was I don't care for. What he meant by that was I don't care for Luke much either, which I thought would have been I thought that was kind of would have been funnier, but whatever. It happens. And then what do you think of the scene here? Like getting kind of more of Luke's background, and then obviously getting this message played and everything like that.
Yeah. I also like R2-D2 was pretty smart here, where again Luke was trying to get him to play the full message. In R2-D2 beat the book, and C-3PO translated saying that like, oh, he's saying that, the restraining bolt he has on him could be like restricting him from playing the whole thing. So then when Luke removes the bolt, R2-D2 like refuses to play the message at all now.
Yeah.
And but this was smart from R2-D2 because remember he's been trying to go find Kenobi. So now that he doesn't have the restraining bolt on him, and Luke went to go get dinner, R2-D2 ends up trying to like fuck off basically. Yeah,
that was pretty smart. Yeah.
Whereas C-3PO stays because he's chill with he has no idea what's going on with Leia and Kenobi and all that. So he doesn't really care. He's like, all right, cool. Luke bought me. He's my owner now.
Yep.
Also, they also mentioned that Leia's not their owner. It's another guy called Captain Antilles.
That's right.
Cool. Which is cool because we never meet him in these movies, but he ends up being a minor character in the prequels.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah. So I mean, he's just kind of like. He's a random guy. We can assume he works under Leia. But still, it's kind of cool. He ended up using him later.
Yeah. And again, I probably didn't catch that because I haven't met him yet. So I was like, so I didn't catch
This is like the only time he's mentioned in the original show. But I just like that they like took this one time he's mentioned, they actually made him a character later on.
Like with Lalo and Better Call Saul.
Yeah, exactly. Lalo was mentioned one time in Breaking Bad, and they ended up making a whole fucking plot line about him. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Same with Ignacio when Saul mentions Nacho.
That's right. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, since we're on the topic, another one is Saul mentions a guy he knows who owns the laser tag. That was originally going to be the pharmacy dude who's like selling pills to Nacho.
Yep.
They didn't end up like really continuing that storyline, but like that was the plan. Is he was going to end up being the guy who owns the laser tag.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I like that when stories kind of like name drop something. They kind of leave it alone, and then like another story will kind of pick it back up.
The biggest one we just reviewed recently, Carolina in RVB.
She got name dropped like once or twice, and then she ended up being like the main characters of season 9 and 10.
Yeah, both and season 9 in the past, and then could we say
or on Epsilon kind of just got mentioned a few times in Recovery 1, and then he ended up being the fucking main character of the show forward.
Do we technically count Alpha? Because he wasn't really mentioned much until season 6.
Sure, we'll count them. Yeah, Alpha and
Trying
Epsilon.
to think of any other like movies, shows that we've covered.
Trying to think, it's Yellow Jackets. Like, did they ever like name drop anyone, and then they like got brought up later?
I wouldn't count this as a name drop, but obviously, when you see in season 1, Travis is going through the codes. Natalie mentions on the one-off that there's no queens in that deck, and that became not a good storyline, but it became.
Yeah, that did end up being a thing. Yeah, you're right.
So, trying to think of anyone else in Yellow Jackets. Krista technically Krista was never mentioned and became a whole thing. So.
Yeah, she spawned out of the ether and then returned to it.
Yeah. So, let's see, anyone else? I'm trying to think of anyone else like in any of the kinds we covered. So okay, nothing in Danny yet. Technically Firelord Ozai right now, but I feel like we can't really count him because.
Well, there's a good one. We're not at it yet in book 1 of Avatar, where Iroh like redirects lightning in the storm episode.
Yeah, that's right.
And like it's not like called attention to, but it becomes like a big thing in book 2 and 3.
Yep. I'm trying to think of anything else. Can we say anyone in Kisses? Just anybody.
Kita's dad, he only shows up occasionally, but my God, when he does, he steals the show.
He's still in a good. I feel like you ever notice he hasn't really done much since he stole the show in that episode we made. It's like I feel.
If we're in Kisses, would you want to be around? No, fuck no. I would be like Kita's dad. I would only show up every couple times. I wouldn't even have a name. I'd be like, I don't want my name in Kisses.
Anyone in Death Note?
That got mentioned and came back later. Oh yeah, remember Light had that girlfriend in college, and then she ended up being that reporter who like helped him out later.
That's right. So,
I guess like Watari, like he was just kind of like the guy in the trench coat who's like El's assistant.
Yeah.
And then we found out later he's like his butler and like his adopted father.
And the whole the Death Note movie made sure the Netflix one made sure you knew about him.
Yeah, fucking El stole a cop car. Fucking God, that movie's so stupid.
Trying to think of anything else. Nothing in Shane. Yeah, I think that's anything in Rick and Morty. Probably nothing right now, right?
Oh, not right now, but they like name drop like the finite central curve a few times in the early seasons.
What's that? I forget because it's been a little bit since I've seen it.
It separates all the universes where Rick's the smartest guy from all the other ones.
Oh, that's right.
So that ends up being a big plot point that they name drop a couple times early
on. And then I think we'll call it there. So that was a fun thing. So that we did.
Yeah, that became longer than we thought, but still. Yeah. Yeah. So Luke, as I said, R2D2 goes to escape, but while he's doing that, Luke has dinner with his family.
Is it still me? Oh no, it's you now. Again, this is what I haven't read the notes.
So Luke's kind of talking about how the droid is played a message from somebody who I guess previously owned him, and Luke's like, oh yeah, he mentions he's looking for an Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then I like how Beru and Owen kind of stop eating and stare at each other for a second, and then Luke's like, hey, you know what, Kenobi, that I wonder if he's related to old Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Owen kind of gets him to drop it. He's like, no, Obi-Wan is gone. He's not around anymore. And Luke's like, oh, did you know him? And he's like, no, he's been dead a long time. He died around the same time as your dad. And okay, to be fair to Owen, Uncle Owen.
I know. I keep falling for that too.
Yeah. That one was accidental. He I don't know why he mentioned that he died around the same time as your dad, because that's gonna make Luke more interested, not get him to drop it.
Yeah.
I guess because he was kind of just flustered, he wasn't expecting Luke to bring up Obi-Wan, so he kind of just mentioned his dad by accident.
Yeah.
But when Luke's like, oh wait, he died around the same time as his dad, did he know him? And again, Owen just tries to get him to drop it. Old Ben's a crazy old man. Don't get involved with him. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. The droids are ours. And he also says to Luke, get that droid's memory wiped tomorrow. So he seems very insistent that he wants Luke to drop this whole Obi-Wan thing. He doesn't want him involved.
Yeah. Obviously, this scene, when this scene was written originally, we're not supposed to be talking about any of this stuff, but we're talking about it anyways. I do, obviously, when I found out that, originally I didn't mention this, but I feel like this is a good time to put it up. When they found out that these were his aunt and uncle, I'm like, it would be I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen with them if they're in the prequels at all, if they'll just be here type of thing. And,
because Obi-Wan mentions it a little bit later that Owen doesn't like Kenobi because he didn't like that. He thinks Luke's dad should have stayed on Tatooine, and that he shouldn't have went off with Obi-Wan to be a Jedi.
Yeah, so I really like the, this scene was good on its own anyways, because obviously we're getting more information about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Well, I like how insistent that his uncle was being, and obviously the relationship that they have, because obviously they're not really fighting. Obviously, they just have different views of what they have for Luke's life at the moment and everything like that. But obviously, I like that it's not a big argument or anything like that. It's just kind of them both wanting different things for his life at the moment and everything like that.
I will give Owen and Beru too much shit. They're pretty minor characters, but people are like, oh, poor Luke. I would have hated having family like that. And it's I don't blame them. Again, from when you're raising the son of Darth Vader, it's I would want him to just stay safe and not cause any bring any attention to himself either. And because Owen and Beru are kind of hard on him, more so Owen than Beru.
Yeah.
But he just wants what's best.
Yeah. But.
Okay.
Huh?
Did you have something else to add?
Yeah, but I also like to think, because obviously they talk about the Academy, like I mentioned earlier. This is the actual first time we hear about it in the movie, obviously. And I like to think that every year he was just going to keep saying, I'll make it up to you next year. He was just going to dangle that carrot every year, where it mentions you could sign up next year type of thing. I wonder.
It really did seem like Owen was just kind of trying to delay Luke as much as he could until Luke just decided to stay around permanently.
Yeah, I wonder what was gonna happen though if if Luke was because I know the only reason Luke leaves is well, as we'll get to later, but was Luke just gonna get to the point where he's like no, fuck it, I'm going type of thing, or was he gonna stay?
Because later on, when Obi-Wan tries to get him to come with them, he's like, no, listen, I got to help out my aunt and uncle. You know, like I want to go, but like I can't like abandon them. So like, I mean, I'm guessing the idea was like, you know, have just Luke stick around for a long time. You know, maybe Luke eventually decides to just, you know, get married, settle down, and like stick around. You know.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, like get him to inherit the farm, basically. You know, Luke sees that his uncle's pretty insistent on dropping it, so he kind of does. But I know he brings up the droids again, though, saying that, like, as you said, he wants to go to the academy and like leave the planet. So he's like, hey, now that the droids are around, you know, you probably don't even like need my help with the harvest. You know, you can probably hire some workers, and you know, like I can leave. And yeah, you know, Owen says like, no, the harvest is coming. I need you. I need all hands on deck. You know, around this time of year. You know, like wait another year until the harvest ends, and then you know we can you can go to the academy next year.
They also
and then, you know, Luke gets upset and storms off. He's like, yeah, that's what you said last.
Yeah, I really like this scene. You know, obviously just kind of showing that him and his uncle have different viewpoints of what they want for Luke's life. He also mentioned something like the blue harvest. I might be overthinking it, but I'm pretty sure I've heard people talk about that in Star Wars. I'm like, I think that's a big thing that was just dropped here and not really mentioned. Well, might just me.
I mean, it's like a reference in other stuff, but it's not really like a big deal in Star Wars.
It's probably why I think it's a big deal because you know, it gets referenced a lot and everything like that. So,
look, I think it's like the Biggs and Wedge thing where they kind of just like took a little thing and it like became like a big reference for some reason.
It's very weird.
Yeah. Well, like when you brought up the blue milk, I'm like, oh yeah, it's something a lot of people talk. Really get it.
Well, again,
like,
it was a delete.
Kind of think about it.
Yeah, it's a deleted scene that like that was on Disney Plus. I'm like, oh, is that a thing? Like, is that like I don't.
Presumably, I guess they harvest the blue milk during the blue harvest. I guess.
Yeah, but it's like, I remember I saw that deleted scene because all the deleted scenes I was watching up to this point, like, oh, those are pretty big deleted scenes, and then I saw that blue milk scene. I'm like, what's that? Like, is that something? Like, am I supposed to care? Like,
if you care about milk that is blue, then yeah, sure, I guess you should give a care a lot.
It's black and white scene too. It was so you couldn't even tell that the milk was blue.
Black and white milk. So, so if it's just white milk, then it's just regular milk.
Well, what I mean by that is like the film was seen.
I know what you mean, but I'm saying if it's black and white, if it's white milk, it is just regular milk.
Yeah, so I don't understand. I thought you knew. So that's why I was asking the Star Wars expert. I'm like, is the blue
harvest a big thing? And I'm like, I don't think so. Not like that.
But yeah, because that's referenced a lot in shows like the blue harvest.
Yeah, I know Family Guy like made their Star Wars episode called like Blue Harvest.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I didn't know that's where that came from actually until you mentioned it just now.
So, I guess the blue harvest is nothing.
Well, I guess I learned something new every day.
And it wasn't Kiss This video for a change.
Oh yeah, fucking thank Christ! Finally, I learned something that isn't Kiss This. Yeah, Luke kind of goes off, and Bruce seems more supportive of Luke than Owen. Where she's kind of like, "Hey, listen, you know, why not let him go? You know, all of his friends are leaving. He's not a farmer." And I like that she says he has too much of his father in him.
Yeah.
And then and his uncle says that's what worries me. Now, at the time of making this film, I think they just meant it as, you know, he doesn't want Luke becoming a Jedi and going off and getting himself killed. But you know, with future movies, that's a really cool implication where he says, you know, that's what worries me. He doesn't want Luke becoming like what his dad ended up becoming.
Yeah. Both work, but obviously the ones that actually they went with probably works better, but they both work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I love Owen being worried about Luke becoming like the new Darth Vader, you know, like him, you know, because Luke's kind of a hothead, you know, so I can kind of see him being worried that he, you know, kind of like continues that streak. I
really like to, you know, even though they say it, if Owen didn't say it, you would get the vibe that like he's actually Darth Vader's brother versus his aunt, because obviously, like, you know, his uncle saw Luke's uncle saw.
Yeah, Owen's related to Anakin, and Beru is his wife.
Yeah. But you know, that's what it makes more sense of why he's more protective, because obviously he saw his brother go down a dark path, and he doesn't want the same for his nephew and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I am interested to see, like, I don't know if later movies will do this, like, obviously, like, what made, you know, his aunt and uncle be the ones that raised Luke Skywalker and everything like that. They'll probably do nothing with it, which I wouldn't complain about, but that'd be kind of a cool thing. Like, how did he end up with his aunt and uncle and everything like that, and all that type of stuff.
Right. So, I mean, obviously, I can't get into it. Well, Owen, let me explain the prequels to you. Okay, so this is everything that happened. You know, let me spoil it all.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not saying I want you to. I'm just making a comment. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're interested. Yeah, and then Luke goes outside. He kind of kicks some sand, and really iconic scene where, and again, I mentioned John Williams as the music composer. He fucking killed it with this theme. You know, Luke staring out into the binary sunset. You know, because there's two suns on Tatooine. It looks fucking beautiful, man. Like, the sky is pink, and you see Luke just like staring off. You know, hoping that one day he'll leave and, you know, kind of make something of himself. You know, have a life of adventure. And
we've seen this scene recently I just watched RVB, and they did kind of this scene with Wash, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, where he's like staring out into the sun, like questioning life. Yeah. And you know, George Lucas mentioned that, like, it was a scene that one of his favorite scenes to film because he related to it a lot personally. Or I guess he was like from a very small town, and he kind of would like stare off into the distance, hoping that, you know, he would kind of like make something of his life.
Yeah, it's a very relatable scene to everybody. So,
yeah, exactly. You know, I mentioned Owen, you know, many times. Like, I want to like travel more in my life, you know, see more of the world. You know, so I definitely relate to that scene. But yeah, it's a very small scene, but again, one of the most iconic ones in Star Wars, and one of my personal favorites.
Yeah.
There's a lot about, you know, Luke's character.
See. So then later in the night, Luke goes in and he's looking for R2-D2, and he presses a button to kind of, so that way he can find them and everything like that. And this shocks C-3PO. And Luke's questioning one of them is well, R2-D2 is, and C-3PO says, like, he just took off. He just went off into the night. And this is why I think I asked you off camera, like, you know, did R2-D2 know where he was going? Because obviously he was clearly looking for Obi-Wan. Like, did he know where his location was? Because obviously, as we find out later, when they find him, they're like rightfully where Obi-Wan is. I'm like, even though, like, I don't think they had planned he was going to show up at that instant and, like, he was in that area, I just thought generally did R2-D2, like, know his location and everything like that. So
he was just kind of looking around for Kenobi. You know, they got captured by Jawas, got sold to Luke. Luke mentioned, like, oh yeah, there's a guy called Old Ben Kenobi who, like, lives across the Dune Sea. So presumably R2-D2 was just, like, you know, looking for this guy, Ben Kenobi, hoping he is either Obi-Wan or knows him.
Yeah, he would have been looking at him a while too if they didn't get stolen by those Jawas and everything like that. Just would have been out in that desert, just looking around.
Yeah, I know. He found him.
Yeah, that's a funny what if video we could do.
Yeah, that fucking lives in the desert for years. He's like Church. Eventually gets sick of it. He's like, you know what? Fuck, I'm just gonna go live in a cave.
Yep. Oh, that scene just hurt. Why had to do that scene to me? Because I feel like I love that scene. That scene was funny, but that scene's not even funny to me anymore now. Because it's just like, that's so much to that scene now. Because poor Alpha.
Because he was getting tortured by Gam. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah. You knew that too when.
I knew. And as you were like, it's so funny that Church is getting so pissed off. It's like, yeah, funny. Yeah.
And then you're watching that too, being like, wow, this is I'm watching a man not even a man, but like I'm watching someone get tortured in front of me.
Yeah, and you know, Gam was like, the good old days. I remember doing this to you before.
But anyhow, so you know, Luke Skywalker obviously starts panicking, and he uses his binoculars. This is a really cool thing that Jimmy Neutron use in their show, where like he uses the binoculars and they're very robotic. Like he can really zoom in and see, you know, at a very far distance. And I know other shows have used this, but Jimmy Neutron is the show I've seen really use this and everything like that, because Jimmy Neutron had the binoculars. Kind of a shame he didn't use.
Yeah, well, very futuristic technology kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's,
But then Star Wars was made, or Jimmy Neutron never would have made that invention. So,
yeah, fucking really changes the show.
I mean, he used it like twice, but still.
I like how of all the Jimmy Neutron Star Wars connections, it's not like the one where they're doing the play where they're fighting with like the lightsabers or like anything like that. It's the fucking binoculars.
Well, not at that point yet, AJ. So, yeah. So, you know, C-3PO makes the suggestion that they should go find him, but you know, Luke Skywalker mentions that the Sand People, this is like when they're really aggressive and they're harder to fight at this point. So they're just gonna go the next day. So the next day, Owen and Baru wake up, and Owen's asking where Luke went, and Baru mentions that he just wanted to get started early, and he asks, you know, if he brought those machines in for, you know, to be like handled and everything like that. And he says, I believe he did. And he's like, he better have, or there's going to be hell. Well, he doesn't say there's going to be hell to pay because it's a kid's show, but that's pretty much what he says.
Hell to pay.
Huh?
Pretty sure he does say hell to pay.
Well, it's 1970s. It's very different in kid lore then. So.
Remember, we're watching Dragon Ball, and that's like a kid's show, and they got Goku's just like dick flying around.
Well, that's made in Japan. They you know.
Yeah, you know what? They approved Kiss Sis, so why not? They'll approve that in Dragon Ball.
But this is kind of sad because I saw this scene. I'm like, wow, this is a nice little scene right here, and then this is the last.
Oh, it's like later on we get some burnt bodies, but you're like, oh my god, he said hell. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, but not just that, but like this is the last time we see them like alive and everything like that. So.
Oh yeah, true. You're right.
So the last thing that we got to hear him say was there'll be hell to pay. That's it's
Yeah, and then as he was getting burned alive, he was like, "Oh my god, there was hell to pay! Oh my god!"
Because the machine, in his mind, the machines never got finished, so there was hell. Just for him, not for Luke. There was hell to pay. But don't know this. We get to see it for the first time. We get to see, I forget the name of the vehicle, but we get to see like Luke's everyday vehicle that he rides around in. What's it called, AJ? Because I forget.
Oh, his speeder, I think, or I guess.
Yeah, his speeder. This is a really cool invention. It looks like a mini spaceship, and I really like the design of this. And you know, huh?
Like a hover car.
Yeah. This is a very cool, invention and everything like that. And I really like how it looks in the movie. And for 1977. It looks very cool, and I really like it.
Sorry, real quick, I wanted to say that I think I mentioned in the guessing game, but like a big thing Star Wars popularized was like the lived-in future, because every time like something would do like the future, it was kind of like the Jetsons, where things like very clean, very just like alien in a way. Whereas with Star Wars, a lot of it is kind of like, it looks used. It looks like this is like, these are tools that they use every day. It's got dirt on them. You can kind of like, you can see like the buttons they press. It looks like it's futuristic, but it's something that like you could see them using like in your day-to-day life.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. Where they make it look like it's used and some of it, because again. Later on, when Han Solo shows them the ship, what thing I like about that scene, it's like this supposed to be like this cool reveal, but then Luke says, "What a piece of junk!" like immediately.
Yeah, us it's like, "Oh my god, that's such a cool ship," and then but in the universe, Luke's like, "This is a shit box."
Yeah. So, they keep trying to find R2-D2, and they get out of the pieces hanging around and everything like that. And eventually they overhear Sand People, and obviously C-3PO doesn't want to deal with it, but Luke wants to take a look at it and see what the deal is. And no, I forget because I forgot originally why they got out of the ship, and I did a pretty terrible job trying to cover that up because they do find him originally.
No, they never find him. R2-D2 just hanging out in the desert forever.
Yep. And, obviously, Luke, is like, well, we have to get back. And then the Sand People make their noises. It's very scary. Obviously, in universe, I wasn't actually scared of this. Like, under my covers, like, begging for mercy of everything like that. But I really like these noises. I like that it seemed like these sand creatures came off more menacing than the ones we saw earlier, and I really liked them.
The other ones were Jawas, and these are Tusken Raiders.
Yeah.
So they're like, so it's kind of cool. Again, we're seeing like there's like different aliens on Tatooine. They're all kind of just like living near each other. But
Luke Skywalker wants to see what's going on, and we see that a couple of the sand creatures are kind of messing around with some equipment and everything like that. And he sees one of them, and then all of a sudden a jump scare happens where all of a sudden another sand creature comes up like right in front of Luke's binoculars. And it was like really close up because obviously Luke had his thing like zoomed in, and like it looked like it was like right in front of him. Well, it was, but like it looked like it was like very close up. And him and Luke get into a little bit of a fight. And doing all this, R2-D2 hides behind a cave. So you go live in a cave, just not, but
it's not forever.
Yeah, not even 5 minutes.
I know, like 2 seconds.
And then, off camera, Luke gets knocked out by the sand creature, and obviously we don't see C-3PO, so. Everyone's kind of worried what happened to him, but we find out what happened to him. Should this be you? Because obviously this is when he shows up. Because I know it is you, but like it's kind of with.
No. Mine's when they get back to his house.
Okay. Again, this shows I didn't read the notes. But yeah. So doing all of this, we hear somebody else because they start to mess with. Luke's speedo and everything like that. We have somebody else mimic the sand creature's noise, which is really cool. And this person is a hooded figure. I do like the clothes they wear in the Star Wars universe. Like it looks,
oh yeah, like the stuff. Yeah. It looks cool.
Because I feel like we've been talking about this for a while. We haven't really mentioned it. The robes look very cool and everything like that. This hooded figure attacks the sand creatures, and they end up taking off and doing all of this. This old creature, this hooded figure, anyways, is checking on Luke, and Luke starts coming to, and the hooded figure sees R2-D2. And R2-D2, he says that it's safe to come out of the cave and everything like that. And, I do like that they know each other because it'd be kind of weird if this was the first time meeting and they go on this big adventure together. I like that they've at least known of each other. Like, it's not like Luke just knows of Ben or Ben just knows of Luke. It seems like they've met like a few times and everything like that. So,
like, they kind of know each other.
Yeah. And then, Luke comes to, and we see the hooded figure. He takes his hood off, and it's the some old man, just random old guy. Like nothing. Not gonna be a big deal and anything like that.
Oh my God, Toby, and he's like, no, my name's Jim.
Yo, what? My name's Jim. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Luke starts coming to, and the old guy is wondering why Luke's out this far, and he says, that this R2D2 is trying to find his master. He said it's someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was wondering if you knew who he was. And I really like the delivery of this line right here. He says, "That's a name that I haven't heard for years." And he says, and then Luke asks him, "What? Do you know who that is?" And Obi-Wan says, "Obi-Wan Kenobi is me. I used to, fight."
Of course I know him. He's me.
Yeah. I mean, the lines were said cooler than when I said them, but the way the delivery of the line was really cool. This was kind of a good first scene for Obi-Wan Kenobi. I like this too because obviously, Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, they got good scenes, but they didn't get like big scenes like this. And I feel like this made sense because obviously we had heard about Obi-Wan Kenobi like throughout much of the movie. I like that he got like a big reveal. He didn't get like a disappointing like reveal or anything like that. So.
It's very like mysterious and like just like he knows a lot. Yeah, good introduction for him. But yeah, they
yeah, they continue their conversation. We find out that he used to fight in the Death Star War and everything like that.
No, before they go to the house.
Oh yeah, so doing all of this. Yeah, Luke gets asked why he went out there, and doing all this, they kind of realize that they have to get out of the situation because the sand creatures, even though they're easily startled, they don't really go without a fight. They'll come back, and they'll come back in greater numbers. So, they go to finish their conversation just inside, and before this, they, Luke's obviously worried about C-3PO, and this is pretty gruesome what happens to him. His arm got ripped off. Not just his arm, but we find out, like, his whole body almost got ripped off, like, off camera, pretty much. This is kind of cool. C-3PO is still, like, alive, obviously, because he's just a robot and everything like that. And obviously he's kind of traumatized about what happened to him, and he kind of wants, Luke and Obi-Wan just to kind of leave him there, because there's really no point in them trying to sacrifice themselves. And Luke kind of shows how heroic he is. Never leave a man behind. He actually takes C-3PO. And they do this really good, like, transition into another scene where they pick up C-3PO and like the screen does like a really good like up transition like as they're picking up his body to like the next scene. I thought that was a really good like transition. I really like that. But I like the scene. I like the scene here. I like the introduction of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah, and I really liked, obviously, seeing the Sand People, just how they become medicine and everything like that, and obviously, I feel like the first scene, and I liked seeing how heroic Luke was kind of in early stages, the fact that, he chose not to leave C-3PO just out in the desert. I was going to say to die, but I guess he wouldn't die. He would just shut off, I guess.
Yeah, which is, I guess, death for a droid.
So.
Yeah, good scene. I like it. Good introduction to Obi-Wan. But yeah, we continue at Obi-Wan's house. Pretty fucking big. He's doing pretty good for himself.
Fun. No wonder why. I like to think they took care of him pretty well. The Resistance saying, like, you know what, we're gonna take care of you. You don't have to fight in the wars anymore. I like to think he was just, even though he was willing to go in the war, at the end of the day, he's like, I don't really need to go in the war. I could just stay here and just say fuck the Resistance.
Explains later that like, oh, the Empire hunted down all the Jedi, but you're like, yeah, they hunted down all the Jedi except me. I got a nice ass pension.
Yeah.
I will say I wish this conversation did start at the beginning because we come back to them, and Obi-Wan has already told Luke that his father was a Jedi.
Right.
So it would have been nice to see Luke's like initial reaction. Now, granted, I mean we come back pretty early on in the conversation because Luke's like, no, my father was a navigator on a spice freighter.
Yeah.
Basically, his dad told him that like his dad was just like, a navigator for like cargo, basically. But Obi-Wan explains that like, nah, your uncle didn't agree that with your dad's choice to like leave the planet and become a Jedi, you know, and he didn't want you following me on like any of my crusades, you know, like thinking you'll get yourself killed.
I do want to mention, by the way, a big thing it seems like characters use is something involving like vehicles when it comes to like people's deceased, because in Harry Potter, his aunt and uncle told him that his parents died in a car crash. It's like, why? How come cars have to? How come cars?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I guess it's a quick and easy way to explain it. Yeah, you're right. It's like all these vehicles are sitting there, like, dude, I didn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I wonder what like Darth Vader thinks that's what his uncle told him about him, like that he worked with.
You told him I was a fucking navigator. Come on, man. They think it's cooler, you know? Like I died overdosing on boobies or something. Yeah. Yeah, so, fuck, where was I at? Oh, yeah, sorry. Obi-Wan, yeah, saying that his dad's a Jedi, and that, you know, your dad didn't, your uncle didn't like that, you know, I got him involved in, like, in the wars. And, you know, that he should have stayed out of it and stayed home. And Luke's like, oh, wait, you fought in the Clone Wars? And Obi-Wan's like, yes, it got 7 seasons, 2 TV shows, a shit ton of books and comics.
I remember because you've mentioned the Clone Wars a few times. I like, wow, I didn't expect we were going to hear about the Clone Wars just as a random drop-off.
Yeah. It's kind of a throwaway line here, but like they end up making a fucking shit ton of content out of it.
This is probably, we're making history here, AJ. This is officially the biggest probably thing that's come out of a one-liner drop-off.
Yeah, probably the biggest just like casual name drop like we've ever gotten. Yeah, because the Clone Wars are kind of just a name drop here, but they end up being a big deal later on, and like future Star Wars stuff. But again, we're not really told much about it here. Just presumably it was a war in the past that the Jedi fought in.
Yep.
And you know, Luke seems pretty sad. He says that you know he wished he got to know his father. You know, because it's cool hearing about you know, Obi-Wan tell him about his dad. Because, you know, again, his uncle was apparently just lying to him about what his dad was doing before he was born. And Obi-Wan tells him that his father was the best star pilot in the galaxy. He was a cunning warrior, and he was a good friend. And, man, that shit is so fucking sad. Because, you know, here in this movie, it's just like, you know, his Obi-Wan was a good friend of Luke's dad. But, Obi-Wan explains it here that you know, Obi-Wan and Anakin were Jedi. What's funny, they don't mention his name's Anakin, but like his name's Anakin, Luke's dad.
Yeah.
They were Jedi Knights for the Republic, and that you know, the Republic was like the government for the Empire. But then a student of Obi-Wan's named Darth Vader joined the Empire and helped him hunt down the Jedi and like make the Empire what it is today. And that Darth Vader betrayed and murdered Luke's father. And yep, Owen, that is the story. There is nothing else to that story. Obi-Wan is a very nice old man. He would never lie to Darth Vader, who is Obi-Wan's student, and Anakin Skywalker, Luke's father. Two completely different people.
Yeah, totally.
Darth Vader betrayed and murdered Anakin Skywalker. And that is the end of the conversation. There is nothing else to that story. There are not 3 other movies explaining that story. There is nothing else.
Not a thing. I haven't seen them yet.
I mean, Luke takes his word for it. He's like, oh, damn, Darth Vader, what a shitty guy. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Nothing else to that story.
I mean, who's to say Anakin didn't betray Darth Vader that caused him to murder Anakin? You know, who's to say that was not the...
You know what? That Anakin guy probably had it coming.
Probably did.
That Anakin guy, he bullied Darth Vader in high school. And Darth Vader was like, you know what? Fuck you, Anakin. I'm going to kill you and betray you.
Yeah.
And there we go. And that is the end of that story. There's nothing else to that.
Not a thing.
Yeah, no, nothing else. But yeah, so obviously, in this scene, it's sad. Obi-Wan, the actor did a really good job, kind of portraying how sad he was and how much he missed his old friend. But of course, because there's a scene later on with Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, where, with the greater context, it's really underwhelming. But even in the context of the movie, it's you would expect more of like a conversation between them.
Yeah.
Darth Vader being the student who betrayed him. But again, with the greater context of of everything, it's underwhelming. But I think this did a really good job, where Obi-Wan was basically like a father to Anakin. So and of course was like a good friend to him. So of course, and then obviously, despite him becoming Darth Vader, betraying him and like killing all the other Jedi, I like that Obi-Wan still refers to him like in a positive light.
Yeah.
Like he says, he focuses on the good. He says, he was the best star pilot. He was a great warrior, and the last thing he says is that, he was a good friend.
I really like this too because obviously he's not giving Luke the full context of the nothing. I know, AJ, you don't know what I'm talking about, but of what actually happened. But I like to think, in his own way, he was telling the truth of how he actually feels about the situation and everything like that. Where.
And I told Owen there's a pretty famous quote from Obi-Wan later about like what I told you is true from a certain point of view.
Yeah.
Because Obi-Wan likes to think that like, even though Anakin is Vader, that like, he likes to think of them as two separate people. That Anakin was a good man, and then when he turned bad, he became Vader.
Yeah.
And like he likes to.
Which is really weird because that's anytime, like in Breaking Bad, or like any show where the good character becomes that bad villain they're known for. That's a lot of things that people use for that thing.
Walt Heisenberg, Anakin, and Vader. That is a very common thing for like the good person who becomes bad. They kind of like there's like a separation point.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So I love this scene because in all of Star Wars, I'd say, like, Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship is the one, like, I'm the most invested in. Like, it's probably the most interesting to me, like, out of all of it.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see, like, I'm excited about the past, and I can't wait to see what comes of it. Because I think in the guessing game, I didn't even think that, because I knew who Obi-Wan was, but I didn't, I know the name.
Yeah, he was like you didn't even know if there was like a relation between him and Anakin. But yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Even from here, obviously, again, knowing the same person, that from what you can gather, Obi-Wan took Anakin as a student. They went to go fight in the Clone Wars. They became really good friends, and at some point, Vader joined the Empire, betrayed all the Jedi.
What's gonna be sad though, we won't really get to see like this actor act because this this actor died in 2000.
Yeah. Alec Guinness wasn't involved with like the prequel at all, which it makes sense because Kenobi would be younger during that time.
Yeah, but I would have liked some scenes like in the quote unquote like maybe like present day like type of thing.
It's funny. The actor who they get to play Obi-Wan in the prequels is the nephew of the actor who plays Biggs.
That's insane.
Yeah, and like you remember, as I said, a lot of people were just expecting it to be a stupid space movie. So like the only reason like his mom took him to go see the Star Wars movie was he was like, oh yeah, your uncle is going to be in it, so let's go watch it.
That's funny.
So imagine that kid, just telling that kid like, hey, listen, you're going to play the old man. In like a future Star Wars movie.
Yeah, he probably. I wonder what he's probably done interviews talking about that and stuff like that too. So.
Yeah. So that is funny.
But But yeah, I like this. I like the conversation here. Obviously, I had to come back and watch this conversation second viewing because, as you're gonna talk about, AJ, there's a big item we get revealed during this scene.
But you should definitely come back to the scene after we see all the movies, because it definitely changes your thoughts on everything.
Well, I like it more. I hate it more because.
Yeah, see, I like it more. You might hate it more.
Yeah, because again, I feel like I'm talking about this, but yeah, I know all this stuff happens, like of who Darth Vader actually is and everything like that. But again, I don't know the context of it or anything like that. So, like,
Yeah, but again, Luke's explaining that this droid seems like I've never seen a droid so devoted to its mission. It really needed to find you. And now that they're around Obi-Wan, R2-D2 plays the full message. I guess before that, sorry. Big thing.
Yeah, as I was trying to get.
Yeah, Obi-Wan goes into a locker he has and pulls out a lightsaber, and that this lightsaber belonged to Luke's father, and that he wanted Luke to have it. Obi-Wan was kind of bullshitting there.
Okay.
He probably separates Anakin and Darth Vader in his mind. So he's probably like, if Anakin never became Vader, he would have wanted Luke to have it, kind of thing.
Got it. So I wonder how he gets it then.
Well, I'll explain it now, and I'll spoil you on it how Obi-Wan got Anakin's lightsaber.
There you go.
I won't. Luke turns it on, and lightsabers, they're not a very well-known thing. They're a pretty niche thing. No, everyone knows what a fucking lightsaber is. They're swords made of light. They're fucking cool,
Yeah, it looks cool.
And I like the way Obi-Wan described it. He says it's an elegant weapon from a more civilized age.
Yep.
And at this point, Luke asks, what happened to my dad? And he explains, my student, Darth Vader, betrayed and murdered him. Again, that's nothing else to that story. Obi-Wan's not lying at all.
Yeah.
Again, the Empire basically collapsed the Republic, and now the Jedi Knights are all but extinct. And he refers to the Empire as the Dark Age, the Dark Times.
Yeah, I really. I thought you were going to say something. But yeah, I really like this scene right here. And I like the watchability that this scene has. Because obviously, a big thing you can watch the scene for first is just to see the reveal of the lightsaber. And then when you come back, obviously, you can, after you've taken in how cool a lightsaber is and everything like that, you can really take in the conversation that, Obi-Wan Kenobi has with Luke Skywalker and everything like that. And it's really cool because this is, and I really like to, because this, even though they've mentioned the war, this is kind of the first thing you get, yes, Luke's a fish out of water, but he's not a complete fish out of water. He at least knows about the war and stuff like that.
So, because, he knows what the Jedi are, but he, doesn't know, specifics about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, Obi-Wan mentions the Force, and Luke's the Force. So, he wasn't confused when Obi-Wan talked about, the war or the Jedi. But he doesn't, know the specifics. He doesn't know the Jedi use the Force. So, and it also makes sense, because, again, he lives in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it makes sense his uncle would want to kind of, not tell him about all that stuff.
Yep.
Obi-Wan explains that the Force is what gives a Jedi its powers. And that it's a force that exists in all living things, and it binds you to everything, and it can kind of control destiny and stuff.
Yeah, the Force sounds like a really cool thing, and we got to see the Force.
I do a good job explaining it, but also keeping some of it mysterious. Because I think for something like that, you don't want to over-explain it. You want to keep some of it nice and not, because in universe a lot of people don't know a lot about it,
Yep.
And we kind of just gradually see throughout the movie some things the Force can do.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah. Which is funny because the main thing the Force is known for is pushing and pulling things, but we don't even see that in this movie.
No, we don't.
The next movie where the Force can push and pull things, but in this movie, Vader can choke somebody far away from them. Because I could choke somebody by grabbing their fucking neck, but he just motions with his hand, and it can like do it like far away from him.
It's really cool.
And Obi-Wan can like mind control people.
Yeah, I really like the Force. I think the Force is a really cool concept, and I like again we get it in this movie, because one, today's May the 4th be with you. It'd be kind of weird if they didn't mention that in this movie, because it would kind of make this whole day pointless. Like, I mean, we would still do this video anyways, but the whole reason we're doing this video is for May the 4th be with you. I would like it if it gets brought up a few times in this movie.
Right.
And I also like that we're getting like to see like a little bit of their powers. It is kind of interesting they talk about it, though, and, like, I thought they would have done it more, a little bit, because obviously, again, in their minds, it was going to be the only movie they were going to get, so it's interesting we didn't see it a little bit more. But again, I guess they expanded upon it more, probably as each movie went on, and everything like that.
And as you mentioned, like, it's kind of crazy that, like, there's not a lot of, like, lightsaber fights, and, like, it's mainly, like, space battles, and it's like, yeah, this is, like, definitely, like, the oddest, this is definitely, like, the black sheep in that sense. Where most other movies are the reverse, where it's more lightsaber and force battles, and there's like less spaceship fights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luke gets R2-D2 to turn on, and the full message is played where Leia explains that Obi-Wan worked with her father in the Clone Wars, and that they are requesting his help to help them fight the Empire, and they have plans for a big weapon the Empire has made.
Mm-hmm.
And Obi-Wan requests Luke's help, and he wants to train Luke to be a Jedi like his father. And Luke wants to, but he feels like he can't. He needs to help his uncle and stay on the farm. And even Obi-Wan says, like, that's your uncle talking. And he's like, of course I want to go, but, like, I can't just abandon him.
Yeah, and I like that Obi-Wan doesn't, like, really push Luke to go in one direction or the other. He, at the end, he even says, like, I can understand you have to follow, like, what you feel is right and everything like that. Like, obviously, he knows Luke wants to go and, like, and I feel like Obi-Wan obviously wants him to go also, but I like that it's going to be more so Luke's decision than, like, his decision and everything like that, so...
But Luke does offer to take him to Anchorhead, and from Anchorhead you can fly to Mos Eisley, and from Mos Eisley you can kind of fly anywhere else. Mm-hmm. So I kind of like that. We're kind of expanding on, like, it's kind of like our real world, like airports. Like if you live like near a small one will take you to a bigger one. From a bigger one you can go like anywhere else.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and then as Luke is. Well, I guess you talk about the next thing.
But really good scene here. I like that we got kind of like the explanation of the war. I like that we got an explanation of like what the Force is. Like a lot happened in this scene from this conversation and everything like that.
Good thing I forgot about. So 1970s, I get it, but it is kind of obvious when they do the effects for like the lightsaber. Like whenever they turn it on and off, you'll see like a cut.
Yeah.
Which, again, the 70s, not a big deal. It's a nitpick. I just want to point it out.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty obvious. So then continuing. I don't think they did all the scenes I'm about to talk about all at once. I'm pretty sure they cut to it a few times, but I feel like probably just for the easy...
Yeah, I was just... Like, they're all pretty small scenes, so just talk about it all at once.
So, doing all of this... I believe the first scene is we see where they're keeping Princess Leia, and obviously she's being kept in a prison cell, and Darth Vader is trying to, get her to reveal information about where the death plans are, and Princess Leia won't reveal the information. She says, well, we have ways of making you talk, and obviously we don't see anything more from that for a little bit, and then...
Had like a droid come in, and it has like a bunch of different tools on it. It's like presumably that tool is like that droid is like designed to like torture people and like get information out of it.
Yeah, and it didn't work. Princess Leia is very courageous.
Oh.
Yeah. And doing this, we get like a meeting, and this is kind of a big reveal for me, you know, because originally, I don't think I talked about any of this. You might have told me, and I just forgot. But, you know, I thought Darth Vader all this time was just working by himself, trying to become the leader and everything like that. But that was it's not the case. We find out that he's working underneath a council, who they call the Imperial Council, and they're having like a war meeting, which is really cool. And this is pretty realistic, you know. You see a lot in world wars and like wars and everything like that. That this is kind of a meeting that like, you know, countries and stuff will have to talk about how to end the war and stuff like that.
I guess for the real world inspiration, this conflict, you know, it's like the rebels fighting against like a bigger country. It's like supposed to be inspired by like the Vietnam War, and but also like World War II. A few different things. Like the Empire is supposed to be like a mix of like the British Empire and like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, and you know, they kind of discuss like what to do now that they're aboard the ship, and like how, you know, how are they going to end the war and everything like that. Obviously, the biggest character here is Professor Tucker. He doesn't get name dropped until like
what? Oh, Tarkin.
Oh, Tarkin. I thought it was Tucker. So
No.
It's not Tucker. So
well, it's funny because, you know, he's our red versus blue character with the sword with the lightsaber.
Well, to be fair, that's a pretty easy thing to fuck up because I wouldn't think Tarkin would even be a name versus Tucker.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, fucking a lot of Star Wars names are weird. But yeah, it's Tarkin.
Well, he's not a thin. He's not a thin after this movie, so we could call him whatever I want. So,
Dust face, yeah.
Yeah, Professor Tolkien, you know, is talking about how they need to get also the plans so that way the ship doesn't get like destroyed and all that type of stuff. And Darth Vader comes in and reveals that the princess refuses to say like where the plans are and everything like that. She talks about how she's too loyal and she's just never going to come clean and mention anything. And this is kind of cool because I like that there's some people that don't really, you know, have faith in the Force. You know, obviously because the Force is kind of a religion in the Star Wars universe. I want to talk about how cool the Star Wars universe like is because I believe in like Catholic and thins. I think it used to be like "May faith be with you" or something. I think Star Wars like had to take Catholic, like change that sentiment because of "May the Fourth be with you." I could be just making that shit up, but I just know. But it seems like that. I like to think that was the case because that it used to, because I'm pretty sure when "May the Fourth be with you" became a thing, Catholic changed it to like "May the Spirit be with you." So that's pretty cool that Star Wars had to change Catholic thing that like has been a thing for like decade, not even decade. Say that again.
Yeah, like the fucking biggest religion on the planet, and then like Star Wars is the one that's like that saying is the most known for.
Yeah, but to the point where they had to change it for themselves. That's how big it is. But
yeah.
But yeah, so you know, one of the guys is like really questioning what the Force is like and really questioning Darth Vader's methods, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this is not going to go well for you.
Well, before that, they're talking about the Death Star plans, where one of them is like saying, like, "Hey, listen, they might have found a weakness in the plans. Like, you know, we should like be careful." And the other guy's like, "Nah, fuck that. This Death Star is awesome. They'll never find a weakness."
What was he on?
But the guy who's like questions, like, you know, like was like saying something about like, you know, the Imperial Senate's gonna like be on our asses or something. And then that's when Tarkin and Vader walk into the meeting, and Tarkin says that the Imperial Senate's been dissolved, and now the Emperor has full control. And you know, like basically, like the Empire had still had like a Senate from like when it was the Republic.
That's right.
But now that they have the Death Star, they dissolved the Senate, and like basically the Death Star will keep everyone in line through fear.
Yeah, which is good. I like that.
Because that's pretty important. That, you know, that's why like destroying the Death Star is a big deal.
And then, but during all this, one of them was questioning the Force, and Darth Vader uses the Force to choke this guy. Like, he just does like this, and Yeah, it's really choking him. And Professor, is it? I forget.
Oh, Grand Tarkin.
Huh?
Grand Moff is like his title.
Who? The guy that Darth Vader was choking?
That guy, I don't know his name.
Oh, you get up to the list. But
He does have a name.
Tarkin basically tells Darth Vader to release him, and he says, "If the princess will talk, I have other ways of making her talk." And obviously, we don't get it. We'll come back to this later, but I really liked the scenes in space. I like that they it showed that they weren't just sitting around like not doing shit. They were actually like doing things to try to like further the war, and they were trying to get information. So I like that there was stuff happening still on space. They weren't just waiting around for like the plot to happen. Pretty much, they were kind of doing their own thing, which I liked. So
I like kind of seeing like this is how the Empire is structured. It's funny that the Emperor is only really mentioned once in this movie, and he's a pretty big fucking deal. Being the Emperor of the Empire.
Yeah.
We kind of see that like a lot of this council are kind of the ones making a lot of the big military decisions. And Darth Vader is kind of like the enforcer, like he's kind of the guy out in the field, like actually doing stuff. And a lot of these guys kind of question him. They think he's just like a nut, following like a dead religion. But I also kind of like that, before this, Darth Vader was like screaming and being very menacing. And I like how here we kind of see he's got a sick sense of humor, where he starts choking the guy, and everybody's looking all like disturbed, and he just kind of says like, "I find your lack of faith disturbing."
Yeah.
Like I like that Vader kind of has like quips.
I really like this too, because when we came into Star Wars, I thought Vader, was in like the Gus role where he's like the bigger bad. I mean, he has the big villain, but like he had like crew, like hitmen,
like the head honcho, like he's high up, but like he has people who are like kind of equal to him.
Yeah. And I like that he does the dirty work too. Like he'll go and invade a ship with people. He'll like get into lightsaber fights with people. I like that he actually gets down and dirty and does shit and everything like that. So.
And I also like that like there's kind of like some strife between them. Like Darth Vader seems to like think that the Death Star is stupid. Like he's like, don't be so proud of this thing. Like this is no match for the power of the Force. Again, kind of this talk about how this movie has spawned a bunch of other like sources. Like the Emperor and Tarkin were big onto the idea of making like a super weapon because it'll be like a symbol of fear. Whereas like Vader and like a couple other people in the Empire were like, no, having a big super weapon is stupid because if it gets destroyed, then like that's a shit ton of money wasted. We should like increase like the number of ships we have in our fleet.
Yeah, I think it's
kind of ended up being proven right on that.
I really like too that Vader thinks the Death Star is stupid because I have a theory, but we're going to talk about the end of this movie because it's
I talked about that, yeah, and shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, a lot of people are questioning like how the ranks work because it seems like Tarkin seems to like order Vader around. Where he doesn't really order it. He kind of just like makes suggestions.
Yeah,
they seem fairly. I'm pretty sure the way it works is like Vader and Tarkin are like equal in rank. It's just kind of like the Death Star is under Tarkin's command. So while Vader is like on the Death Star, he's under Tarkin's like jurisdiction.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm just letting you know that like it's not like Vader is like underneath Tarkin. I think Tarkin and Vader are like about equal.
Yeah.
And then everybody under them. And like the Emperor is like the number one guy.
And I can buy in, that because it's his like territory and he runs the Death Star, that Vader, has to work under him, kind of has to work under his rules and everything like that.
But again, it seems fairly equal, like they both kind of make suggestions. Like later on, Tarkin says like he's going along with Vader's plan, and he hope it like works well because it'll take kind of a gambit.
Yep.
Which we actually won't get to in this today. We'll get to it tomorrow, splitting this video in half.
Yeah, we didn't mention that, but it's gonna be pretty obvious tomorrow. We're in different clothes. We're gonna be splitting.
Time of day, yeah. But Yeah, okay, so you mentioned the torture in the council scene. Okay. So, cutting back to Tatooine, as I said, Luke offers to give Obi-Wan a ride to Anchorhead. They're going there, but they come across the Jawas, and Luke mentions that these are the Jawas that they bought C-3PO and R2-D2 from, and they've been slaughtered. And because I kept fucking referencing it, Vader saying, I killed them all, not just the men, but the women and the children too. You thought like this is what I was referring to for a second, right?
Yeah, I did. I was like, oh, here it comes.
Nope, this is not it. The Empire genocides a lot. I mean, when you're based off the Nazis, you can kind of expect them to do that.
I'm not gonna know that scene when it comes.
Huh?
That scene, that's because I thought it was here. Am I gonna know that scene that Vader's actually talking about when it comes?
Right. Because so Luke thinks at first that it's like the Sand People attack the Jawas or something.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan says no. This is look at the blaster fire on their home. It's too precise. The Sand People are kind of like savages. They wouldn't know how to aim as precisely, which is funny because it's become a big joke that stormtroopers have really bad aim.
Yeah.
But in what's happening?
And also he mentions the foot stomps were different, the footprints were different and everything like that.
Which again makes sense. Stormtroopers are mainly humans, whereas the Sand People are aliens.
Yeah.
But yeah, when they bring up that the Jawas probably got slaughtered by the Empire because they're looking for the droids, Luke realizes that his family's in danger, so he rushes off to go home. But when he gets there, it's too late. He sees smoke, and he sees the burned skeletons of his aunt and uncle right outside the home doorstep. Fuck, that is dark.
I was so sad when I saw this. And I didn't I think I told you this when Luke met up with Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was thinking we were gonna get a scene with them, where Luke. Not they don't have an argument, but Luke has to convince his uncle so that way he can go on this adventure and everything like that. And it seemed I didn't think his aunt and uncle were going to be important characters, but I thought he would just go off. They would have this goodbye and everything like that, and that did not happen.
Yeah, it's sad too because the last really conversation they had together, they were kind of arguing about Luke wanting to leave.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's gonna stick. I wonder if that's what makes it more upsetting with Luke and everything like that. So.
Yeah. And I feel bad for Luke because they were the only family he's had his whole life, so I definitely feel bad.
And I like that he doesn't get he gets sad at first, but this his expressions change. This gives him that driving force to really want to go fight.
Yeah, he seems really somber, and he looks away, but he kind of then looks for resolve, he kind of knows what he has to do.
Yeah.
Because obviously, he said before he doesn't like the Empire, but it's not his fight. He has to stay home, work on the farm for his family. But now he kind of sees that one, they've killed his uncle, but he's also been kind of proven that this is kind of what the Empire does. He has to put a stop to it.
Yeah, because this is one thing. Yes, they had the droids and things like that, but they weren't. They weren't really.
They're just an innocent couple, they didn't do anything to deserve, this. They didn't even know the droids were involved with all that.
Yeah, so they just thought they had random droids and everything like that. So
they didn't just kill them; they fucking burnt their home and them, Jesus.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, Luke returns. And we get a pretty. I like this. We get it's a fairly long scene. Well, not long, but it's a couple seconds where Luke is just walking towards Obi-Wan and the droids, and nobody says anything. So Obi-Wan kind of pieces together what happened.
Yeah.
So he tells Luke there's nothing he could have done. You would have been killed too.
Which is kind of weird because we just saw a scene like this in Avatar, the recent Avatar we just reviewed actually, where
where Sokka, with the Southern Air Temple. Where Sokka comes across Gyatso and he doesn't really say anything. He just tries to tell Aang hey, it's okay.
Yeah, And also the scene with Katara where, like, Aang gets upset that that village got destroyed. And Katara's like, there was nothing you could have done. Like,
that. Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, so, Luke is resolved now. He says, I want to come along with you. I want to fight the Empire. I want to become a Jedi. Yeah, so very, very short scene, but, they do a good job, again, setting up Luke's drive to, kind of now he doesn't have any reason to stay here. So now he's going to go on the adventure.
Yeah, I really like the scene a lot, very little scene. I like that we get, like, Luke's drive. And it was very unexpected. I was thinking, like, we were going to get, like, a scene instead, where Luke was going to have to convince his uncle, but he didn't have to do that. The Jedi took care of that for him. So
yeah, Empire was like, "Hey, Luke, no need to thank us. We took care of it for you."
This is really sad too, because this is Darth Vader's brother that this happened to, and everything.
Imagine the troopers who like killed him, and then Darth Vader finds out. He's like, "Hey, yo, who fucking killed him?" The other guys are like, I don't like fucking he did it.
It'd be awesome, honestly, if like Darth Vader, like, actually, that's like, he's evil, but like he still likes his brother. So it's like, that was not what I wanted to.
That's a good. We never really get like Vader's. I mean, I'm guessing Vader doesn't know, but like if Vader ever found out, like, kind of what would he think of that? Yeah.
So, but yeah, this scene's really sad and really somber. And I like that, because it's really weird, because this scene really gets a lot of time to breathe, where there's another scene later on that probably should have got a lot more time to breathe. Like, because it's a pretty big death that happens later on and everything like that. But I like that this scene gets... I know you said it's not long, but this was kind of like, because the beginning half of this movie, a lot of the scenes are just, are given a lot of time to breathe and everything like that. Where later on, everything's kind of like chaotic and everything like that. So...
yeah, it's kind of funny because I realized, like, oh shit, we're like halfway through the movie by the time like they get to the Death Star. I'm like, wow. So it's kind of funny that, like, it's not. I wouldn't say it's set up or like boring. It's just that, like, it's less like action.
Yeah.
For the first half, the second half is like all action.
Which is kind of funny because I think that affects one of the big scenes that we kind of wish would have gotten more time to breathe. So.
But I've said to Owen before that, like, this might be my favorite of the original trilogy because it feels like the most like an adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm definitely liking everything. We spent a lot of time on Tatooine to kind of get Luke's daily life, but this is kind of the turning point where now we're getting a lot of like the crazy stuff. What's funny, like, probably one of the most famous scenes in the movie is coming up, the canteen scene. And this was kind of like something they really wanted to highlight because, it's a lot of effort went into it, all the costumes, the music, things like that. This was like kind of the eye candy for the movie. So
they go to this scene because, obviously they can't just take Luke Skywalker's speeder to the Death Star. That's not going to get them anywhere. Unless Luke really can, like,
Well, also to point out, they don't know about the Death Star yet. They're going to go to Alderaan, which is where Leia's from, and kind of, like, get help from them.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're going to go to... Well, yeah, because they won't get it... When they get there, they don't have to worry about that planet anymore.
When they get there, it's not really there.
They took a wrong turn. That's what happened. Yeah, so...
Wrong turn, that's all.
But, yeah, so they realize they're going to need a spaceship, and Obi-Wan kind of knows how they can get a spaceship. So they go to Mos Eisley, and this is a really cool location, because obviously in the desert we'd only seen like the sandy parts of the desert. Now we're in like the city area of this planet and everything like that. So I think this is really cool, and I like that it's very sudden too, because obviously it cuts and it takes them a few minutes to get there, and you get to see like these off the world characters. Like, you get to see all these people in costumes and everything like that. You get to see like some people that are people and some people that are very some are aliens, but some like are just creatures that like I couldn't even begin to explain. Again, obviously they had some of the added, things in there, which was fine.
I think it was put together better than the previous scene.
Yeah.
But I feel like the practical effects really were a lot better than the stuff they added in 20 years later, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. So doing all this, the stormtroopers scoping the area, and they get stopped because obviously they're looking for androids, and they see 2 androids, and they're obviously suspicious about this. They ask like how long they've had these androids for and everything like that. And Luke is obviously lying. And that's the thing like about the villains. They don't really they're very smart. When typically in movies and stuff, when like character would say a lie that's obviously a lie, the villain will buy it. I like that in Star Wars. That's not the case. They're like, okay, they don't necessarily, huh?
Yeah, it was like, okay, you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Or like you question.
Yeah. So they want to see like the papers and everything like that, and Obi-Wan starts like going like this with his like this with his finger, and says, these aren't the droids we're looking for. And this, the stormtrooper repeats this, and this becomes a recurrent thing. Basically he uses this Jedi trick to get it so that way they can get past him. And, obviously I know this scene, but I do like, if I didn't know about this scene, you would know something's amiss here, because why would they just let him go so easily? And I like that even Luke points this out.
Luke is like, how'd you do that? And he's like, oh, it's a Jedi mind trick. It works on the weak-minded.
Poor guy, by the way. Weak-minded guy, can't,
All right? Obi-Wan just called him a dumbass, basically.
Yeah. Then, they decide to go into this pub, and they're going to get, they're going to see if they can find a ship. And they go into this pub, and this pub looks really cool. It's very dark, and it's treated like it is a pub, but it's treated very, outerworldly. You see, like, people playing instruments, and they're not actually instruments. It's like, it looks like tubes and everything like that. You see people presumably smoking. I don't remember. I think it's who. And I remember there was an actual name for it in real life, but it looks really cool. Rick and Morty, we use these things. I think it's supposed to be like pipes, but it, obviously in the stuff, but I think it's called like Hikuleo or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it's called in real life, but and you just get to see like these outerworldly like creatures and characters like in this, and it's really cool because they put a lot of time into this, and there's a deleted scene that shows like the wider scope of this. It's in black and white, which is really cool, and there's a certain character that shows up at the black and white scene that they obviously cut out of the movie because, which is kind of cool. I would have been cool if they left that in, because obviously he's actually in the ball and he ends up being a pretty big character, and doing this, what the bartender, what a racist he is. He's like, we don't serve this kind here. Like, wow, this is a kids movie. We're getting racism here. Like, this is huh?
Yeah, droid racism. You know what, Owen? If it were any other race, but you know what? Those damn dirty droids, get them the fuck out of my bar. They took my job. They took my job.
Hey, that's it.
You didn't know. You've known me my whole life. I guess you didn't know I was a horrible droid racist.
I guess so. We don't serve phones. We don't serve microphones. We don't serve laptops. None of that gets served in the bar. So, so they go right outside. And I guess I'll just break down that scene. While they're outside, they nearly get caught by like stormtroopers. And I think it's funny that one of the stormtroopers like, because they lock the doors, like, this door's locked, it's fine. Like, wait, what the hell? Like, would that be more suspicious? Like, if the door's locked, like, why would you just move on? Like, okay, but whatever. So, AJ, if you ever get questioned by the police, you're in trouble or something, just lock your door. That's not going to be, the cop's not going to break down your door at all. That's not going to be suspicious.
Just, yeah. Well, it's like that scene in Breaking Bad where Hank was at the RV, and if Jesse was like, This is my own private domicile, and I will not be harassed, bitch. And Hank goes, like, oh, okay, I understand. Bye.
Yeah.
I'll stop hunting. The end.
But I just love that the guy like just is like, oh, this is locked. I like to think too. Like, it was just like he was just working a 9 to 5 that day. It was like his shift was about to be over or something.
But the end, he's like, listen, I got 10 minutes left. I don't really give a fuck. I'm just trying to get home.
But yeah. So because I think it's funny right when he walks away too. They like open the door like he's not even like out of really range or anything like that either.
He was just like, listen, man, my shift's almost over. I'm gonna try it.
I'm not dying today, so I like to think that Vader, when he found out that he could have found them, he's like, I like to think Vader found out about it, and he's like, okay, so we talking suspension, we're talking fired, and he just uses the Force and chokes him to death type of thing. Like,
yeah, no, am I gonna suspend me? I'm gonna suspend your life, asshole.
But yeah, continuing with the scene in the bar. Well, it is a bar, right? I keep calling it a bar. I know it's not a bar, but
a bar, canteen.
Yeah. But continuing, and this scene's been reused a lot, like in cartoons and everything like that.
But you can definitely tell. Well, it's like kind of like a seedy bar because like Obi-Wan says, it's like you'll never find another hive of like villainy and scum.
Yeah.
Like this. So basically, all these people here are just like outlaws and criminals.
Kind of gives you like a country western vibe a little bit when they come into this scene. So
yeah. Star Wars does have a lot of like Wild West vibes and a lot of time.
And Obi-Wan and Luke Skywalker. Wow, I just forgot Luke's name. The biggest character of the whole Star Wars universe, and I forgot his name. I almost called him Ben. It's not good.
Ben 10 in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, I watch it. So, but they sit down, and you don't really catch this on first watch because obviously you're so enthralled by like how outworldly this is. But you see, Obi-Wan talking to Chewie doing this, but again, you don't think anything of it originally because I also didn't pick up on it originally either because again, when they cut to that scene, I thought he was already he was with.
Well, it was really sad, Owen, because Obi-Wan was talking to Chewie, and then Chewie dropped dead and died. It was a very sad scene. I cry a million times over the scene every time Chewie dies.
Yeah, I actually was crying because he's not actually dead. So, yeah.
Anyone who hasn't seen the guessing game, Owen was like, "Oh yeah, I know Chewie dies." Wait, what? It was like, yeah, I remember seeing the thing. Like, his actor died, I guess. Well, it's funny because he's like, I was like, he doesn't die. So, I was like, what the fuck? I was expecting you to, when he said, I know somebody died, like, oh shit, who's he gonna know? Who is he spoiled on? And he was like, Chewie. I was like, what?
I think I too, because one of my friends said he died in one of the movies, and I'm like, yeah, I know Chewbacca, guys. That might be funny too, because like I said, I would have seen him here, and I'm like, well, you're gonna be dead in one of the movies. I don't know which one, but
you would have, if you never said anything, you would have not been invested in Chewie because you knew he died, and then we would have gotten to the end, and you would have been like, wait, why didn't Chewie die? And I would have been like, what? Yeah.
So let me do the guessing games, I guess. So,
yeah.
But yeah. So doing all of this, somebody comes up to Luke Skywalker, and you don't really know what he's saying. He's just speaking, and he's just growling at him, and
making alien noises, basically.
Again, I do question. I'll just say this now, just so that way, anyone that doesn't speak, like a human, I'm wondering if they actually spoke, and then they just put this language over what they actually said. Because obviously, as we're going to talk about, there's a character that they had speak English, and then they dubbed alien noises over it and everything like that. So, something to question. And AJ will do some digging when he gives a shit. So, but one of the other guys comes over, It's kind of cool that, because some of the aliens do, because this was the first time we saw some of the alien that did speak English. So I thought that was cool. Like, some of the aliens, like, do speak English and everything. That sounds very racist, out of context, by the way. But,
Oh, and by the way, since, some people are, like, fucking anal about it, they're like, why do they speak English in space? It's, like, they're speaking Galactic Basic.
yeah.
Which is, like, the universal language, I guess. But, some aliens don't speak Basic.
But yeah, I think it's kind of cool that some of the aliens like do speak English, because one of them comes up and says that he says he doesn't care much for you, and obviously like Luke Skywalker is just trying to like stay low key, and then he says I don't care much for you either. And he mentioned like he has like 12 warrants on him and all that type of stuff.
He says he's wanted for the death penalty in 12 systems.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah, well, imagine not just on a planet. 12 solar systems, you are wanted for death. It's like, Jesus.
So,
funny enough, Owen, this guy has a spinoff. He's apparently like a horrible serial killer who like does human experiments on his victims.
I'm interested in that actually. So,
fucking chilling in the bar, letting people know that he's a wanted man.
Yep. And Luke's just trying to stay out of it, and he's like, but this guy's like, but I'm gonna show you why, and he tosses Luke, and he lands like he falls back like 3 feet, and he slams into a table, and well, actually, that's not what happens at first. At first, Obi tries to like, diffuse the situation and says like, look, let me buy you a drink, and then he tosses Luke like 3 feet, and then yeah, we get to see the stars. Well, the Star Saver. That's not what it is. The lightsaber put to use. And this was cool. So, like you said, they have a bad cut, but again, it's the 1970s. We have to give it a pass. And Obi-Wan opens the lightsaber, and we don't actually see, like, the effect. We just see it from, like, this alien's point of view, who's wanted in 12 systems that is a scientist, apparently. And he cuts his arm like off screen, and he cuts his arm off, and it's pretty gruesome. Like they actually like showed it and everything like that. Like,
but I love how again because like everybody in this bar is like a criminal. Everybody like looks over to see what happened, and then they kind of just go back to what they're doing.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So, yeah, I really like the introduction of the cantina and everything like that, and just seeing how outworldly it was. And again, I do like that scene you see like with Obi-Wan talking to Chewie. Like you don't pick up like that he's even, because you see him just come in and have a conversation with someone, and then you don't really notice until a second rewatch that it's Chewie. Like that it's actually, because that ended up being like a big character. Because I was like, oh, okay, he was talking to Chewie there. So that's pretty cool. What'd you think of the scene? Because obviously I did all the talking there.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the eye candy of the movie. We're just seeing all these like amazing like costumes and special effects. You can definitely tell a lot of the budget went here. It's a really fun, cool occasion. Again, I love what I love about Star Wars is it feels like a living, breathing place. You know, like all these people feel like they have their own like story, their own lives going. You know, like it's, even the fucking background characters in Star Wars are like super interesting. Just from what little you get of them, it feels like there's more going on than just like Luke's story, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, again, the music was great.
Yeah.
The Tina theme is super iconic. The costume designs for being fucking like 40 years ago, like more 40 plus years ago, pretty good. And yeah, seeing Obi-Wan use the lightsaber in action for the first time, cutting that guy's arm off, really cool. And from a story perspective, it makes sense. They're trying to get to Alderaan like without being detected by the Empire. It makes sense they would go to a place with like criminals to hire like somebody who could smuggle them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Just really great scene. I love it. I wouldn't say my favorite scene in the movie, but like top 3 for sure.
Yeah. Oh, it's still. No, isn't it you? Oh, is it me?
You're
oh, okay.
Talk about when they.
Oh, okay. I thought it was you because then it's not like it's because it's not in because his name's not there. So then,
because when they meet Han, it's in the canteen.
well, then in the deleted scene because they go off and meet privately, so I didn't know that was still in the canteen. I remember they go off somewhere else. So,
remember, because Han shoots the guy, he like tosses the bartender like some money.
yeah. But again, the deleted scene, if I didn't watch the deleted scene, I still would have think it was in the cantina. But because I remember it cuts outside and then like they
In that deleted scene, so I don't know.
yeah. But like I said, in the deleted scene, you saw Han Solo. He was just chilling there. And then Chewie, Luke, and Obi go and they just kind of meet privately. They kind of go off into like like a booth and everything like that. And Han Solo says his name, which I think is kind of what I think is fine because they haven't met him before. So I like it seemed like he wasn't just saying his name for the audience. So I didn't really mind that too much. Luke and Obi-Wan want Han Solo to help him get him to Aquaban. Is that the name of the planet, or is it my off? Alderaan. Okay, I don't know what I was saying there. That's Aquaban is not a planet.
Yeah.
But yeah, they want him to help him get to Alderaan, and he wants to make sure he can do it without them being detected. And he asked like how many people, what are they smuggling and stuff, and he said there's 4 people, and
he says 2 people.
Yeah, and
remember, androids ain't people. Fuck those goddamn tin cans.
They want to be treated like people though, so I'm trying to be progressive. So, and Han Solo agrees to do it for $10,000. They probably don't say this in the movie, but I'm just gonna $10,000 or whatever the currency is in Star Wars.
Credits, I think. Yeah, it's credits.
And obviously, that's a lot of money there. Which I do think it's funny because obviously I remember Rick and Morty Rick and Morty just did that joke in the most recent episode we reviewed where remember they went to like a ball and like someone like wanted to charge them money and Rick was like, wait, is that a lot? I don't know if that's a lot. Like I remember.
Oh, yeah. I will also like that. Basically Obi-Wan's like, yeah, we'll give you like some of it up front and some of it later. Because they don't have a ton of money. He has to have Luke sell his vehicle, but it's kind of funny because it seems like Obi-Wan's plan was kind of do what Luke did later, where he's like, oh yeah, Leia's rich, so we'll have Leia like pay him for us later.
Yeah, and not only that, I'm pretty sure Obi-Wan like ups the price. Like he says, we'll give you 2,000 now and 17,000 later. Like he makes it more expensive and everything like that.
Yeah,
because
again, it makes it clear like we don't want any like Imperial boarding. Like we got to stay away from the Empire.
Yeah.
So we'll pay. Make sure you don't get. You stay away from the Empire.
So they agree to the deal. Luke and Obi go off, and this is kind of cool because like. Again, this kind of shows that the story is going on outside of like Luke and Obi. Because I didn't expect this. The story all of a sudden like shifted into like Han Solo's point of view for a good couple minutes actually. Yeah. And I like that like his plot was already like going on. So like you didn't really know who he was, but like he was already in his plot. I'll admit it was kind of weird at first. I'm like, did I miss something? Like, I've been watching this movie. Did I like, I did, because we just entered another plot like in the middle of the movie and everything like that. Like it was already ongoing. But I actually kind of like that like the plot, like his plot was going on like as this was going on and everything like that. So he's about to leave. And he's all happy because, like, we find out that he has debts to pay and everything like that. And this will help him pay for those debts. And this is where we find out, really, that him and Chewie are buddies. Because obviously, like, Chewie was just kind of there. Like, we didn't really know who he was. So, like, we find out, like, they're kind of buddies and everything like that. And then a hit, someone looking to collect a hit. We find out there's a hit on, not Obi-Wan Kenobi, Han Solo. And I like this. What was this guy's name? Because I forget his name. Huh?
Greedo.
Greedo. So Greedo comes in, and it seems like him and Han Solo know each other, and Greedo tells Han Solo that there's a hit put out on him because he hasn't been paying his debts very well and everything like that. And he basically, Han Solo offers him money where he could just give him money now. And Greedo would just pretty much pretend that, like, he never even saw him or anything like that. He'll just take the money and leave. But Han Solo tells him, like, that he doesn't have the money right now. So Greedo says, well, that's really unfortunate for you. And obviously you could see, like, under the table, Han Solo was messing around doing something, like as he was being held by gunpoint. And doing this, Greedo goes to take a shot at Han Solo, and Han Solo, he died. That was it, this big character that everyone talks. Huh?
That's the end of him, I guess. Wow, a lot of people talk about this Han Solo character like it's really iconic. It's crazy he died in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was it. That thing that...
He's with...
Huh?
Okay, he's with Chewie in heaven.
Yep. But no, that's not what happens. We find out that, because you only saw his point of view, he took out a gun real quick under the table and, shot Greedo. And I really like this because they both shot their guns at the same time because Han Solo, moved to the side and, dodged his Greedo's bullet and everything like that. Well, not bullet, but laser and everything like that. So, yeah, this is a really cool scene. I like this scene here because it's gone over Han Solo as a badass and everything like that. And after this, Han Solo just throws the bartender money and says, Sorry,
because the bolt basically fried Greedo. So Greedo's fucking burnt up corpse is still just on that table.
Yeah. So
and it ever over and then Han just tossed him a coin. He's sorry for the mess.
Yeah, but cool behind the scenes here. Really weird. I'm doing the behind the scenes because again I saw the deleted scene. Obviously, when Greedo's talking, he's only speaking in his alien language, whatever it is, and everything like that. And there's just subtitles for it. But obviously, when they actually filmed this scene, the guy actually it's really weird though because some of the lines didn't mesh up to what he said, and there was a point where because obviously whoever did the subtitles, they obviously added it in
dialogue a bit later.
Yeah, because there's something that Greedo says, his actual actor, and then the Han Solo respond, and I'm that didn't match up well, at all. Yeah. So it was really interesting. So, but I like the introduction to Han Solo. Really big character in the show and everything like that. I've always heard about him, and I didn't really know anything about him, so I kind of like the fact that he was a really badass character, and I think it fits because obviously he really stands out because obviously Obi-Wan's the wise old man who is the teacher and everything like that, and Luke Skywalker is obviously the noble hero and everything like that. Chewie is the beast, I guess. We don't know much about.
He's basically, he's kind of the strong, silent one.
So, and then the droids, R2-D2 is the silent, smart one, and C-3PO is the one that.
Loud.
Yeah, and. Han Solo's kind of just the badass that gets shit done and everything like that. He's a really good character.
He doesn't play by the rules. He's the least moral of them. Yeah. So like you said, I like that we're kind of showing that Han kind of has his own thing going on, and he kind of just gets thrown into Luke's story by chance. He's just a job he's taking. And yeah, it was cool that him and Greedo already had a history because they both worked under Jabba. And then we find out that basically Han is a smuggler for Jabba, who's the local gangster. And he dropped some of the shipments when the Imperials boarded his ship, as in for an inspection.
Yeah.
So now Jabba wants him to pay back the shipment he dropped. And, it seems like Greedo's, pretty happy that, oh, cool, I always hated you, Solo. I want to kill you anyway. So, I have a reason to. Oh yeah, a big thing with the edits is who shot first, Han or Greedo? Because Han moving to the side a little bit was an edit. In the original scene, Greedo never shot at all. Like Han shot him from under the table before Greedo shot at all.
Okay.
And the reason they made that edit was because Han ends up becoming a good person. Like he kind of turns around at the end of the movie. So they didn't want him to be like they didn't want him to come off as too like ruthless since he becomes good later on. But a lot of people don't like that edit because again, I think what makes his turn at the end is because he was such a ruthless criminal earlier on.
I would say,
and I feel like it looks kind of stupid that he like fucking moved his head faster than the fucking laser.
Yeah.
And I think it just comes off as like Han's like a very crafty guy. As Greedo has him at gunpoint, Han basically keeps him talking and like pulls out his gun from under the table, and again shoots him before Greedo can even do anything. So I think that shows how like crafty and smart Han is.
Yeah, I would have. I would have not done the edit just because I feel like you could make it come off crafty. I mean, they did this with Mike, I'm pretty sure, in Breaking Bad, where or maybe not Mike. I remember they did it with somebody in Breaking Bad where they were held at gunpoint and like someone pulled out a gun real quick and shot them. So like you can do this and. He's still a bad person at the end of the day and everything like that.
Exactly. So, again, that's the one a lot of people complain about. Ultimately, it's kind of a nitpick. Like, I agree, it's a worse edit, but like, I don't think it ruins the movie.
No, it didn't for me.
No, it's fine. But yeah, and I do like how after Han fucking kills him. The guy at coin. Like, yeah, sorry about the mess, but
poor guy, by the way, this guy that has to run this cantina, like he must see this shit like every week.
I think this kind of shows that like this shit happens probably all the fucking time in this cantina.
Yeah.
And then speaking of edits, we get a scene that was originally deleted. It is Han meeting with Jabba, and this is a cool one because in the original scene, Jabba was just like a guy, like this big fat gangster guy. And, they cut that scene out, so we never saw Jabba in this movie originally. But then they ended up bringing Jabba, the character, back in a future movie. And he's a big slug man, a big slug alien. And so when they were, doing these special editions, they added this scene with Jabba back in. But of course, they just, like, edited over, like, the human guy and had him look like he does later on.
I thought this one was the better of the edits than like the ones we saw.
Yeah, cool. I like seeing Jabba early. And again, you notice the camera kind of focuses on him a little bit after Jabba walks away. Like one of Jabba's guards, kind of like, the guy with the green helmet kind of turns and looks at the camera.
Yeah.
That's Boba Fett, who becomes a character later on. So again, this scene more so feels like it's like for the people who are already Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we get a scene seeing Jabba and Boba a little early on.
Yeah, obviously for me, I just thought it was another scene in the whole movie, so I was just like, oh, okay, this is a thing that happened. So
again, pretty minor scene. We already kind of established that Han owes Jabba, but now we're kind of seeing a bit more of like their direct interaction.
Yeah.
Where, like Han is like, hey, Han. Well, again, I like that. Again, Jabba doesn't speak English. He kind of speaks like jarble. Yeah, like he's not even at Han for killing Greedo. He's just like, oh, come on, Han. Why'd you have to kill poor Greedo?
Yeah.
Like he's kind of sarcastic about it, and Han's like, yeah, well, you put a bounty on my head. And Jabba's like, well, listen, Han, you're one of my best workers. I appreciate you, but if I made exceptions for you, nobody would respect me. And Han's like, listen, even I get bored at sometimes. I didn't have a choice but to drop that cargo. Guess what? I just took a job that's going to pay really well, and I'll pay it back right away. And Jabba says, yeah, with interest, 20%. And Han's like, okay, listen, 15. Let's not go overboard, Jabba.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, all right, yeah, fine, 15. But if you don't get me that money, like soon, I'm going to put a bounty on your head so big you'll never be able to go to like a civilized system ever again.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah. So yeah, the scene ends there. Yeah, so basically we kind of get Han's reason for like he has motivation for wanting to do well on this job and get paid.
And I just like the fact that like we got like we went into like another plot pretty much in like the middle of it, which I thought was really cool. So
yeah, it's again really cool. It kind of shows that like other people have lives outside of like what's going on.
Because that's actually a big thing we complain about with LVB. With Epsilon, if Eddie Church died, it feels like the show would just not as.
Just kind of like sit around.
I think early season 7 and most of season 9 proved that.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, then we get Luke and Obi-Wan meeting Han at the meeting point, and we get introduced to the Millennium Falcon, and it's funny because the Millennium Falcon is by far the most iconic Star Wars ship. It's a really cool ship. It's awesome design for us. It's like, oh wow, what a cool futuristic ship. But I like how in universe, Luke looks at it and he goes, "What a piece of junk."
It was so cool that Luke said it too. Like I know, like like this noble hero, like is like critiquing. By the way, you weren't driving anything better. By the way, Luke, I don't know what I don't know what you're so upset about. It's better when you were driving, like.
Oh, and I guess a small scene before this. Luke sold his speeder to some random guy, to pay Han's down payment. And then they made up with R2-D2 and C-3PO outside, and they let him know, like, hey, by the way, there are stormtroopers, like, looking for us.
Yeah. Oh, I also like, because Luke mentions, like, he didn't get as much as he wanted for it, because, like, it was a later model than, like, what they asked for. So I like that even Luke's thing was, like, used and everything like that. Like, it's not the most recent model that he had and everything like that.
Yeah, because that makes sense. He's kind of just, like, living on a poor farm. It makes sense he wouldn't have, like, the most up-to-date, like, vehicle.
But yeah, he has the audacity to trash Han Solo's ship.
And I like how Han is even like, listen, kid, this thing's been taking me all across the galaxy, and I made some modifications to it. So like, it's pretty fast for its model. The
ship becomes a big deal at the end of the movie, actually.
Yeah. Well, and again, this is like a fucking super iconic. I would argue it's like the most iconic sci-fi ship, like period.
And apparently it's a piece of junk.
Apparently. Yeah. But they're getting on, and the stormtroopers show up and basically open fire. And, Han has to, like, return fire. They get them as quickly as they can. What's up?
Also, because they just, like, randomly happen to show up here, I believe because when Luke and Obi-Wan, like, after they were selling the ship and stuff, there was, like, somebody, like, following them. And, like, they told the stormtroopers, like, about it and everything like that.
Well, I mean, I think it makes sense. We knew the stormtroopers knew about the droids. They went from the droids to the Jawas to Luke's home.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense that, again, they would kind of, like, from Luke's home, they would be following Luke or something.
And I forgot to mention, they showed up at the canteen and were questioning the bartender and everything like that.
Yeah, they were questioning. Yeah. So, makes sense why they got here. So this wasn't like a coincidence. This was pretty. I can buy that they showed up.
Because these guys, their 9 to 5 had just started. That's why they had to be. That's why they tried more.
Go.
Yeah.
They're gonna wish they didn't because they ended up fucking getting blown up. Yeah, because they all pile into the ship. They blast off. I was like, "Geez, what the fuck did you guys do to piss off the Empire?" But they need to fly for a little bit, build up some time before they can enter light speed. Because light speed is basically like, well, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's like a hyper speed that like gets you across the galaxy fast.
Yeah. That when they actually go into hyperspeed, it looks really cool. Like they like enter into like, huh?
Yeah, well, like where you see all the stars kind of like mesh, and then like you see like a big blue tunnel around them.
Yeah, this is in both. I think I told you that. I didn't tell. Well, I told you this off camera, but I'll tell you this off. I guess I'll tell you on camera since the fans don't know. When I watched this movie, I watched the trailer the first time. I think Disney Plus knows if you have or haven't watched something, because the trailer I got the first time around was very vague, and usually I like to watch trailers the second time around to see, like, you know, oh, I saw this stuff, and the trailer that I saw the second time around was different, because it, like, talked about who, like, Luke was, who Han Solo was. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't get any of this in, like, the first trailer, but this was in both trailers, which was, I thought, but yeah, this was a really cool scene here, and again, for 1977, unless it's an edit, it looked awesome.
No, that's a legit one.
There you go. Like, I'm learning, so...
So, Luke's kind of critiquing Han, being like, hey, listen, we're under fire, like, we gotta get out of here. And, you know, Han's telling him, like, you know, we can't go into hyperspace yet, or light speed yet, because we have to, like, have our coordinates set. Because if we just go into light speed, we don't know where we'll end up, you know?
Yeah.
If we light speed without coordinates, we could end up in the middle of a sun or a planet and crash, you know?
Yeah, I thought that's a good detail.
And I do kind of like, you know, because Luke was kind of bragging about being a good pilot himself at the canteen. Han, like, jabs at him. He's like, listen, this isn't like Dustin Crops, boy, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. They get into a chase. You know, the Empire's going after them. Pretty quick, you know, very short scene, because they end up having, like, two big, like, dog fights later. So I kind of get why this one was pretty brief.
Yeah, I like this scene. It was kind of the first taste of, you know, spaceship battles and everything like that. So, and it looked cool again for 19.
It was very, very quick. Like, they got boarded pretty quick, and then the fight was mainly inside the ship. This was the first, like, actual space dog fight.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. But, that is it for the main group's plot for today. You know, not today. Well, we're definitely not going to make a cut anywhere.
No, we're not. We'll be totally the same clothes and everything like that.
You know, I mean, the light will be different. We'll be wearing different clothes, but totally the same day.
Well, for
but,
me,
Owen,
the me for light would be the same, actually.
True. But Owen, you got a scene. The floor is yours. Back with the Empire.
So yeah, back with the Empire. Professor Taco. I know it's a... Huh?
You just call him Tarkin. You don't have to call him Professor. I don't know where you're getting Professor.
I don't know how. I heard Professor in the movie somehow. I don't know how.
Well, it's like he's not even a scientist. Like, that's not even like a military rank. If you were calling him like Captain or like General, that would make sense. You're calling him fucking Professor.
I don't know how. I heard Professor in the movie. I don't know how. I heard Professor somehow. But what's his name? Not Taco.
Tarkin.
Again, he's gonna be in a million pieces pretty damn soon. So, but yeah, Tarkin. You know, they bring the princess over, and they got to give her another chance to say where the plans are. But obviously, not saying a word. You know.
I also like, again, that Leia kind of snaps back at him. Like, even though she's been tortured, she's still being snarky. She's like, Tarkin, I should have known you were here. You're the one pulling Vader's leash.
Yeah.
Oh, again, it's kind of established, and they all kind of know each other. Like, they have a history.
And I also just really like this because it shows, like, Princess Leia's not like again, like a Princess Peach or, like, one of those typical princess. She's, like, changing the game.
And she's tortured for information, and she's still being like, fuck you guys.
What was this for Alpha? Like, Alpha wasn't that. Alpha should have stayed this way. Like, oh, that would awesome. Like,
oh, right? Yeah. You're like, fuck all of you. Yeah, fuck the torture.
I mean, then again, this is why I got Alpha and tortured, because don't forget, he was pretty snarky towards the director in season 9. So,
and the director was like, you know what? I was debating torturing you, but now I'm definitely gonna. That's what it was like here. Vader was like, you know what? I wasn't gonna torture you, but you've been really mean to me, so now I'm gonna torture you.
I like to think because he was this snarky, and it causes the whole planet had to suffer for it too. So
literally, Tarkin was like gonna be like, I'm gonna ask her some questions, and she was like, Tarkin, I should have known you were here. What, bitch? Just that I'm blowing up.
But anyhow, so
you.
Huh?
I said billions of people dead because Leia was snarky.
Yep. But so you know, obviously when she doesn't give him the information, they decide to take an alternate route. They basically threaten to blow up. What's the name of the planet, AJ? Because I forget.
Alderaan.
Yeah, they threatened to blow up Alderaan. and that's her home planet. And there's no reason for them to blow up this planet. You know, this planet really wasn't really in the war, and like,
I mean, they are like kind of supplying the rebels, so like they are kind of an enemy, but like, you know, I mean, just because the leader of the planet's a rebel, you shouldn't fucking kill the entire planet.
Yeah.
That'd be like, I don't like the president, I'm gonna destroy the entire country of America.
But you'd be surprised, AJ. Some people actually feel that way, actually. So,
are some nut jobs out there like that. Yeah.
You didn't pick the best president to make that analogy for. So.
Yeah, I was gonna Owen's gonna make a comment about Trump, isn't it?
But yeah, so obviously she's like begging for mercy at this point, and she gives them the information. She tells them where the plans are. I'll just say it now. It's false information. I don't remember the planet she said, but it wasn't. Huh?
Dantooine.
And I was like,
well, I like how you kind of like Dantooine's like a small farm planet, you know, like so basically, I think the idea is like Leia was kind of hoping, like she was like, okay, if a planet has to be destroyed, pick one that's like not very populated.
Yeah, so she picked Dantooine, and you know, you think, okay, she gave her them information. In typical villain movie tropes, they just like, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. And then Professor Taken, I don't
know where you're getting Professor from.
The guy that's going to be in a million pieces at the end of the movie.
You know, call him Professor from now. Call him Professor Tucker from now on. I feel like that's better.
Because it's been my thing, pretty much.
You've been very consistent in how wrong you were.
But yeah, Professor Tucker. Again, he's gonna be in a million pieces anyway, so might as well, you know, wanna.
It's like the biggest Imperial. Like the Emperor was like, "Oh shit, you're a professor? I'm making you the head of the military."
Hey, he's gonna be in a million pieces. One of those pieces got to be Professor Tucker, I think. So.
One piece of them has to be. Yeah, why not?
But I still don't get where I heard Professor from. So, you know what sucks? You're gonna watch this movie for the rest of your life, and that's all.
Like Marky Tucker, I get it. I have no clue where you're getting Professor.
You're gonna watch this movie for the rest of your life now, and you're gonna think of.
You're like Tucker.
I feel like this actor specifically, you'll see him again, and you'll think, "Oh, that's Professor Tucker."
I don't even know any other movies he's in. He's apparently a famous actor, but I don't really know.
Well, you know, he's an older actor, so like he was probably in a lot of. Huh?
Well, he's dead now.
I'm just saying, back then he was an older actor and everything like that. So, yeah. But they just, but you know, you would think anyways that you know. They're just going to leave the planet alone. No, fuck that. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to destroy your planet anyways. Like, they take the laser and they blow up the planet, and the planet goes into a million pieces. And I was like, well, too bad for the people, but I love this. Like, it's like, wow, this is cruelty. Like, this just shows how bad these villains are, that they're just like...
They're a bunch of fucking dickheads, yeah.
Yeah, like the fact that she's still... I mean, again, maybe... I wonder if they speculate that she was given false information, so maybe they just did it, but I like to think it's the first one, that they're just evil dickheads, and they decide, like, fuck you, I'm gonna...
They are just evil dickheads, because he's even, like, you're far too trusting, princess.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a dick, yeah.
But I like the fact that later on, like, basically, Professor Leia, like, basically doomed a planet and gave him false information, and caused the planet to still be destroyed.
For Leia now.
Huh?
You just called her Professor Leia.
No, I said princess.
Oh, I thought you said professor. I was like, Jesus, now professor? Are they just handing out to everybody?
No, I said princess. Trust me, I definitely said princess. So, but yeah, I like that Princess Leia still gave him false information. I guess hoping that they wouldn't destroy that planet, and they still destroyed that planet. Like, that's awesome. Like, and again, this is like, you know, just really gets over that these villains are really villainous and everything like that. You know, Professor Tucker got upset that he didn't get his he didn't get his degree for being a professor, and people keep calling him professor. So,
he said to Alderaan, he's like, you know what, fuck you, Alderaan. I'm still in student loans because of you.
What do you think?
I love how fucking evil the Empire is. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I love like some gray morality, and I think other Star Wars movies do kind of do that, where they try to make the line a little gray. But for this movie, I kind of appreciate that it's kind of a simple. Again, it's a simple adventure. It's kind of black and white. The Empire is evil. Rebels are good. You know, I feel like not every conflict needs to be super black. You know, gray. You know, like I kind of appreciate the kind of simple black and white. You know.
You should go have this conversation with the Yellow Jackets writers.
Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. Again, I love some complicated wars gray stories, but for this, I think the kind of Empire being super fucking evil it works.
Yeah, it was really awesome. But yeah, that's the end of this part of the video. So far, Star Wars is
2 seconds with different clothes and a different time of day.
Yeah. So, what'd you give Star Wars so far? I'm gonna give it a solid thumbs up.
Hey, I would give it 2 thumbs up, Owen.
I might go 1 thumb up and like a thumbs in the, because there's still more potential of what you could see and everything like that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. The first half is mainly like, I wouldn't say setup. It's more chill, like it's more down to earth. And then the second half is like chaotic, a ton of action.
Yeah. So I really like it. But we'll be right back. May the 4th be with all you guys.
May the 4th be with you all. Oh my god, different time of day and clothes. That's so crazy.
I know, just the magic of edited and everything like that. Like, I just love it.
I want to take a break. It's definitely not the next day. Anyway, so where we left off, a planet got blown to fucking smithereens. And now our heroes are on their way to the non-existent planet. Because remember you were telling me, like, you got mixed up a little while ago. When you were like, oh yeah, Luke and Obi-Wan are going to like Leia or something, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, they're going to Alderaan. Well, what's going to be fucking left of Alderaan?
Yep.
But while on the way, I do like that Obi-Wan has kind of taken the time to train Luke in the ways of the Force to be a Jedi. And it's kind of funny because for this movie, there's not really much payoff for that. Until like the very end, where Luke like kind of uses the Force to like guide his torpedo, but like that's pretty minimal Force usage. Like he doesn't really like use the lightsaber at all, but like it's good setup for the future movies, obviously.
Yeah, I actually didn't hate the fact that they didn't really spend a lot of time on that, just because I'm like, you know what? I feel like, we were also like, I think like a little over an hour and a half into the movie. Like I'm like, usually a big thing for like movies and stuff, when somebody learns something new, we'll get like a good chunk of the movie where we spend like a montage, like of the master teaching the student something like that. So I actually kind of like that they didn't really spend much time on that. It was kind of just like a quick scene, because also too, it just would be kind of weird because there'd be no time at all for really Obi-Wan to really have a montage scene where he's teaching them, because it's like they're kind of doing everything like quickly and everything like that.
Like, now keep in mind, they are traveling across the galaxy from Tatooine, which is like in the outer part of the galaxy, to Alderaan, which is like the middle to closer to the center. So the trip there probably took like, I don't know, maybe like a day or two.
Now, I might be misremembering stuff though, but because unless this is after, is this after? Because I remember we get a scene, I already talked about it and everything like that, where they find out that Princess Leia lied about what planet like the Rebel base was on and everything like that. And was that after this scene or was that before? Because I might have.
So Leia, yeah, it's after this scene because it's Alderaan gets destroyed and Leia tries to say the rebels are at Dantooine. They blow up the planet. Then we get Obi-Wan cutting back here and saying Obi-Wan's going like, I just felt a big, like, a bunch of people die.
Okay.
And then Luke, and then we cut back to Tarkin, and he says, like, oh my god, we just checked out Dantooine, and there was a rebel base there, but it was deserted.
I asked because, one, I talked about that all at once, so and it's been a couple of days since I watched the movie, so me misremembering, and also, I would have a lot of questions, because I remember, like, when they find out she lied, they say, I want I want to execute it immediately. I'm like, well, it apparently wasn't too immediate because it took them 2 days to get there, so it wasn't that immediate. So
I mean, I'm guesstimating. Like they don't say exactly how long it takes to get there, but like presumably it was. They weren't there in fucking 5 minutes. They were probably, like a day or two.
yeah, probably yeah.
Because we see while Obi-Wan is talking with Luke, we see like Chewbacca playing like base chess with C-3PO and R2-D2.
Yeah, that
and
was
they kind of
cool.
make where C-3PO is gonna win, but then Han's like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that because Chewbacca will fucking rip your arms off. He hates losing.
Yep. Did they make this a game? The space chess? I assume they probably did, right? Like you could buy like in real life.
Probably. I don't know, but probably.
And the chess looked cool. Like it was like very holographic and
Yeah,
everything
it's
like
all
that.
chess pieces were like monsters.
Yeah. And
They were playing,
huh?
they were playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, because that was very holographic and everything like that. So,
Yeah, but that didn't exist till like the '90s, so they fucking did Yu-Gi-Oh 20 years early.
yeah, why not? Um, I also did like, that. I want to go back to that scene because you mentioned that Obi-Wan like felt obviously, even though you haven't actually talked about it yet, but you've already mentioned it. But I always thought if a planet blew up, it would be like getting, if someone got shot in the head with a gun, you wouldn't really feel it or anything like that. But no, all those people felt that pain. It's like, wow, that was not pain.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because Obi-Wan, I just felt a million voices suddenly cry out in despair, and they were suddenly silenced.
Yeah, but then again, you do find
they probably saw the laser coming. That's the fucked up thing. They had a couple seconds to be like, "Oh my god," and then
yeah. This shows how crude those villains are, like, and everything like that. So, and that was obviously because Avatar, this gets referenced when like that like spirit or something gets destroyed at the end of book one. Like Aang and Yue feel it and everything like that. So,
I guess I'll be vague on this. So, something I do like with the million voices crying out in despair thing. Obi-Wan is being literal because in the Clone Wars, like TV show, we get an episode where like Anakin like gets like flashes of all the horrible things he'll do as Darth Vader, and one of the things he sees is like a planet blowing up, and you hear like a shit ton of people just like all of a sudden like crying and then vanishing.
damn.
I do Obi-Wan was being literal when he said he felt like he just heard like a million people crying out and then being dead.
Yeah.
So where was that? Oh yeah, sorry. So Luke training. I'm actually glad. Like, if this was the only movie, I would be sad that we don't get anything of Luke using the lightsaber. But because we have other movies, I'm glad it was this way. Because I said it before, I like when a character like trains and works to get better at their power, and when like they're just instantly good at it, like it feels like cheap. It feels like, oh well, why the fuck can anybody just pick up a lightsaber and fucking be good at it in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And that is a big problem people have with the Disney Star Wars movies. They introduce a girl called Rey. She picks up a lightsaber and she never loses a fight.
Well, that's not good.
And she fights people who are like way better than her.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see that this is a pretty big like things that happen in kids shows, and not just kid shows, but it's a big thing when someone learns something new. In shows, they'll do a good thing. Well, and again, I like that it wasn't just like they didn't do like the thing where they just did like a montage of him like training. Like I like that it's going to be like a thing going forward in the movies and everything like that.
Well, because we were doing these shows, like Ben, Danny, and Avatar do a really good job of showing the main characters like practicing at their abilities, like getting better, like on screen and off screen. They are practicing these things. They're like trying things out.
Yeah.
If they lose, Aang, Danny, and Ben have all gotten their ass kicked at least once, and we're only like 8 episodes into those shows, and we're gonna have plenty more times where they lose fights.
I don't think Aang's gotten his ass kicked yet, from where we are.
I mean, like he struggled in fights, Like,
I guess what's his name? The high. Not, I keep saying the high end, but I know it's not the high end. The
Oh, hey, bye.
yeah, hey, bye. So
Yeah, Aang was trying to communicate with him, and he like wasn't having it.
yeah,
But we're gonna get plenty of opportunities in the future where Aang like fucked up and like doesn't win the fight.
I mean
Uh,
a big one. Not even the hero. We're seeing right now the villain of season one training actually Zuko. So
yeah, Zuko, yeah, I love that. Well, Zuko has to get better too. And speaking of Avatar, you're not there yet. Korra, a lot of people say that she doesn't don't like her. I love Korra. She really has to practice and get better at it, and she loses quite a bit. I
yeah,
would say even more than Aang. So, again, I kind of like that Luke falls into that category where he's talented, but he's not like instantly a fucking master. Like he is just starting at this.
Also, like, even though Death Note, you really can't practice using the Death Note, but like, I remember there's an episode. It's the same episode as the bus heist where Light did experiments to see what he could do, like with the Death Note.
Yeah, that's one. I like that. Light was like actually like like you said, practicing with the Death Note, kind of testing what he could and couldn't do.
And I
Like,
mean,
remember, we tried to get a guy to like draw L's face, but
yeah.
because you know what L looked like, he couldn't do it. So he was kind of testing to see like, okay, what can I not do with Death Note?
And then the next movie took that was just like, oh, let's have a.
Turner was like, nah, fuck all that shit.
I was thinking more like, let's have Lots. We have a whole freaking plot where he's trying to find out what L's name is. It's like, you should be having a heart attack right now, dude. Like, this shouldn't be a thing. Like,
Yeah, he should have fucking died when he didn't know. You're right. That is stupid.
but it's a thing. It happened.
Well, that movie is not Star Wars because Star Wars is good. The Netflix Death Note is ass. But Luke's using his father's lightsaber, and Obi-Wan sets up a little practice like droid that'll like fly around him and kind of shoot like tiny lasers. Obviously, these lasers aren't as powerful as like the other lasers we see that people are using because Luke gets hit a few times and it just kind of like stings him.
Yeah.
Which I like that. It's kind of like that. Like, not every laser in Star Wars will fucking kill you. There's like seems to be like kind of levels to it.
Yeah, and I like that he's actually like having a little battle and everything like that, like with this thing and everything like that. So
Yeah, and I like that Han. Again, kind of continuing him being the cynical guy who's been all over the place is like saying like, listen, all this Force mumbo jumbo is bullshit. I've been all over the galaxy and I've seen plenty of weird things, but I've never seen anything that makes me believe in some all powerful Force or whatever.
yeah, and again,
the sword's cool and all, but I'll take a blaster any day of the week.
yeah, and I like this too because again, we're getting like the division of who believes in the Force and who doesn't. And I like that it's not just within the villains, and I like that it's with and it's really weird too. Obi doesn't really argue with him like the villains argue with Darth Vader and everything like that. So
yeah, Obi-Wan kind of like, hey man, you do you, but trust me, the Force is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that. And yeah, because like you said, even like there are people on both sides of the conflict who don't believe in the Force, which makes sense because the Jedi have been wiped out for like 20 years now. So it makes sense that like a lot of people would just think that they're like crazy monks or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, and then Obi-Wan's like, no, listen, Luke, you're like relying too much on your eyes to try and like deflect, like use the lightsaber. You gotta like rely on the Force. The Force will kind of enhance your senses. So he puts a helmet on Luke with like a visor blocking his vision. And sure enough, he actually starts to do better. He kind of, as he says later, he can kind of feel what Obi-Wan's talking about, where he's able to like deflect like 3 or 4 shots, like laser shots from the droid.
Yeah, I feel like this makes a lot of sense. Sometimes blocking the vision, makes you have to fight on instinct and everything like that, and you're not really, you don't have as much distractions around you and everything like that to prevent you from fighting and everything like that. Basically, other instincts have to kick in to help you do better in the fight and everything like that. So I like this.
Well, yeah, especially with the Force, because the whole thing with the Force is like it's supposed to like exist in all living things, so it can kind of help you predict like what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Which, even though Luke doesn't use the lightsaber for the rest of the movie, Luke kind of learning to, like, use the Force to kind of, like, predict things is going to be important for later.
That is interesting, by the way. Do you think, do you ever think they were planning? Because I know you said this movie was supposed to be a one-off, but it is kind of weird if it was supposed to be a one-off.
It was, like, they were hoping they would get more, but they weren't planning on it, kind of thing.
Yeah, because I say that because if this was just going to be a one-off, you would think Luke would use the lightsaber, like himself at least once, like to fight. It didn't have to be Darth Vader, but.
So I think there were always, because at the very end of the movie, like Darth Vader doesn't die, you see him kind of get flown up, like kind of fly off.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they were kind of setting some things up to have a sequel, but again, they weren't sure that was going to happen.
Yeah, good thing this did well. I remember you told me the really bad show Batwoman left on a cliffhanger, and it sucked so bad it got canceled. Like,
well, I think that's funny. It's like, you fuckers thought you were going to get another season. You're so fucking stupid.
I mean, the Netflix Death Note thought it was going to get another movie. That ended on a cliffhanger, actually. So.
Yeah. Well, I love that one where the cliffhanger is like, oh shit, is Elle gonna fucking write Light's name? And because we never got a sequel, I guess we could just assume, Light. We just assume Light fucking died of a heart attack 2 seconds after the credits started rolling.
No, remember, no one in that movie dies of a heart attack. Don't forget. I give it to.
Oh, fuck! I forgot. God, that movie's so dumb. You keep reminding me of it. Fuck.
We're in Star Wars right now, so.
Yeah, Star Wars movie. But yeah, I do have, like, Han isn't immediately like, oh my god, you're right, the Force is real, holy fuck. He's just kind of like, alright, look, you got lucky, okay? But I like that Obi-Wan says, in my experience, luck isn't a thing. Because Obi-Wan's very, the experienced seasoned warrior. He's been all over just like Han. So I do kind of like their experiences. They're both very experienced, but what they have experienced has informed their worldviews.
Yeah, I really like that.
He's been all over, and he's seen plenty of weird shit, but nothing that he's seen makes him believe in some all-powerful Force. Whereas Obi-Wan, he was a Jedi, surrounded by a bunch of other Jedi. He was constantly using the Force. So he's like, oh yeah, of course the Force is fucking real. Like, there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah, so I like that. Like you said, they've traveled the world, but they've had different experiences in their travels and everything like that. So.
Yeah. But Han goes to, like, check on, because they should be arriving at Alderaan soon. And Obi-Wan kind of taps Luke on the shoulder and says, like, you've taken your first step into a big new world.
Yeah.
And kind of sucks that this is, like, the only lesson we really get between Luke and Obi-Wan.
Yeah, because obviously, I thought there was going to be more lessons and everything like that. So, yeah, I would have liked more lessons. But then again, you would either you have to cut some things out of the movie or you have to add things to it. So it's like that's a really tough thing. Like, I will have liked.
Yeah. A lot of people consider, like, Obi-Wan to be Luke's teacher, and I'm like, I don't really know about teacher. He fucking, like, taught him, like, for, like, a day, like we said.
Yeah, so.
I get it. Kind of hard to fit this in anywhere, especially because of what's going to happen with Obi-Wan a little later. But, yeah, just considering how much the movies want you to care about Luke and Obi-Wan, they really don't spend that much time with each other.
Yeah, I would have liked, if they had, like, a little bit more scenes with him training. But then again, though, it kind of makes sense because, like, a lot of their time together, they had to spend of, like, getting off, in between. I know that's not what you said, but that's what I'm saying. So,
But yeah, I do like the relationship. Of course, Obi-Wan being kind of the first person to believe that Luke can, like, get off Tatooine and kind of, like, have the life of adventure that he wants.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I had, like, heard of Obi-Wan and everything like that, and then when I saw him, like, oh, he's gonna be his master, that makes sense. And then as we'll talk about later, that he taught him one thing. So.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. That one thing is very important, but yeah, it's not that much, really.
Yeah. So, well, isn't it? I mean, I know it's but do you want to just talk about the next thing because it's like?
Oh yeah, okay. So like we said, Tarkin got Leia to spill that the rebels were at Dantooine, and then he blew up Alderaan anyway because he was a prick. Good old Professor Tucker.
Yeah.
What a shithead. But then later he comes up to Vader and he's like, by the way, hey, listen, we just like investigated Dantooine, and there was a rebel base there, but it's been deserted for years, so she was full of shit. She lied to us.
Yeah.
And then Vader was like, okay, cool, we're gonna execute. Well, still Professor Tucker was like, all right, cool, let's just execute her like immediately. I guess they didn't do immediately, but to be fair to them, they had a plan in mind with what happens next.
And to be fair, I think, as I'll talk about, my scene affects it not happening too, because then they had to deal with that.
Execute her, and then what happens next makes them think like, hold on, we could use this to our advantage.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, do you want to talk about when they arrive and the planet's blown up and everything like that, or?
Oh, I mean, I kind of figured you'd do that, but yeah, sure, I'll do it. So yeah, they get to they jump out of light speed, and they were expecting Alderaan to be right there, but they come out and it's just empty space, and Han's like confused. He's like, "Wait a minute, something's not right here. Our coordinates are correct," and Han basically realizes that like, "Oh shit, Alderaan isn't here anymore. Like, it's been destroyed by the Empire." That's kind of a leap. Like, yeah, I don't know. If my GPS like took me to like a restaurant I wanted to go to and the restaurant wasn't there, my first thought would not be like, the U.S. government must have dropped a nuke on here.
To be fair, though, it wasn't like there was a bunch of remnants and like meteor showers around.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say I think like the remnants come in like after.
Yeah.
He says that. Like, because you just see, like, empty space at first, and then you see, like, a bunch of, like, rocks flying around.
Yeah, so they probably should have done... They should have had the rocks fly around, and then he says that type of thing, so...
Yeah. But he says, like... But he's so confused because he doesn't have a remote. But then he's confused because he says that, like, in order to fully destroy a planet like that, they would need, like, a ton of Star Destroyers, and it would take, like, hours of just bombarding the planet. So I do like that, where they kind of establish that, like, the Empire already had the power to, like, destroy planets. It was just, like, it would require a shit ton of manpower.
Yeah, so...
Again, I can see why the Empire wanted to build a Death Star. It's way quicker. And again, it's a big symbol of fear,
Very much so. So doing all of this... either they're trying to like plan out like what their next move is going to be because where they were going to go isn't there anymore. And doing all this, they see another ship fly by and everything like that, and they realize that it's like an enemy ship and everything like that. So they're just going to go in reverse and just go in the opposite direction and kind of stay out of this situation. Han Solo tries to go in reverse, but he's like stuck. He can't go in reverse. And then
they didn't want the TIE fighter to like know they were there, so they were trying to they were following the TIE fighter to try and destroy it or to like report back that they were there.
Yeah, I did talk about that. Yeah, I did talk about that.
Okay. I heard you say like they were following it. I didn't know if you said like why. Okay.
Yeah, and then they see the Death Star and they're about to go in reverse, and but they can't go in reverse because we find out that they're being pulled in by a tractor beam, and we don't really see it because obviously I've seen like movies and shows where we can clearly see when someone's being pulled in by a tractor beam, but we don't actually see it in the
or like because you made a Jimmy Neutron comparison before. Jimmy Neutron, whatever they had with like a tractor beam, they would like kind of show it.
Yeah.
But they don't do that here.
And yeah, pretty much they're screwed here because obviously they're about to board the Death Star, and they're pretty much gonna get caught. They have no way of backing out. They have no way of getting out of this situation and everything like that. So Obi-Wan comes up with a plan. He says there's other ways to fight because originally Han Solo wasn't gonna go in down without a fight, but he's like, but there's other ways.
Fuck it, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go down swinging. Yeah, which I like that about him. Where even though in this situation, he's like, you know what, fuck it. He's still ready to fight. I like him.
And doing all of this, Professor Tucker That's his name
Oh,
now. I think I've actually finally learned his other name, but I'm like, you know what? Screw it. He's dying. He's dying. And it's the Tyrus thing where I finally learned his name and he died that episode. It's like,
it's the T names that fuck you up. Tyrus, Tarkin. You're like,
yeah.
ah, fuck.
Um, but yeah, so they realized that
Who are you gonna call Tucker Tarkin?
um no, because he does Tolkien doesn't use a lightsaber, so I can't. So
Right. Good point. Good
he doesn't
point.
believe in the Force. I can't do Professor Tucker like that. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, that people on the Death Star get notice that a ship has been pulled in by the tractor beam and everything like that, and they don't really know like what the ship is and everything like that, but they kind of I got a scope around the ship, and during all of this, all the stormtroopers get in formation and everything like that. Darth Vader walks by, and he senses something. He senses that there's somebody else like on that ship and everything like that. So he kind of like orders them to search the ship and everything like that. And I believe this is probably where it's supposed to be you. Obviously, I kind of took over there because I ended up making my thing not really that long because I had you talk about the planet, finding it unblown up. But I really
Oh
like
yeah.
this scene here. They treated this like a big deal, obviously because we've had these two plots very separate in the beginning parts of the movie. So I like that this was treated like a big deal. Like when they were being brought onto the ship, it wasn't anything overly like dramatic, but obviously it was done very slowly and all that type of stuff. And obviously, you knew this was just going to be something big and everything like that. So I really liked this.
Okay. Yeah. You really did end up talking about this pretty shortly because I figured you were going to talk about Alderaan being destroyed, and then a little bit what happens after. So Vader goes back to Tarkin, and Tarkin says like, "Oh, hey, by the way, this ship, this matches like the description of the ship the stormtroopers on Tatooine told us like the droids were on." So I do like that kind of continuing that the Empire like, it makes sense like the steps they've taken. Like they're not making any big leaps in logic. They followed the escape pod to the planet. They found signs of the droid. They went from the droid to the Jawa to Luke's home. Then they were looking around Mos Eisley, and they went to the cantina, where then they attacked the Falcon at the fort. And then now that the Falcon's here, they're like, "Oh shit, this is the ship that we got reports that the droids were on. So they must be here to rescue Princess Leia."
Yeah, so I like that they pieced that together very quickly. So
Yeah, and Vader mentions that he senses his old master Obi-Wan. And Tarkin's like, no, he should be dead by now. You're the only one we're left of that dead religion. And Vader's like, no, I sense him. And they basically like say they're gonna come up with a plan, but like we don't see that plan until later. And as you said, they give the orders to search the Millennium Falcon, and we see that they've hidden in like the little storage departments that Han has under the floor, which makes sense that he has them. He's a smuggler. And Han even says, like, I never thought I'd be smuggling myself.
yeah, that was funny. I liked that line.
But when the troopers come in to like look around the ship, they like make noise to get the troopers to come over to them. And then off camera, we just like hear some noises, and then basically Han and Luke ambush the stormtroopers, and then like took their armor.
Yep.
And they're walking through the ship. Or they walk out of the Millennium Falcon like, oh yeah, we didn't find anything. That's so crazy. And they end up walking off, and they go to like kind of like an empty like room where we're not really sure what the room is for. I guess it's just like a bunch of like radios and like devices. Probably just like a storage room basically.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a storage room. Yeah.
And they're kind of just hanging out here and trying to figure out what to do next. They're like, okay, shit, okay, so we're in, we're disguised, but like, what are we gonna do? And of course, Han and Luke are the only ones with armor. Ben, Chewie, C-3PO, and R2-D2 don't. But and they're also like, okay, like we don't know where the. Oh yeah, that's the thing. They don't even know Leia's here.
That's right, yeah, because that was gonna get to my. I was gonna get to that brings me to my thing. Like that I'll talk about in a couple of seconds. So
Yeah. So so their main priority is like, okay, we gotta get the fuck out of here. And they're also like, okay, now that we know about this weapon, we can, once we get out of here, once we meet up with Leia, basically we can inform the rebels. So again, they're assuming Leia is like somewhere else with the rebels.
and that's the thing too. They can't like get off the ship either because of the tractor beam. They have to basically like I think Obi-Wan like goes to like shut it down and
like, okay, look, because so in this room they're able to kind of like look around the like the computers for information, and they find out there's like 7 generators for the tractor beam, and if they take out one of them, they will have enough energy to kind of like pull out of the tractor beam. That's a little bullshit, where they say you only need to shut down 1 out of 7 to like pull out of the tractor beam.
that would have been
well, what is the point of having 7 things then?
that would have been nice in Nicktoons Unite. Remember, like you had to do like 4 of them, and like the Vlad's castle, you had to take like 4 of them. It'd be harder each time. Like,
oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, imagine you only had to fucking take down 1 of them. It's like, damn, that was fucking easy.
yeah, I remember. It got easier as we went on, but I remember it sucked because you had to be like Timmy. I think one of the times you were Timmy too.
Freeze them with his power and then like destroy it. Yeah.
I remember there'd be like this one enemy too. You couldn't like you would kill him.
You keep respawning. Yeah.
So yeah.
And like it wasn't frozen, it would keep shooting electricity. So like you couldn't get close to the the smaller ones.
Yeah, it sucks. I think too.
I did not going to make a connection between Star Wars and Nicktoons Unite, but here we are.
I'm pretty sure too. I might be misremembering. One of them, you had to jump onto platforms, and if you would fall out.
And falling was a pain in the ass. Yeah, because again, the enemies would like hit you, and then you would like fall off. Yeah,
and I don't think you would. I think it got to a point where you wouldn't. You would. If you lost all your health, you had to do the whole thing all over again, and it was the worst.
Yeah, that was the talk with Nicktoons Unite was like if you lose your lives, then you had to start the whole level over.
Oh, and the computers. If they died, you had to start the whole level.
Off, yeah, because the computer, the computer party members could use all your lives. See, I remember that because I was fighting that fucking tick bot from when we were kids, and I was kicking its ass. But what I didn't realize was my computer allies kept fucking getting themselves killed because they were just standing around like dickheads.
Yeah.
And then I had like 9 lives, and they fucking used all of them, and I fucking lost, and I had to restart the entire level. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know they could use my lives.
So Obi-Wan, Luke, and stuff. That sounds like a challenge.
That's why Obi-Wan told Luke and Han to stay here. He's like, listen, I only got 9 lives. You fuckers are gonna keep dying and use all my lives.
Well, he dies and uses up all his lives.
That's what happened. Luke and Han go off on their own. They used all of Obi-Wan's spare lives. So he God, Vader, I've got 9 lives. You're dead. And then he was like, oh no, like fuck, Han and Luke stole all my lives. God damn it.
Well, they don't know how we had it though. We had to shut down like 4. We had to shut down like 4 generals. We had to shut down 1. Like
Obi-Wan, we had to shut down 4. You shut down 1. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe we just.
Obi-Wan tells Han to stay. Huh? What's up?
I can't believe we just talked about that for a good 5 minutes. Like.
All right. Well, then you started mentioning like, oh yeah, the computer companions can die. I was like, you're right. I hated that. Oh god. But it's funny because I've been playing Attack of the Toy Bots recently because I took a big break and I started getting back into it.
I don't know. I gotta play those games.
Because that's the only one I've never beaten. I've beaten Unite at Volcano Island, Globs of Doom. I've never beaten Toy Bots.
I never really played Toy Bots that much. I just watched the Let's Plays. So.
Yeah, it's probably my least favorite so far, but it's fine.
But yeah, Star Wars time. So.
Star Wars. Yeah, Obi-Wan goes off on his own. He basically tells Luke and Han, Chewie, R2-D2, and C-3PO to stay put. He's gonna shut down the tractor beam and meet back up, and they'll get on the Falcon and leave.
I liked this scene. I liked how. I like that instantly that it's them when they come off because like I said when they get attacked it happens off screen and everything like that. So I like that one of the I don't know who it was in the stormtrooper outfit, but when he comes off the first time, he gives like a signal to one of the other stormtrooper people, and obviously you realize yeah, something's not right there because that just seems weird that he came off and like everything was like fine and everything.
Doing like hand symbols, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Obi-Wan goes off, and Luke and Han are kind of just sitting around waiting. But then R2-D2 is kind of plugging into the computers, and they realize that Princess Leia is here in the detention level, and they're going to plan on executing her pretty much right away.
Yeah. So this.
And Han had no idea about any of this shit because Luke's like, oh my god, the princess is here, and Han's like, princess? What princess?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny he didn't really know about the princess. I thought the princess would have been like...
Tell him what was going on. They just said, like, hey, we need to get the Alderaan.
Yeah.
They didn't about, like, like Leia or, like, the Death Star plans or any of that shit.
So I'm going to guess originally he was just going to drop them off at Alderaan and just dip, right? Because they were just going to go...
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's kind of funny, by the way. Both scenes we were supposed to talk about, I ended up doing more of the talking than you did, and you did more of the talking than I did for both these scenes right here. So it's pretty funny how that happened. So, oh
yeah, now they discovered Princess Leia is here, and
yeah, so they discovered Princess Leia's here because R2-D2 was already hooked up because they needed R2-D2 to hook up so they could see how to get out of here. And then again, that got us to those generators that they only had to shut down one of them for. Didn't have to shut down four of them and keep dying and respawning. So shut up. So when they discover that the princess is there, they're able to like look up like where she is, and we find out that she's in the detention center. Which is kind of funny because that's actually like a legitimate like prison thing in real life. So that's pretty funny that they, Well,
I was going to say, like, it'd be weird if they were holding her prisoner in the fucking Bahamas level. It's like, oh, they're holding her prison in the prison level. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. That line definitely was in there because it's a kids movie and everything like that. They had to like be very specific on that one. So, yeah. So. And originally before this, obviously Han Solo really didn't like that the fact that they were going about this practice, the fact that they were going to have to like basically sit around and just wait for Obi-Wan to come back and everything like that. He kind of wanted to get involved in the action and everything like that. So Luke Skywalker, wants to go rescue the princess because it's revealed that she's due to be executed. Soon. How do they find out? Like, does it just say it on the computer or?
Like on her profile, like she's like going to be terminated.
It wasn't as immediate as we thought. So
they were like execute her immediately, but then they still took the time to like put that in the computer first and then go with the executor.
Yeah, why not? So obviously Han Solo doesn't want to go out because obviously this is basically like a suicide mission and everything like that.
Yeah, but like that, Luke was like, "Come on, you just said you didn't want to sit around and wait." And Han was like, "Yeah, but I didn't. This isn't exactly what I had in mind."
So I like that Han Solo has like levels of like him getting involved in the action. Like this was like not that low level. And Luke kind of does something cool here. He kind of manipulates Han Solo, being like, I assume there's going to be a big prize if you rescue the princess and everything like that. And obviously this gets Han Solo to want to go. I really like this. This kind of reminded me, obviously. In Danny Phantom, we just reviewed this episode in Bitter Reunions when the whole episode Vlad's trying to manipulate Danny, and Danny's like the one that manipulates Vlad, which causes him to like quote unquote defeat Vlad in that episode and everything like that.
Like that like reversal flip, yeah.
Obviously they have to come up with a plan. They can't just go out there and like go into the detention center without a plan. So they plan to bring Chewie as a fake prisoner. They have handcuffs because I'm pretty sure the people that were in like the because you didn't say this originally. The people that were in there originally, they had to shoot like one of them and everything like that. And I just realized that he fucking died. I forgot someone was like even in there at all. Like, oh wait, that guy died. Like, oh that's not good. So because it's such a quick thing, you forgot that like they just went
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I literally forgot about it. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy and that guy's probably gonna get a whole spin off and everything like that. That guy's probably have a whole life. And here I am just forgetting about that he even existed. That he just died very quickly. So he didn't die off camera or anything like that.
The levels of ridiculousness of who gets a spinoff. In the very beginning of the movie, when the stormtroopers board the Tantive 4, the stormtrooper who gets shot by Princess Leia has an entire book about his life and how he got to that point.
Damn.
Yeah.
We have to read that.
And an entire book called like Tales of the Mos Eisley Cantina, which tells like the life story of everybody who was in the bar.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So when I mean everybody in this fucking movie has a spinoff, I mean pretty much fucking everybody.
Then we're gonna cover probably every single one of them too. So
sure. One cover 90.
Yeah. Probably at this point, I know you say that as a joke, but that's probably actually true too. So
yeah, we're in it for the long haul. Whenever we make a joke like, "Oh yeah, we'll finish this when we're in our 30s," it's pretty literal at this point.
Because I'm gonna be 30, like pretty damn soon.
9. I mean, shit. I'm 24.
So we're gonna have to like get.
It's assuming I'm in my 30s, and I'm like, do I look older? Because I always assumed I looked about my age.
Yeah, I think you forget too. I'm almost in my 30s because you're like, oh, we'll be done with this stuff when I'm in my 30s.
I keep thinking age, yeah.
But yeah, anyhow, so they're gonna they brought handcuffs in, and they're gonna use Chewie as a fake prisoner. And originally, Luke was gonna put the handcuffs on because he didn't really explain the plan. He was just gonna put handcuffs on Chewie and expect him to go along with it. And Chewie like wars at him. He's like, yeah, maybe you should put the handcuffs on. And like even Han Solo had to be like, okay, I think I know what he's planning here. Like you have to make sure like this we're not actually doing this. Like this isn't real. Like so that way he could put the handcuffs on. So they're gonna basically use Chewie as a fake prisoner. I like that they don't explain the plan, like overly explain it. You can't. I like that you can just kind of pick up on it.
It's like, okay, I think I know what he's doing. You can kind of tell. Like, okay, the idea is they're gonna bring Chewie in as a fake prisoner.
But I'm just saying, because it's a kids movie, you would expect that they would have explained it more. But I'm like that they don't, type of thing.
Yeah, they kind of like expect the audience to kind of be able to put two and two together.
And yeah, C-3PO wonders like, because obviously they're going to be left on their own. They're like, well, what the hell do we do, like, while you're gone? And she says, just keep the door locked, and, if something happens, I mean, I guess he didn't really say what happens that far. All Han Solo says, let's just hope they don't have lasers to get in here, which ends up being the case. So, yeah, they go to rescue the princess. I'm just want to make sure. Okay, one of the sub-troopers. Now, I know you have it in here that you talk about Vader and Kenobi's. Because, again, we didn't get to talk ahead of time, before we made the video. But should I just talk about what Kenobi's doing while all this time, like all at once? Or do you want to just talk about that?
No. I'll do that after, because it's pretty disconnected.
Yeah. But, yeah, so they go to, they go to the detention center. And I like this little scene right here, you get to this was kind of a way we got to really see and explore the Death Star, like, full on before, like, we got that big battle, just kind of what they do a day in the life and everything like that.
The Death Star is fucking massive, like, they assume it's a moon at first,
Yeah, so, we just kind of see, like, everyone just kind of, living their lives and everything like that. And, there was, like, a little, like, robot, that was, rolling around, like, that looked like it was like a camera and everything like that, and Chewie roars at it, and like this thing gets scared and like just turns into the other direction, which was pretty funny. They go to the elevator, and I like that one of them was going to go onto the elevator like with him, but like obviously because Luke and Han Solo also trying not to make it so they have to talk to anyone, because obviously they're not going to recognize their voices. They're going to notice the voices are off or anything like that. So they're just kind of doing sign language to everyone, like being like, we're going to bring these up here. And I just love that Han Solo even knows that this is stupid. Like, okay, this is totally like not going to work. And like, I like that we get a funny one-liner with Luke where he mentions like, I can't even see in this thing type of thing, which, I just like these one-liners and everything like that. So, they go into the, the detention center, and Han Solo and Luke tell one of the guards, We've seen this guy a few times. He doesn't have a name or anything like that, but he's been like one of the characters we've seen like in the council meetings and everything like that. So I like that we at least seen him a few times, I guess. And obviously, he's like, they try to bullshit and say, that they were asked to bring Chewie up to the detention center and everything like that. And again, this is what I like about the Star Wars universe. Like, they can kind of tell they're bullshitting because the guy's just like, I wasn't notified of this. I don't have any documentation of this. So he's gonna like call like Professor Tucker to make sure that he approved of it and everything like that. Because he's a professor. A professor's gotta.
Professors are the highest rank in the military. In fact.
Yeah. So high that somehow I heard professor when that's not even a military rank. So.
High it is.
Yeah. And again, I just like the fact that he, in the Star Wars universe, they just don't buy it. So before the guy can even call and notify it, Chewie kind of thinks on his feet and acts like he got released because, like, the handcuffs are, they even point this out earlier, like, weren't even fully on him. They were like, they were clearly too small for him and everything like that. So like he acts like he broke out, and like Luke and Han Solo like act like they're gonna shoot him, but instead they're like shooting like the other stormtroopers and everything like that, and they end up shooting holes in the ship and everything like that. And one of the guys radios in, like doing all this. Han Solo sends Luke to go get the princess, and one of the guys radios in and says like, "Hey, what the hell is going on in here?" And obviously Han Solo's just bullshitting, trying to be like, everything's fine in here. We just had like a leak and everything like that." And I like this.
It's like no, it's fine. Weapons malfunction. How are you?
Yeah. And he's like trying to have.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
He's like trying to have a full on like conversation with this guy. And the guy just isn't buying what Han Solo's saying. He's like, "Yeah, we're just gonna send stormtroopers just to see what's going on." He's like, "No, there's no need to do that." And then like he realizes like Han Solo like doesn't even work on the ship, so he's like, "What the hell is like your space number or whatever he says?" So like I like Han Solo like tried to bullshit. He tried to find the number, but then when he can't, he just shoots the machine, and he's just like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to hurry up. We're gonna have company in a few minutes." Type of thing.
Dude said he's like, "You know what? That was a boring conversation anyway."
Yeah. So.
Like I love the one-liners. Well, he says boring conversation anyway, and then he screams, "Luke, we're gonna have company!" Like he like goes from very chill to just like screaming, like, "Luke, hurry the fuck up!"
Yeah.
Luke goes in and finds Princess Leia, and then she's like, "Aren't you a little short to be a stormtrooper?" And then Luke's like, "I like that." Luke goes, "Huh?" And he's like confused for a second. He's like, "What? Oh yeah, right, my the costume, yeah."
Yeah.
He reveals himself, and he says, like, "Hey, I'm with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, we're here to rescue." So she goes with them, but she's immediately like done with these guys because she's like, "Didn't you guys like have a plan to get out of here?" And they're like, "Fuck no."
Well, they kind of did. It just fell apart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but because like the stormtroopers arrive and begin opening fire, they kind of have to take cover, and they're not really able to do anything. So eventually, Leia just grabs like one of their guns and says, "Somebody's got to save our skins." Again, I like that kind of continuing. Leia's like done with everybody's bullshit. Is just like kind of rough around the edges,
Yeah, and also like not like I was saying earlier, like the fragile princess, like Princess Peach or Zelda, and all that type of stuff. Like she will. I mean, I guess I should say that about Peach because I remember when I played a few Mario games, Princess Peach did stuff. So.
Zelda's the same way. In some games, she's kind of just like the princess who gets captured. In some games, she's like actually cool.
I mean, it's really weird though, because with Peach, I remember I played like Paper Mario. She gets captured there, but you're not. She's like helping, but not like kind of behind the scenes more so. So. Right.
Again, I think it depends on the game. In some games, she's just like the princess you need to save her. In some, she's actually like helping out.
And Princess Leia is none of those. Both of those
helping
things.
Out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she was just sitting around, but now she's helping out. We can't really fault her for just sitting around. She was literally in a prison cell. But yeah, Leia begins opening fire, like as she's like moving from Luke's side to Han's, because there's like a big vent near Han. She blasts it open and basically just like swan dives in. I like how they all just like jump in like head first.
Yeah.
Like imagine fucking like concrete, like where they fell in, they just fucking all snap their necks.
there wouldn't be other movies. I guess.
Well, it would be shitty for the Empire too, because they want them to escape. Imagine they're like, yes, sir. So we were trying not to kill them like you requested, so they could escape. But like, they kind of just like broke their own neck. They're like, oh, wow, that was fucking stupid of them.
Yep.
But yeah, Han's the last one in. I don't know how the fuck Chewie fit in there, but I guess he did. Well, actually, no, wait. Where did Chewie go?
He was there.
Was he?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember seeing him in the trash compactor.
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, he was trying to like open the door and everything like that. So he was there.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I guess I just forgot.
Because I remember they do a joke where he doesn't want to go in there originally. He's like, oh, it's fine. And I think like Han Solo has to like shove him in there. That is something
okay. Yeah.
That is one thing I like about Chewie, by the way. Like, he comes off as like the medicine like beast, but we find out that he's really not very medicine. Like, he kind of is medicine, but not what.
Han kind of has to get him to do all the stupid shit. Like,
Yeah.
again, he doesn't want to do the prisoner stit, and Han has to talk him into it. And like you said, he kind of has to like push Han in. Not Han in, he has to push Chewie in.
Yeah. He's gonna die soon,
later on-
AJ, by the way.
Later on, when Han like didn't want to help out Luke and them, Chewie kind of gave him like a look, like, "Come on, man, we should help him out."
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna die pretty soon, AJ, too, which is pretty sad. So.
Well, that's exactly what happened. That's why I forgot Chewie was there, because he fell and broke his neck. You know.
Yeah.
It was destiny. I cried a million times because he died. That's what that.
That's just gonna be a running joke too. We're just gonna mention Chewie dying.
By the way, this is where Chewie died. It's really sad.
And it'll be like a little like that chess scene. He died because he couldn't play chess.
Exactly. He died of sadness because C-3PO beat him in chess.
Yeah.
But yeah, the vent takes them to the trash compactor, and they're like all grossed out because they're surrounded by trash. They don't know how to get out of there. On immediately, I like again hitting on just being like the hothead. His first response is to just like shoot the door to open it, and the laser bolt bounces off the door and starts flying around the room, and they'll have to like duck and take cover. And I love how Luke and Leia both start like yelling at Han. Like Luke's like, "I already tried that. It's magnetically sealed."
Yeah.
And Leia's like, "Are you this killed, you moron?"
I like this. Yeah, they're just done with Han Solo's bullshit, pretty much. So.
It's funny because again, this trio isn't really together until like the last 45 minutes. But like they had like instant chemistry with each other,
Yeah,
like,
they really did.
Iconic. Well, I guess Quadro because Chewie's there.
You forgot he was there though, so
Well, like he doesn't talk much. He's kind of the silent one. Well, because he doesn't talk at all. When he does talk, he growls.
Yeah, so it's like he can't really talk, AJ. So.
Yeah. But yeah, they're trying to figure out a way to get out of there, but then they realize that something's alive in there with them. And I think it's really cool. We don't actually like fully see what this thing is. We just see like an eye pop out of the trash.
Yeah.
And then like it'll pop out of the water and like grab Luke and try to drag him under.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked that.
And they all start like screaming, trying to help Luke. Because at one point Luke is able to like get back to the surface and try to breathe air. And I like how Han is like, "Where should I shoot?" And Luke's like, "Anywhere."
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Just fucking kill it. But they're not really able to get a good shot on it because, of course, the tentacle's like wrapped around Luke. So if they shot the tentacle, they would accidentally shoot Luke.
Yeah.
Luke gets dragged under again, and he's under there for a good couple seconds, and they kind of just see like the air bubbles fade away. So I think they all kind of just like are like, "Shit, Luke just died." But then Luke like pops up all of a sudden again, and they're all like confused, like like what happened? And Luke's like, I don't know, it just like let go of me and like went away.
Yeah, but I assume we won't get anything on that because the Star Destroyer.
Well, no, the thing realized what was going to happen, so the
That's
walls like close in, because this is a trash room, so it's basically going to compress all the trash.
Yeah, and I feel like they did this too because I mean this could just be me talking on my ass, but Han Solo is like they're going to realize where that vent went to, so I like to think that they went and set up so that way the trash were compacted. Well,
Yeah. So presumably this thing just kind of lives in the trash room, and then whenever like compresses the trash, it just like slithers away to like a safe zone.
Yeah. Very smart by this then.
Yeah, again, they don't like explain it, but like I feel like you're kind of able to put two and two together on that.
Yeah, definitely.
And then they realize, shit, the wall is gonna crush them, and they're trying their best to like kind of stop it. Like they take a big metal pipe and try to like put it in between the walls and like stop it, and they're all trying to like push it back. But it's closing in. They're not really able to do anything. But then Luke realizes, oh yeah, right. I gave C-3PO like a radio.
Yeah.
And Luke tries to call C-3PO, but he's not answering. And then we see a bunch of stormtroopers go into the room they were in before, and R2-D2 and C-3PO are just hanging out in there. And C-3PO tries to save it, being like, "Oh my God, we got captured, and we're just innocent Empire droids. The infiltrators went off somewhere. That's so crazy. We definitely don't know them."
Yep.
Oh, by the way, we forgot to mention it earlier, but they left C-3PO and R2-D2 behind. And I like the line with C-3PO. Was like, "Well, what do we do if
I said that earlier.
Did you? Okay. I didn't know if you said that. Okay. Yeah, and then R2-D2 and C-3PO kind of just like leave the room because they leave. The stormtroopers all leave. They leave one guy to like guard the droids, and the droids are like, "Hey, we're just gonna like leave for a second and come back." And the trooper is just like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, man." That guy is definitely at the end of his 9 to 5 shift.
He definitely is.
I
guess the guy earlier just wasn't good at his job then. So.
Yeah. Hang on. Can you like pause the recording?
Yep.
Oh my God, that was no, there definitely wasn't a pause in the recording there at all. Absolutely not. Anyway, C-3PO and R2-D2 go to like kind of check on Luke by trying to again plug into a computer and find out where they are. But then like it's not working, and then C-3PO remembers like, oh yeah, it's like similar to Luke, where it's like, oh yeah, right, I forgot that I have the communicator with Luke.
Yeah.
And answers it, and Luke is like, "Oh my God, 3PO, just shut down the fucking track." Like it doesn't say fucking, but he says like, "Shut up and stop the trash compactor."
Yep.
And they R2-D2 is able to shut it down just in time, and they all start like screaming happy, like, "Oh my God, we survived!" But C-3PO, like, just hears them screaming. He's like, "Oh my God, they're dying."
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I like that Luke is like, "Oh my God, 3PO, you did it! Thank you, you're awesome." It's kind of because that's like the only time anybody compliments C-3PO in the movie, and like it's R2-D2 who fucking does the work,
Yeah.
Hang on.
One.
Fucking A. Okay, no, definitely wasn't a pause there. Nope, not at all. Apparently, my aunt just fucking wants to be my best friend today. Yeah, C-3PO. Funny scene where he thinks they're dying when they're all screaming. And again, good chemistry between the group. I love how they're all just like screaming like, "Oh my God, yeah, we're alive!" Very like human reaction between them, Again, just doing a good job establishing their friendship.
And I like this too because obviously it's a very real reaction if like if you're on the face of death. And like I said, Chewie's on the face of death the whole series and everything like that. So.
That story, yeah. And then well, because I also like that, like, "Hey, open up the trash compactor for," and he's like, "Wait, where are we?" Like they're trying to like say like open up the door to where we are, but then like they don't even realize where they even are.
Yeah, because they just shot their way in here.
Yeah. So yeah, then C-3PO and R2-D2 presumably open the door, and then we see them a little bit later. They get out of their stormtrooper gear. I don't know why they did that. Well, I guess because they only had 2, and Leia was with them.
Yeah.
So like. I guess they're like, "Fuck it, our cover's already blown."
Yeah, so they probably realized, that the cover was blown. Because Princess Leia would be with them and everything like that, so...
Yeah. So, yeah,
I really like this scene, though, It's kind of, even though you knew that they weren't going to die or anything like that, it kind of reminds you of that scene in Toy Story 3 where... you're just so bought in and everything like that. I mean, this was a comedy scene, but like still, there's enough, I think, believability because these characters, aren't like really well known yet to really, you think they're not necessarily going to die. And like again, I feel like the suspension of disbelief, you can buy in enough where And it's also like, how the hell are they going to get out? You don't really know how they are going to get out of this situation. It looks like a no-win situation for them and everything like that. So
yeah, it's literally like 4 people against like an entire battle station right now. But yeah, they're out of the trash compactor, and like I said, they change back into their regular clothes. And then you want to talk about this scene?
Yeah, because it's me. Let me just okay. So they're trying to escape from stormtroopers and everything like that, and
scene where like Han and Leia are talking.
Han and Leia are talking.
Yeah, after they get out of the trash compactor, and Leia's like barking. I guess I'll just say it then. Leia's like barking orders, and Han's like, "Listen, sister, I don't take orders from anybody. I just, only except for one person, me." And Leia's like, "It's a wonder you're still alive." And Han's like, "Oh, no reward can be worth this." Again, just kind of Han and Leia haven't talked much. It's mainly been like Leia and Luke, so it's kind of nice to see their butting heads.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I did remember this scene, but I thought when you said just them, because Luke was also there too. So like, did they go off on their own and have a conversation? And they just missed it. So
just like they're kind of just like they left the trash compactor. They're kind of walking through the hallway, and then that leads to, this.
And then doing all of this, they're also trying to get back to Obi-Wan, so that way they can get to his Han Solo spaceship, the Falcon, and doing all of this, Han Solo, they get caught by stormtroopers, and they're able to kill these stormtroopers pretty quickly and everything like that. And Han Solo and Chewie basically run down the hall, and they kind of go off, and they everyone kind of separates at this point. And I guess I'll just say Han Solo's and Chewie's thing because it's very quick, and it's extremely quick actually. Han Solo and Chewie, run to the other side of the room, and Han Solo, he's like in front of Chewie, and he goes on his own, and when he, gets to the end of the sector and everything like that, he's just a bunch of stormtroopers just look back at him. I like that he's because he's also shooting at this point. He still shoots at like all of them and everything like that, and he's like, and then he just runs back and.
Well, yeah, very comedic because he was like running down the hallway, like screaming, chasing like 3 stormtroopers, and then he gets to the end and realizes the troopers were leading him to like a room filled with them. So he's like, ah, and he's like, ah,
yeah.
Shoots them.
And I just love it when he comes back. Like Chewie, like looks back and like Chewie has like no clue what happened because all what he saw was he just saw him run down there, and then run back. Like Chewie had no clue what was going on there, and. Other than the end, I think this is like really the only thing we really get with Chewie and Han Solo doing their own thing. But this was a really good scene here. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah. Well, even though it was comedic where Han was chasing after the troopers, it kind of showed that he does like care about Luke and Leia because he like basically chased after the stormtroopers and like told them like I'll handle this, get back to the ship.
Yeah.
So he was basically risking his life to like help them.
Really badass too, obviously, because like. Even still with all those troopers, he took out like a good like 4 or 5 of them. Like I know it's like I don't know. So it was
it's comedic, but like that is still very brave of him and pretty badass that he was like just charging right in.
Yeah, and then Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker, run down the other direction, and. I guess I'll just say it now. I know you'll talk about it later, but earlier they did a scene with Obi-Wan Kenobi where he was in the same area, and they did like a thing where like he removed the bridge, but obviously you didn't really know like what that was about. It just kind of happened, and then it happened off screen, and then Luke and Princess Leia go into the same area, and there's no bridge there. So and like they almost step off the bridge and everything like that. They're also being chased down by stormtroopers, so they have to shut the door, and they can't lock the door because the machine's like too damaged. So Luke Skywalker just shoots at the control panel, and it's able to help them close the door and everything like that. But now the problem is that they can't use the control panel, like put the bridge back up and everything like that. And during this, I just like how chaotic it is, because then from the completely other direction, you know, two stormtroopers come in and I was shooting at them and everything like that. One of them gets shot and he falls like to his death pretty much. Pretty tragic for him, you know. So it's not good.
And then drove in after him, and that's how Chewie died.
Yeah, yeah. I like that Chewie still dies, even though he's not even at this. He's not even here. Like, So, so Luke and Princess Leia have to improvise of how they're gonna get across the bridge. So he grabs.
Funny enough, Mark Hamill, when he was filming this scene, he says that, because like there was actually like a big drop, and like when he was like doing the stunt, he said like he felt like the wire kind of like creak, like wire they were using was actually kind of shitty. So Mark Hamill and fucking Carrie Fisher almost fucking died filming this scene. Actually,
you're not gonna get this reference, AJ, but we almost had we would have had an Owen Hart situation years earlier. You're not gonna get that reference.
Yes.
Yep. So I'm going to, and I'm not going to explain it because.
Owen,
huh?
Who's related to you?
Could be. So,
Owens.
But yeah. So he grabs like a grappling hook and everything like that. And he lassos it, and he puts his arm around Princess Leia, and he uses it to and he throws it over, and he uses it to jump over all the way to the next bridge over and everything like that. This is a really cool scene, and this scene's been reused a few times. I'm pretty sure Toy Story did this scene. I don't know if it was in one, but I remember one of the Toy Story movies does like a similar scene to this, which is kind of cool because again, that's Pixar, and that was started by George Lucas.
Yeah.
So
that is funny.
And what's the name of that other movie? It's like that Tempo movie. Because I'm pretty sure they probably do this scene a lot. You said that George, huh?
Indiana Jones.
Yeah. So.
Oh. Yeah, which he has a whip, so yeah. And funny enough, also written by George Lucas.
Yeah, so like and they get across to the other side, and then then they get towards the robots and everything like that, and I think that was the end of their plot. Nothing else happens. So I thought this was a really cool scene here, really cool stunt, and again, like you said, the fact that they actually were like this far high up in the air makes it even like cooler. I thought this was like they weren't actually this far high up in the air. They like made it look like they were. So,
like a chasm for the stunt, yeah.
But yeah, really cool.
And I like bad. Imagine that actually did fucking kill him.
And I did like we're kind of getting like some type of bond between Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker and everything like that.
Not the little kiss on the cheek, and she says for luck.
Yeah. Again, I like that they don't become an item at the end of the movie, because that just wouldn't make sense with how chaotic everything was, and like they didn't really, other than like the scene later, they had like 1 second of downtime. They didn't really have like enough downtime, but they really couldn't have like built a bond or anything like that. So I'm like, I really hope they don't get together at the end of the movie, because that just isn't gonna work for me. So.
And I mean, we got 2 other movies, so you got plenty of time to establish like any romances like that,
Yeah, and again, even though this was going to be a one and done, if they still got together at the end of this movie, I would still be complaining about it.
Kind of like they like hint at it, if they don't like actually go through with it, because like you said, there's not really enough time to focus on that kind of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, what did you think of these scenes right here? Because I liked them.
I like them. They're pretty short. Again, I kind of like that it's just showing how difficult it is to escape the Death Star. Because of course, getting to Leia was, they had that big shootout, and then now that they've gotten Leia, there's a crash compactor, and then they've been like warmed by stormtroopers. Of course, Han and Chewie had like the comedic scene, and then now we kind of get like a bit more of like a serious scene with Luke and Leia being pinned down. And I don't know, like you said, it kind of just feels like a very adventure movie kind of thing. Having to lasso and swing across the big gap. Just feels like because like people are like, this is a sci-fi movie, and I feel like space fantasy kind of fits better.
Yeah. To be fair, by the way, that is funny to say. Like, I remember you said it's difficult, but the whole plan was they were actually wanted them to escape, but it seems like,
Times where that plan was gonna not work, they were actually gonna kill them.
right. Also, too, like, this kind of worries me. If this is them wanting them to escape, imagine how hard it would be if they were actually trying.
Oh
If
yeah,
they,
been fucked in the first like 5 seconds. They absolutely would not escape.
yeah. So.
But yeah, they end up getting back to the ship. They reconvene. But while they're doing they're all the bullshit to try to get back to the Falcon, Obi-Wan, of course, was doing as he said. He was going up to a power generator and shutting it off to disable the tractor beam. And I do like this, where there are two stormtroopers on duty, and they're kind of just, again, like normal people. They're just kind of not really doing the job. They're just kind of talking, being like, "Oh yeah, did you see the new vehicle model?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it?" Like they're just having like a normal conversation.
I feel like the first scene of the past of LVB, we use this scene. Remember, they have it's it's when North and South are going to invade that.
Oh yeah, those two guys are kind of just like walking around on duty, just like shooting the shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were wearing like the same. They were wearing like the same outfits almost, actually. So.
Pretty much. Yeah, the white. Yeah. And I do like how Obi-Wan, when he's leaving, has to like use the Force to like knock something over down the hallway, so they go and look at that.
Yep.
I will say though, well, that was cool. They kind of like turned back pretty quickly, and like Obi-Wan is very much like within eye shot of them. Like they could have seen him at the corner of their eye.
For sure. Yeah.
So that was kind of stupid. I kind of wish they did it like the stormtroopers were like facing the other way.
I agree.
Because they were facing each other, and then again, they absolutely should have seen Obi-Wan like at the corner of their eye.
I like to
mind trick them and be like, you never saw me" or anything like that.
I would have. Well, like, I mean, this is pretty gruesome. I would have liked it if, like, when Obi-Wan turned the bridge off, we found out, like, they fell off the bridge off camera.
Oh yeah, fucking killed them. That would have been cool.
Yeah. Although he had an easier time turning off this generator than we did in Nicktoons tonight. This.
Like Obi-Wan, you had no reason to complain. Imagine he had to turn off all 7, and again, Han and Luke were using all of his lives while they were stuck in the trash compactor.
A minute. What did I mean? I know he dies, but like, he's in the because he's still.
Death. I consider that a death. Again, he would have lived. He would have beaten Darth Vader if Luke and Leia didn't. Luke and Han didn't use all of his lives.
Yeah. So. Now, obviously, with Darth Vader, does technically are the stormtroopers his lives?
No, Darth Vader is unique. Darth Vader is the boss character.
What's boss character in Nicktoons tonight? Is he Vlad? Is he
Pickbot, because that's the one where all the computers used all my lives, and I was pissed off.
That's fair. I like that he's not the boss. I like that he's not the main boss as you actually fight. He's the fucking tech bot. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, they're both robotic. There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, Obi-Wan's just like walking down the hallway, and then Darth Vader is standing there, his lightsaber, already out, ready to go. This is cool because this is our first time seeing Darth Vader's lightsaber, and we get to see that like they're not all blue. Like Darth Vader's red.
I assume there's going to be a reason for that. I think was that one of the questions in the guessing game, like, or am I misremembering? Because obviously I knew that anyways. That someone
mean different things. They're not like, it's not a big thing, but like blue and green are used by the Jedi. Blue means like you prefer to like fight with a lightsaber. Green means you prefer to fight with like the Force.
And what's red? Evil.
Sith. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Okay, that's a little fun fact. So they never actually, in the original trilogy, we never get to, because obviously the Jedi are what like Obi-Wan and Luke are. Darth Vader is a Sith Lord, and they're like the opposite of the Jedi, but they never actually call them Sith in the first 3 movies.
Oh, okay.
Which is interesting. Like, it was in the original script. Like, they were going to be like, Darth Vader, Lord of the Sith is, blah, blah, blah. But, like, that line never actually made it into the final version.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, Darth Vader is a Sith Lord. And they use red lightsabers because they're dickheads.
I can see that.
Yeah. It's, Darth Vader being like, are we the baddies? I'm dressed in all black. I kill everyone I don't like. I have a red sword. Am I evil? Am I a bad guy?
I like to think too. It's just the sword. Nothing else makes him evil. It's just the freaking sword. Like nothing else.
Again, killing men, women, and children, that's fine. Having a red sword, now you're pretty evil, dude.
Which is kind of funny because in Jimmy Neutron, Bobby got the sword in Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, Obi-Wan takes out his lightsaber, and they begin to fight. There's one line I like where Vader says, the circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner, but now I am the master.
That was a really good line. I like that a lot.
That was kind of unfortunately the only line I really did like. Again, in the wider context of like all the Star Wars stuff we get from now on, really underwhelming reunion, considering Obi-Wan and Vader's relationship is like a big part of the entire story. And they kind of just throw one-liners at each other. It doesn't feel like they have as much of a personal history as they do. And even for this movie, again, looking at this movie in a vacuum, ignoring everything else, Vader was Obi-Wan's student, and he, again, murdered his best friend, Luke's father, and helped wipe out all the Jedi. And you figure there would be more of a conversation between them.
Yeah, I would have liked... and they don't really let this fight, like, breathe either, because I'm pretty sure they cut back to, like, scenes with Luke and, like, Han Solo, and it's all, like, comedy scenes doing this. In a weird way, this kind of reminded me of that OVB heist scene where they kept cutting back to the present, and the present wasn't very into. Not that the scenes with Han Solo and like Luke weren't interesting, but like this was supposed to be like a really epic big scene. And
first lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars, and like Owen said, he was expecting more lightsaber fights and less space battles. And every other movie after this kind of reverses it, where there's a lot more lightsaber fight and less space battle. This one's kind of like the anomaly.
Right. So.
Remember, as I said, this budget for this movie was really cheap. They kept breaking the lightsabers because they were like really delicate. So that's kind of why they were like kind of just like putting them together. They weren't like doing like a bunch of like crazy maneuvers.
And like I said off camera, yesterday, the guy that plays Obi-Wan's very older in this movie, so he can't really do too athletic or anything like that.
But again, kind of when we find out more about like Vader and Obi-Wan, these guys they should not be fighting like this. They should be fucking doing flips and like fucking tearing each other. Like it's a very underwhelming fight. Like with the greater context, and again, even just for this movie in a vacuum, it is a underwhelming fight.
I agree.
Yeah, easily the worst fight in all the movies, and
I think you would.
Which I mean, a good thing. It's like it's all uphill from here. Yeah, for our introduction to lightsaber fights, it's not great.
For me, it was disappointing too, because obviously, like again, I have the greater context, and I've seen like other stuff in like other genres, like redo lightsaber fights. And I'm like thinking, okay, good, we're gonna get like a really good lightsaber fight, and then we didn't, and I was like, oh, is that like
funny? Because I can't even say like, oh, for the time it's okay, because like the next Star Wars movie came out like 3 years later, and the lightsaber fight in that movie is a million times better. Yeah. So, again, of course, having a bigger budget helps, but yeah, that is definitely a knock against this movie. That like the lightsaber fight was really underwhelming. Not as emotional as it should have been. And like you said, they kind of kept cutting away from it. It's very short. So all around, very disappointing fight, considering this is, again, the big bad of the movie, Darth Vader. And this is the fight that ends in Obi-Wan's death. because as they're fighting, they end up near the Falcon, and of course, Han, Luke, Leia, the droids, and Chewie get back to the Falcon. All the stormtroopers are kind of like looking at the fight. They're not really paying attention to them. But Obi-Wan looks over and sees Luke staring, and then he kind of just looks back at Vader and gives a smirk. And kind of like Obi-Wan knows what he's going to do here. He turns off his lightsaber and kind of like lifts it to his head and kind of like braces himself. And Vader just chops him in half. But as he's like chopping him in half, Obi-Wan vanishes. Just his like robe falls to the ground.
Yeah, and I remember we've talked about this off camera. I definitely was like, okay, that's clearly a death. But then when he vanished, because obviously I think that's the thing too. That what confused me here was because earlier in the cantina when Obi-Wan used his lightsaber, the guy's arm got cut off completely and everything like that. And then here Obi.
So the Jedi specific. So this is unusual because if you notice, after that happens, Vader walks over and he kind of kicks the rope with his foot, he's confused by what happened.
Yep. So.
Oh, that is an intentional thing. This is unusual. Vader's what the fuck? Why'd he vanish?
And then obviously Luke is really haunted by this. I can buy this that he would feel upset even because even though they didn't really get really know each other, really hang out that much, before this movie, because Luke had known about Obi-Wan anyways, and it seemed like they knew of each other. I can buy that Luke was really upset, and plus that's the last really father figure that he would have had and everything like that. So
just lost his aunt and uncle, and now he's lost Obi-Wan, who was kind of a mentor for him. So now he's kind of alone, basically.
A big thing, because I think a big thing I thought was going to happen in this movie was, I didn't realize how limited interactions Luke and Darth Vader were going to have. I think we talked about this off camera. This is really the only one. I know they have the thing later, but again, they didn't even know they were fighting each other on the ships. This is really the only time they see each other, face to helmet and everything like that. So, and again, you could say this is underwhelming, but again, that this doesn't really bother me that much, obviously, because that other movies, didn't really know. I don't mind the fact that it was very quick and everything like that. However, I will say this, because I feel like I'll just talk about it now. It does kind of suck that so much other stuff was going on. We didn't really get to let Obi-Wan's death really breathe or anything like that. We get that scene that I'll talk about later with Obi-Wan getting upset about it, and they do a little scene where he talks to Princess Leia about it. But I kind of would have liked, a little bit of a scene where we could have gotten Luke's real thoughts and about this scene. Again, I know you can only fit in so much, but this is definitely something that should have been able to fit in, get in a chance to really for Obi-Wan Kenobi's death to breathe. Especially like you said, he's a big thing in the prequels and everything like that. And now when I go to the prequels, it's gonna suck that his death wasn't bad, but again, I feel like his death could have been done better. Huh?
Yeah, underwhelming. I agree. It is. Yeah, I don't know, because it's Red vs. Blue kind of did this, but we're we knew how York and North Dakota died, but I don't know, those deaths I feel weren't as underwhelming when we got to know them,
Yeah, she's. Well, York. I mean, I definitely wouldn't say York. York got a pretty big death.
Yeah, or North. Maybe I guess a better comparison is Yellow Jackets Natalie, where we weren't big fans of her death, so now any scenes in the past with her are going to be kind of weird, knowing that we're not a big fan of how her story ends.
Yeah, not just a story ending, but because season 2, she was not really all that good. She was the weak.
Yeah, but her story in all of season 2 was underwhelming, and then they finished it off in an underwhelming way.
Yeah. So, yeah, but that will be interesting. Is it me now? Because they pretty much just get off the ship by this point. I think I kind of took over there. So.
Yeah. yeah, I finished up Vader killed Kenobi, and then yeah, that's you.
So like I said, we did get like a little scene where Obi-Wan was like upset about like, you know,
Luke.
yeah, Luke was upset about
I thought you were gonna say that like, okay, so Luke after Obi-Wan died, like began opening fire on the stormtroopers, and then Han was trying to get him to leave, and then we heard Obi-Wan's voice tell Luke like run.
Oh, that's right.
So that's important. That's still kind of there somewhat.
And yeah, then they get on the ship, and yeah, we get like 2 seconds to let this death breathe. It's like a ha, and then that's it. But and again, I guess it's kind of like trying to show us like in war, you really can't spend too much time mourning about a character's death. But again, it's like I'm not even gonna, I'm not. I think they want us to use that excuse type of thing, but that's like, well, like again, we spent time with this character. I want to let this death breathe. Like I don't care about like relating to like in war, you can't let death breathe. Like no, let this death breathe. Let it breathe. Like, you ever notice sometimes like I like when things are relatable until I'm like, no, I'm not related to this. I want to let Obi-Wan's death breathe. Like but so like Han Solo, basically says like, okay, enough of this breathing. You got your chance to breathe.
Oh, you're running a little baby, and now shut the fuck up. We're gonna die.
Yeah, we have ships coming our way, and
I was funny that Leia has to be the one to like help, like kind of like console Luke when she just saw her entire planet die.
That's her fault though. She gave him false information. So, and again, should have been.
You get one line of that later when they get to the Rebel base and the captain's like, "Hey Leia, I'm sorry for your loss," and he's like, and she's like, "We can't focus on that now. We got to focus on testing." So I think that is in line with Leia's character, where she's sad about it, but she's like, "We got to focus on the mission. We can't like worry about that right now."
Yeah. We should have worried about Obi's death though. It was an underwhelming death. I wanted something from that. Like,
that was very underwhelming. All those people on Alderaan, fuck them. But Obi-Wan, we should have gotten more.
Yeah. And then, so then a couple of spaceships are shooting at the Falcon. I got it. I just had to look over. And no, this is a cool thing. And if you've gone to Disney World before, they redo this ride. No, well, the scene, anyways, in a ride where you get to like shoot at these spaceships or anything like that. I didn't do very well when I did this on the ride because no one explained anything of like what to do. I definitely like we've been making this whole joke, but the guy that like was helping with the ride was definitely like at the end of his shift because he didn't explain anything. Like he basically what he said was like, if you've seen Star Wars, you'll know what to do. I'm like, wait, I was thinking in my head like I haven't seen Star Wars, so.
Now you can ask me and be like, "Fuck you! I've seen Star Wars now."
Yeah, he's probably like quit his job. He probably gonna quit his job by now and everything like that. So
he's put in his 2-week notice and he's just fucking done.
Yeah, but this is a really cool scene. Because we haven't really seen them use the Falcon like in battle. It's been kind of just like flying. So what they do is they sit down in a chair, and they kind of use they have handles and stuff like that. They're able to direct and like use the ship to like shoot at the ships and everything like that. And Han Solo gets a really good shot in. Luke Skywalker gets a really good shot in. And he's really happy about this. He got over fucking Obi-Wan's death very quickly. All it took was just him shooting somebody. So, yeah, great,
It's like, murder, woohoo.
Yeah. Yeah, quick and easy. They just take out kind of these two ships and they're able to escape. And, kind of suspicious. I mean, even though we knew this, but when they come back to this later, Princess Leia mentioned, that this is basically what they wanted. Like, they wanted him to escape that easily. They don't really know why, but they wanted it to be easy. And obviously, they cut back to the Death Star, and Professor Tucker even mentions, like, this plan better work. We find out that they have a homing beacon. I almost said recovery beacon, actually. So,
Washington is find them. Recovery 1.
Yeah. But they have a homing beacon. They're going to use it to track the ship. And I'll just say this now. It's kind of coincidence that it seemed like this was Vader's plan because what happens at the end of the movie, I'm wondering if Vader had a bigger plan at the end of the movie than, we were meant to believe because it's like, because, this was supposed to help them, but them escaping ended up dooming them. So,
Perhaps.
But I like this scene though. I like the we got like a first like real space battle and everything like that. I like that it was a little one because we were gonna get the big one and then about 5 minutes. And again,
yeah, big one lasts like the last like half hour. Like it's a pretty long space battle.
I probably would have liked the space battle more. However, but I was too mad about like, wait, what happened? Like, why are you not talking about Obi-Wan's death? Like, I'm like, what's up? So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it was very odd tone. Yeah, it is really kind of just like moving on.
Honestly, weird comparison. It's like they ate Jackie. Let's have a baby shower after this and everything like that. Like, wait.
Fucking strange. Ben had the only reasonable reaction to that, where he's like horrified. Everybody was like, "LOL, baby shower." Am I right?
You know what's weird? Ben was needed here. He would have mourned Obi-Wan's death. He was needed here.
Yeah, I get it. Ben Kenobi, Ben the coach. There you go.
I hope season 3 of Yellow Jackets is coming up. Ben Ben from Yellow Jackets could be getting an underwhelming death if that happens. So
I hope not. Because he's got so many death flags. He's not making it out of this season. I can already tell.
If he makes it out of this season, I'm gonna give him a chocolate cake.
Yeah, he's too competent. The show is like, no, Ben, you'll solve all the problems if people actually listen to you.
I wonder if the writers want him to stay because without him, no one's competent. Like that's what.
Well, maybe the writers are thinking like, okay, Ben's sucking up all the competence. If we kill him, maybe the others will become slightly more confident.
He'll be like Obi-Wan, speaking, through them. They'll get the.
Yeah, he'll be like, Natalie, you should actually fucking do shit. No, Mari, you're a fucking dipshit. Please die.
Be awesome.
Yeah, but yeah. So they get back to the Rebel base. The Empire ends up saying that they found them. They tracked them to Yavin 4, like the moon of Yavin 4. So it's like a big foresty, I was going to say planet, moon, that the Rebels have hidden out on. And basically, their plan seems to be like, okay, so, because Leia knows they're like tracking them. So the idea is that like, now that they have the Death Star plans, they're going to analyze it, try to find a weakness. And the Death Star is probably going to follow them, so then they can, once the Death Star shows up at the base, they can they'll have a good opportunity to try to attack the Death Star. And
they mentioned that, like, they didn't really...
The plot hole. Why did Leia go back to base when she knows they're being followed? That's why. They were hoping the Death Star would follow them so they could attack it.
Yeah. And, they make mention that, like, the Death Star really didn't factor in that, like, a single ship could, like, take it out type of thing.
Over the meeting, yeah, because, they mentioned that, like, they were expecting, like, a full-on assault. They didn't figure, like, a couple of small ships could be a threat. And they looked at the plans, and they realized there's a small exhaust port. And if they hit, and, like, lasers wouldn't get through it, or, like, standard lasers won't get through it, but, like, they're torpedoes. If they can get past their like shields or some shit, I forget exactly what they say, but like they have special torpedoes that they use. It'll set off a chain reaction in the exhaust port that'll blow up the whole thing.
Yeah.
People kind of give this one shit of like, oh my god, what are the odds? There's a small port that like why would they have such a big weakness? I could argue that the Empire doesn't, because I mean like it's an exhaust port, like they're using it to like funnel out a bunch of really like dangerous chemicals, assumingly like gas, assumingly. So like if you like ignite the exhaust port, I can buy that it will cause a big enough explosion to like set off a chain reaction.
People just need to get over themselves and like stop overthinking shit. That's what I think.
don't get me wrong. I'll overthink shit all the fucking time, but like I'm like, okay, no, I can buy that. You know,
Yeah.
like it's a small chink in the armor. You know, like that is such a small weakness. I can buy the Empire overlooked it.
Or did he?
Or did he? Well, no, because definitely, because Darth Vader didn't want the Death Star in the first place. He was like, no, the Death Star is fucking stupid.
So maybe.
And yeah, sure enough, he was right.
Yeah, but like I said, you said the Emperor overlooked it. Like I said, it might tie into my theory later on. So.
Yeah, true. But I like how Han is just kind of like in the meeting, but he's like Chewie keeps looking at him. He's like, like he's so over this. He thinks this is like a suicide mission.
Yeah, I liked.
And I also one pilot mentions that like, oh, the exhaust port's only 2 meters wide. There's no way we're able to like hit that. And Luke's like, no. I've made shots like that back home. It's possible.
And I liked I was thinking the approach they were gonna go with was Luke was an outsider. So like I thought like if he spoke in the meeting, like everyone would like come after him and everything like that. But I like that like.
He speaks on the war meeting and somebody just burns his face.
Yeah, so I like that Luke could actually like speak in the meeting, and they didn't take that approach where like oh you're just an outsider, you don't understand this, and like they actually like listen to him and everything like that. So,
yeah, so they all agree that they're gonna basically like use their Y wings to like a small squad to get past the Death Star, do a trench run, hit the exhaust port. Yeah, and then basically they're getting ready for the raid. Luke is in his pilot gear, so like you said, I like to not treat Luke like an outsider. They're giving him respect. He's going on the mission with them.
Again, because he rescued the princess and everything like that too. So
he runs into his old buddy Whit Biggs. We wouldn't know if you didn't watch the deleted scenes.
And I didn't.
Yeah, like, without the deleted scenes, you're like, oh, who the fuck is this guy?
And again, I didn't watch the deleted scenes first, so I'm like, who is this guy? Like, I pieced it together like it was one of his friends, because, obviously, in the scene earlier, with his aunt and uncle, they mentioned, like, his friends were gone. I could say, what a coincidence, they happen to be, like, doing the same thing. Like, that's kind of like, I don't know if I buy that. Like, they happen to just... There's a bunch of people on this freaking battleship and everything like that, and, like, there's a bunch of...
A rebellion across the galaxy, so, like, presumably there are other bases, with rebels.
So it's not the biggest one, obviously. It's like the one we talked about earlier. What a coincidence they bought, But what a coincidence that like they end up fighting on the same rebel base when there's just tons of them on the galaxy. I was like, that was kind of a coincidence.
But yeah, before that, Luke meets up with Han because he sees Han kind of has like giant cases of money basically now. He's like loading it up, and Luke's like trying to tell him to like stay, and they could use a really good pilot like you for this mission. And Han's like, "Listen, I got debts to pay, and but even if I didn't, like, I don't want to stick around for a suicide mission."
That could be
and,
a what if.
Luke, come on, man! You've seen what the Empire does, and you see like these people are like fighting for a good cause. Like you should help out. And I do like this, where Han tries to like. Because Han is like not very emotional, so he kind of tries to tell Luke he cares in his own way. Where he's like, "Hey, Luke, why don't you come with us? You've shown you're decent in a fight. We could use you." And Luke is like still mad at him, and he's like, "Hey, listen, good luck, Han. Looking out for yourself, because that's apparently all you can do." But again, I like that Han doesn't get upset when Luke's mad at him. He kind of just tells Luke like, "Hey, may the Force be with you."
I like that.
That because remember, Han has been like not believing in the Force.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like extending the olive branch to be like, hey, listen, I don't believe in the Force, but I know it means something to you. So, I'll tell you, may the Force be with you.
And that's a big like religion thing. People that don't believe with religion, when they extend their hand out and let other people like believe, even if they don't believe, means a lot to people.
It reminds me of in this anime Hellsing, the main character Alucard, he's a vampire, and he has a bad relationship with God. Like he kind of denounced God and stuff, and but then he met a guy who was like very Catholic, and when that guy died, Alucard actually said like Amen, like kind of like he put his own beliefs aside to like respect somebody who was religious.
Yeah. But yeah, I really like this scene, this talk here with Han and Luke. I really liked, that like Han was kind of still, he hadn't fully changed as a character. He just kind of wanted to get, makes you question, like, I think he did care about Luke, but I think he just wanted to get his money and just dip. Like, he really wasn't going to stay and help win the war. Well,
yeah.
Well,
because he definitely did. Remember, he offered to have Luke join his crew.
Yeah.
So he chased after the stormtroopers to help Luke and Leia. So again, Han just isn't like a very emotional guy. So he just like has his own way of showing he cares.
And honestly, you can make the argument like there's really this really isn't. He even said this isn't his fight. So I kind of like I like that we're getting other people's perspectives. Like people want to end the war, but I like those other people like Han who's just kind of like, look, this isn't my fight because people in war feel that way. That it's not, even though like it's their country and it's their thing and all that stuff. It's not actually like their fight. That he's not going to risk his life. Type of thing.
And keep in mind, Han's a criminal. He's a smuggler. He's like, why the fuck would I care about like this war going on? Like I'm just doing my thing.
In a weird way, him not going now probably saved his life too. Actually, so.
Yeah, it ended up being the thing.
I mean, there's two what if videos we get out of this. What if Luke took Han about his offer? What if Han just went, like, instead of becoming,
Yeah, those are two really good what ifs just from one conversation. Yeah. And I do like that, like Chewie kind of like gives Han a look, and Han's like, "Hey, come on, man! I know what I'm doing."
Yeah.
So I like how even Chewie's kind of like, "Come on, Han, you should help him out."
I mean, obviously, you know where it's gonna go. Where they end up going with it is still pretty shocking because obviously, again, you can spend a knee, but you definitely know he's gonna come back and everything like that. But
still, just to get predictable doesn't mean it's bad, Like it's still a very good character arc for him over the movie.
Yeah. And then we get the battle and doing all of this. Everyone is on like a ship.
Small scene before that where they're putting R2-D2 on Luke's ship, and they're like, "Oh, hey, this one's kind of beat up. Do you want a new R2-D2 unit?" And he's like, not in your life. Me and that buddy have been through quite a bit together.
Which I like because it shows they build a bond and everything like that. So, and again, Luke's breaking the mold. Everyone's been racist in his planet about robots. He's like, no, I'm going to break the mold here, and I'm going to actually
Luke, wrong idea. Fuck those damn dirty droids.
Again, you didn't really catch it on the first watch, like I said, but the ship that Luke flies here is the same ship he was playing around with when he was cleaning C-3PO and R2-D2, which I think is
that's really cool.
Yeah. And they start flying the ships. The Imperial Senate get ready to for their battle and everything like that. And this is a really cool battle. And let me make sure this is the original stuff that was actually in the movie before I talk, right? Because I don't want to say like, okay.
Oh, this is as it is. I don't think they really added anything to this.
Because every time it seems like I've said that, then you have to be like, oh yeah, no, this isn't the original thing. So, but yeah, this looks really cool. I didn't really mention this too. When they arrived on this planet, again, unless it's a reshoot, that looked really cool. Like when it looks like Earth, and like everything just looked really cool there, like the scenery and everything like that. Luke's crew starts flying towards the Death Star and everything like that, and the Imperial Senate are getting ready for battle, and we get kind of to meet everyone on the crew. Everyone kind of radios in saying that they're there and everything like that. Most of them ended up being background characters, but there's like one that's like leading the charge. I forget. He didn't have a name, but they just said like whatever his radio number or his ship number was and everything like that. Professor Tucker, kind of tells everyone to get the men ready and everything like that, because he's got to protect his law degree and everything like that. They don't care about the Death Star. They just want to make sure they just want his law degree.
Of all the things he's a professor of, it's law.
That's true.
Like he blows up a planet with people, and he's like, yes, I know this is completely legal with my law degree.
Yeah. But they go down to the ship, and this looks really cool. Like you get to see like the inside of like the Death Star and everything like that, and it almost kind of looked like the inside of like computer CGI animation. Like this looked really cool when they were like going down onto the ship and just shooting at it and everything like that. And there's a bit where we see some of the spaceships shooting behind Luke's crew and everything like that. And everyone has to like radio in, wondering if they're okay. One of the guys like radioing in, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm good," and he like pulls up like mid sentence. Like it's like, whoa, that was freaking brutal. Like that guy, like he was like, "Yeah, everything is good on my end," and like you just see him like squeak.
Loads, yeah.
I didn't think they were gonna show that too. I thought that was gonna be like off camera. Like this guy, we saw this guy like blow up like on camera. Like it was.
But I like how it was the fat guy, and his name was Porkins.
Yeah. So.
The poor guy. He's fucking. He's got named Porkins, and then he fucking exploded. Like damn.
And doing all of this, Darth Vader, it seems like, is given alternate instructions to tell people to like get their ships ready. I mean, I'm just guessing here. Obviously, it could not be alternate instructions, but it seems like the instructions Darth Vader's given is different than Professor Tucker's. Again, because he's not a professor, so like he outranks him. But Darth.
Honestly, I doubt the Emperor is a professor.
Yeah, Darth Vader. Kind of just the battle's not really going well on their end. They're kind of starting to lose a lot of the crew and everything like that. So Darth Vader takes matters in his own hands, and he starts going on the ship. And then the inside of the ship, when Darth Vader was doing it, looked really cool.
I also like that his looks different than the others. His TIE fighter looks different.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that. And doing all of this, the main leader who was calling the shots, he ends up getting taken out. So at this point, because before that, you just saw like Darth Vader was going on a rampage, just taking out all of the Rebels crew left, right, and center, and again, just really brutal and everything like that. And it's just down to like the main guy, Luke, and Biggs, and the main guy, like his engine gets blown, and then eventually he blows up. And I like this because Luke kind of has to take charge from this point on and everything like that. And it really interesting that it was Luke that took charge and everything like that, because obviously
for fucking 5 minutes, and then he has to take charge. Yeah.
And I wouldn't really say I wouldn't really say it's a Gary Stu moment either, because one, again, Luke's flown ships before and he kind of knows what he's doing, and also it seemed like he's just kind of taking like a leadership role. Like it didn't really seem like the other guys did.
Well, it seemed like very kind of like a spontaneous thing where he's like, shit, okay, somebody has to take charge. I guess it will. And it's also him and Biggs were kind of having a conversation, and he mentioned like, hey, just like that run we did back home. So it seems like they're kind of like, because he knows Biggs personally, he's kind of telling Biggs like, hey, let's do this like we did that one time back in Tatooine.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Yeah, and then Darth Vader's still taking people left, right, and center. He ends up taking out Biggs, which kind of got Luke a little emotional and everything like that.
Pretty small scene. Luke just seems sad for a moment, and then he has to keep going.
Unfortunately, Biggs got more of like a moment than freaking Obi-Wan did. Like
honestly, it's like, who the fuck is Biggs?
I know, but we get kind of a little.
He's uncle. That's who he is.
Yeah, but then we get like a little bit of like a moment where it's just kind of down to Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker, and I like this because they don't even know like they're facing each other. Maybe Luke has a sense, but obviously Darth Vader has like no idea completely. But Darth Vader starts to sense something, so that shows that like he might know it's Luke, or he knows it's someone that has the Force and everything like that.
Wrong with this one, so yeah, he knows something special about this guy.
But I like that they don't I like that they don't fully know that they're facing each other and everything like that. So
well, they definitely don't know their father son. That's for sure.
They do not know that. Well, Darth Vader does, but not Luke.
Not at this point.
Oh, really?
Well, no, because remember, like you said, Vader didn't like he saw Luke after he killed Kenobi, but he has no idea who he is.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that's it. I am interested in that. How he finds out then, because obviously that's the big, thing.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that later. But and when I say later, probably we'll probably talk about it in a couple months or something. So, but doing all this, we hear Obi-Wan, and doing all this, I didn't really mention this, but it's not really important, but everyone in the Rebel, Princess Leia's kind of watching this battle go on the radio in with Luke every now and then.
Yeah, command center, which again I think it makes sense. Luke's kind of Luke and Han are pilots. It makes sense that Leia doesn't really know anything about piloting, so she's more of the commander.
Yeah, and also anytime. Because anytime Luke's ship's gonna get a little damaged, R2-D2 kind of repairs it and everything like that.
Yeah. But at one point, R2-D2 gets hit pretty bad, and they kind of do a fake out later where they're like, oh shit, is R2-D2 destroyed permanently? So yeah, basically R2-D2 isn't able to make repairs anymore.
Yep, and it looks like Luke's doomed pretty much because Darth Vader, could easily take a shot and he could pretty much end Luke's life at this point. And doing all of this before this happened, Luke, obviously can't find this thing that they're supposed to be destroying and everything like that. So we overhear Obi-Wan talking from beyond the grave, tell Luke to just trust his instincts and everything like that. And Luke turns off his targeting computer. And one of the commandos asked Luke, Luke, you've turned off your targeting computer. Is something wrong? And this is pretty cool because this scene, is reused a few times. And the main place I've seen it reused is in Fairly Odd Parents. So I think it's kind of cool that I got to see where this scene actually came from and everything like that. And actually, I didn't know I didn't know it was a Star Wars reference. I just thought it was some type of space reference and everything like that. So
we're filming a movie and it's Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was a movie that Sylvester Stallone had been in or something like that. So.
There's quite a bit of Star Wars references. I've noticed.
I'll actually tell you this, AJ. This kind of seeing Star Wars made me hate how. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a joke, but they. I'm wondering if it's so hot in here I can't even think of his name, but the creator of Fairly Odd Parents likes Darth Vader because he uses him like a joke in his show. So.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think of that.
But other than the first episode he's in, because actually, if you think about it, the first episode Darth Laser is in. It's basically a reenactment of this battle right here, actually. So
after that, he's treated as a moron. Yeah. So.
But anyhow, continuing. Yeah. So Darth Vader even says I have you now, and again, there's no way that Luke can get out of this situation. And from out of nowhere, Han Solo shows up and he shoots the winds of Darth Vader's rocket. And I like Darth Vader's reaction to this. He's like, what? He's really taken back by this. Because, they kind of did the fake out earlier like they did with Han Solo, where, you thought he was going to get shot, but then he's the one that pulled the trigger. They did that again here, and it was really cool. And, you see, just from, inside his ship's point of view, Darth Vader started, turning and everything like that. The ship's flipping over and everything like that. And, Luke's happy that Han Solo came back and everything like that. And he's able to use the Force to actually take down the Death Star and everything like that. Because, again, his targeting computer's off. So the Force is the only explanation of how he knew where to go shoot and everything like that. And he shoots it. And even though they said this was going to be the plan, I still didn't anticipate this. The Death Star just blows up. I didn't expect it. I was like, wow. All those people just died in the Death Star and everything like that. Poor Professor Tucker. Again, he's in a million pieces.
It's funny because somebody else was even like, Professor Tucker, should we evacuate? Because they're getting pretty close to us. And Professor Tucker's like, in our moment of triumph, no. Professor Tucker could have escaped. He was just too much of an idiot.
Yeah. So it's victory for the rebels and everything like that. Um, but I'll say my theory now. Um,
Well, also you should mention that like Darth Vader, we see him like not get caught in the explosion. He kind of gets like flung away, and we just see him kind of like going off into space. So
yeah.
Darth Vader.
Um, so like that's the only because that's the only reason to really bring back like sequels and stuff because obviously the Death Star's destroyed, but Darth Vader didn't die. So obviously. That's the you could make an argument for sequels and stuff, but the Death Star destroyed. I don't know what you really do, but I have a theory, and I talked to you talk to you about this off camera and everything like that. I wondered if Darth Vader wanted this to happen because I just kind of find it convenient that right before the Death Star is about to get destroyed, he decided to basically abandon the Death Star and not get caught in the explosion and everything like that. And he's the one that made the plan for the Hohman beacon. He's the one that was against the Death Star to begin with. And it seemed like he was kind of going rogue a little bit and going off everyone's plans. I just kind of it seems like Darth Vader could benefit from the Death Star being destroyed. I think Darth Vader. Now, obviously, you're gonna have to do some rewrites because obviously at the end he really tried to like save the Death Star. But I think you can make it work where you can make it seem like this was all a part of his plan all along. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he didn't want the Death Star to necessarily get blown up, but I don't think he really cared necessarily whether or not he did or everything like that. But yeah, you would have to do some rewrites probably to make it work. Because again, at the thing that happens at the end is he's the one that's really the big defender of it. But it just seems like everything kind of worked out in Darth Vader's favor with the Death Star not being there. And again, I just kind of find it convenient that he kind of fucked off like right before the Death Star got destroyed and everything like that. But again, you probably
I confirm nor deny, but I suppose we shall find out in the next movies.
Do you think I'm an idiot for coming up with this theory, or do you think this? I have some points.
You are between a complete idiot and a total genius, Owen. There you go.
That's very vague. So.
But yeah, they are successful. They go back to base. Again, I love this where like Luke comes off, everybody's like cheering and clapping for him.
Oh, I don't want to say one more thing because I also like that Han Solo came back. Again, it was really good for his character. I will say I hope other movies kind of explains why he did come back because obviously it would be kind of shitty if it's just for the twist ending like in this movie. I kind of hope we get more of why like he came back and everything like that, other than like.
Yeah, I'd say we do. I mean, again, I think the big thing is, of course, he built like a friendship with Luke and Leia, and he wanted to help them out, and he kind of had a change of heart. But we will kind of see that in other movies where he's not like completely a good guy now. He's still kind of a criminal.
Yeah.
But kind of like Luke and Leia, their friendship kind of has made him kind of like want to be a better person.
I just say that too because obviously because the movie ends here and they wanted like him to be like a little bit of a red herring, so I kind of hope we get more thoughts on him coming back than like I hope it's just never brought up ever again type of thing and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like this scene where again Han runs up to Luke and Luke's like, I knew you would come back, and he looks at Han's like, yeah, well, somebody has to save your skin. And I like how Han kind of just like playfully like pushes his head.
Yeah.
Like again, the actors all had like really good chemistry with each other, and just like I really buy their friendship in the short time they're together. R2-D2 is really badly damaged, but and C-3PO, I do like this because at the beginning of the movie, C-3PO was like, I don't like you, R2-D2. Like, you can do whatever you want. But now C-3PO is like really upset that R2 is like badly damaged and wants him fixed. And Luke reassures him like, don't worry, we'll get him fixed. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I like that. And it's a good callback because that's a callback to their relationship at the beginning of the movie and everything like that. So
yeah. Everybody walks off, and then a little while later, we see them all in like a big castle, and Luke, Han, and Chewie are like standing in like a room by themselves, and they're like looking at each other. Luke seems like all happy and giddy, and Han just kind of like brushing him off, but he's kind of smirking too, like he seems kind of like excited as well.
Yeah.
Door opens up, and everybody is like surrounding them. They walk down a hallway with Leia at the big altar, and like basically they're getting like a hero celebration, for being kind of the main two who saved the day and blew up the Death Star. Leia puts a medal on Luke and Han, and again, they both seem very happy with it. People make a joke about this. Chewie never got a medal.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I know, right? Because you notice like Chewie was walking with them, and he's like up there on the altar, but he never got handed a medal.
He could have been the one that convinced Han Solo to go back in general too. So like, so.
Yeah. I think it's just something they kind of forgot to add. But, like, I mean, he's still celebrated as a hero, so you know what? It's okay, Chewie. You're a hero in our hearts.
Maybe he didn't get a medal because he's on the fate.
He's so sad he never got a medal. He died from it.
Well, maybe that's why he didn't get one, because he's on the fate. He's on the brink of death. So, like, am I going to waste...
I love it. Like, they're walking up to the altar, and then Chewie just, like, trips and snaps his neck.
Oh, my gosh. I really opened up a can of worms for this every time we...
He's fucking like Kenny in church. He just dies constantly.
And almost...
Yeah, we get a shot of all the main characters. Oh yeah, R2D2's fixed. There you go. He didn't die. That was pretty quick. Yeah, C-3PO, R2D2, Leia, Chewie, Han, and Luke are all standing at the altar, like looking at the crowd, cheering on them on. And then we get credits. That is the end of the movie.
They never made any more. Yeah. And, I have a theory. This one's a good theory. Not like the Death Star thing, where I could be wrong, could be right. But obviously, even though this is a big win for the Rebels and everything like that, I feel like with other movies, we're going to find out that they just won, like, a small battle. They didn't really win, like, a big overlapping, like, battle and everything like that. But obviously, like, we talked about this off camera, that they wanted, to have, like, a happy ending. So, like, them doing this. And look, this is a big victory for them. I don't want to, like, underline it or anything like that. But it's like, there's a scene in Walking Dead where we find out, they went and fought, like, a group. And they beat, like, that base and everything like that. But then we found out that, like, it was, like, one of, like, many groups that they beat of that same group and everything like that. So I feel like the same thing... I feel like I'm not saying there's other Death Stars or anything like that, but I feel like the Death Star is just winning. I should say a small battle, but like a medium-sized battle.
Yeah, it is a big victory. The Death Star would have been a big issue if they didn't destroy it. But yeah, like of course, it's a giant empire that controls a galaxy. If this was all it took to win the war, that'd be pretty stupid. So yeah, it's a big victory. Don't get me wrong. But it's nowhere close to winning them the war.
It's like an Avatar. They prevented them from like invading the North Pole.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. That's a big victory that they stopped the North Pole from falling, and they beat a bunch of Fire Nation ships. But of course, the Fire Nation has so many other troops that it wasn't never going to like win the war doing that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I guess Do you want to mention who played who in the movie before we do our letter grades?
Luke Skywalker is played by Mark Hamill, which, as you mentioned, he's another big role he has is Fire Lord Ozai, which, again, funny that he's like the hero in this with the Dark Father. And then in Avatar, he is the Dark Father to one of the heroes.
Yeah.
He's also very famous for voicing the Joker and a lot of Batman stuff. Princess Leia is played by Carrie Fisher, who unfortunately passed away like 10 years ago. You probably know her as Peter Griffin's boss in Family Guy.
She didn't die 10 years ago, did she?
Been about 10 years, yeah.
Because she was still in Family Guy for like quite a bit.
I was a teenager, I remember. I was like 14, 15.
So maybe they just
16, 8 to 10 years it's been about.
Maybe they edited her they probably edited her lines in and then realized they just had to kill off,
Yeah, but it's funny because I remember in Family Guy they held a funeral for the character when Carrie Fisher died.
Yeah, that's the episode I'm talking. So then again, it could be longer.
Peter made a reference saying like, "Oh yeah, we will always remember you as being as voicing ladies and holograms."
Yeah. Okay.
And they actually did a funny joke with that in Family Guy where they were parodying Star Wars, and they had Lois play Princess Leia, but then when they got to the third one, they had Carrie Fisher's character, Peter's boss, play like another girl, and like Star Wars, like the third one, I think.
Yeah.
And Lois just sits there and goes, "I don't like her." Obviously the joke is that Lois is playing Princess Leia, and she doesn't like the actual Princess Leia.
Right.
Harrison Ford is Han Solo, he's the one who definitely had the biggest career after Star Wars, which is funny because he got this role because he was actually a carpenter for the Star Wars movie. Like he wasn't actually applying for like an actor role; he was a carpenter.
That's cool. And
then he got the role of Han Solo because he was like working on the set.
Yeah,
but he did work with George Lucas before because he was in American Graffiti.
Yeah, and yeah, he became so.
Sorry, go ahead.
He became so famous, like his film. Usually, at the end of someone's wiki, they'll have like the filmography, like what they've done. His is so big; it has its own wiki. That's how big his stuff is.
Yeah, but I think his two major roles besides Star Wars are in Blade Runner and Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course, Darth Vader is voiced by James Earl Jones. As we said, there's another man in the suit, but they had James Earl Jones dub over the voice, which I think was a good decision because James Earl Jones has a great voice. It's funny. I think we were actually originally going to do Star Wars last year because James Earl Jones had died, and we just didn't.
Well, it's funny because in the channel, he died the same day. Like we recorded the channel update video, and then we decided like, hey, we're doing stuff. But we did the guessing game, so that I think.
Yeah, those are like the major actors. Of course, and then Alec Guinness is Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't remember who plays C-3PO or R2-D2. But, those are the main cast. They all did a great job.
Yeah, I think all the casts do very well in this movie. I will say, like, the actor for Luke Skywalker sometimes is a little bit, cringy, I would say. But I feel like as he does the role more...
Lines aren't the best, but I think that's more so the script than him.
Yeah, so... but everyone else that delivers their lines well. The voice acting by C-3PO and R2-D2 is done very well. So,
it's Mark Hamill has even and Harrison Ford too have given George Lucas shit. Be like, listen, George, you can write this, but like it's hard to say it. Well, Mark Hamill was talking about like how when he did like the script reading for like his interview, like to get the role. And he was reciting a line, and he was like, "Who talks like this?"
Yeah,
So making a lot of his lines are very cheesy, and he had a hard time kind of playing it serious.
And yeah, obviously the big effects this movie had. It's basically reference in various movies and shows, and obviously it makes a ton of money in merchandising, like video games and shirts and the characters themselves. I remember,
Star Wars is one of the biggest franchises, period. In terms of money. And yeah, as we said, so many fucking spin-offs: video games, TV shows, movies, comic books, novels, fucking so much shit.
Yeah, I think he had an R2-D2 as a kid. Actually, so
I still do. Actually, I have them right over there.
Does he still work or no?
Actually, don't know.
You should try to see if you can get it to work, but not now. But
I was gonna say I was gonna pull them up, but I don't really want to.
Yeah,
we're ending the video, so maybe next time.
But let's do letter grades. I'll go first since I'm the outsider. I'm gonna give it an A. Not quite an A plus. I think what the biggest reason it's not an A plus because the lightsaber fight, the first one of that's pretty disappointing, and Obi-Wan's death is very disappointing. And I know, again, that's like 2 thirds of the movie, but that's a pretty big scene of the movie that they got kind of on. I can't really let that go. So,
Yeah.
but I really like, I like the acting. I like the special effects. I like the story. I think the story is very good. Obviously, more special effects than story, but I think we get enough story. And I like that. We're seeing this otherworldly universe, like seeing C-3PO, R2-D2, Sand People, everything in the cantina. And then I like too that we're like in the middle of like, even though it's not exactly a day-to-day life, but not it's like a continuation. We're not really seeing the start of this story. It's like in the middle of an episode and everything like that. And I like the characters of this movie, like Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan, Darth Vader. So I'm gonna give it an A. I think it's a nice solid A. No, which is kind of weird because this is your favorite. This is your favorite of the first, but I'm going A. My mind could change when I see like other ones, but again, this is a
second one more. Most people like Empire Strikes Back the best, which is fair. Again, I kind of go back and forth. I just think that I think Empire Strikes Back is the better made movie. It's just that I like A New Hope the best because, again, as I said, it's kind of like the least serious one. Like it feels the most like a fun adventure, like a fun space adventure. Again, this is where all the main characters meet for the first time, so seeing them kind of quickly build a friendship as they're saving each other's lives is fun. There's just a lot of good stuff in the movie. The trash compactor is fun. Zip lining over the gap in the Death Star. The trench run is fun. As I said, this one probably has the most space battles. The biggest offender is, of course, the lightsaber fight being really underwhelming. And even Darth Vader is like kind of just like he's a cool villain. He's intimidating, but he's not like super interesting in this movie.
That's fair.
But again, I think that's a good setup because like he's like a big bad. He's super intimidating, and I think that setup works well. So when he does get some depth to him, it's like a surprise. Like you didn't expect this big bad to have like this much like of a character to him.
Yeah.
So I feel like this in a way kind of sets that up. Obi-Wan's death doesn't bother me too much because, again, I really like his past. And, of course, we hear him as a ghost in this movie, so we kind of know this isn't, like, the end for him. Like, yeah, it's the end of his life. But, like, he's still around, So I'm not too upset with him dying. And he kind of went out on his own terms. He kind of, like, again, surrendered and let Vader kill him.
I just wish we would have had that moment breathe more than we did, type of thing.
I agree. That is something. And because the first half is pretty slow. It kind of builds up the characters well, and then the second half is very chaotic. There's a lot of stuff happening. So while I like how fast-paced it is, I do agree that it can be a little too fast-paced where you don't get those moments to like breathe in the second half of the movie.
Yeah.
But overall, I give it an A+. I really enjoy the movie. I love Star Wars. Star Wars kind of started my love of just like space and like sci-fi stuff in general. So I kind of owe this movie a lot for informing a lot of what other things I like.
I also like too. They're not in like one location for too short or too long. They stay in like each location about a good amount of time and everything like that.
Death Star, Yavin 4, they hop around quite a bit, but we get a good amount of time at each place. Well, I guess besides Yavin 4, because they have the Rebel meeting, and then they're immediately like in the space battle.
Yeah.
And it would have been cool to kind of get more, because Yavin 4 looks cool, like it's like all foresty and shit. Would have been nice to look around that a bit more, but unfortunately not.
We didn't get that. But yeah, that's the end of this video. Long video that we took 2 days to film, and hopefully you guys watched this in chunks. But if you didn't, that's on you. So, but yeah, let's
a million hours to spare. Yeah.
Let's do some promotion.
Putz Pause. I did. I'm probably going to tweak it a bit, but I did actually, I think for the most part, finish a script for a video I made.
And obviously check out this channel. We're going to be doing more videos. We have some more stuff we're going to do in between season 3 of Yellow Jackets. Go watch the Rick and Morty video to see what they it's basically everything that's not this and that. So Just go watch that end of that video. And obviously check out Wrestling Fortune 44 for all the wrestling videos. And that's pretty much it, guys. Since that's being recorded in the past, we will talk to you guys later. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.